What's up, YouTube? Welcome back to another episode of the Wiley Show. We are back in this first topic that we definitely have to talk about. I will call a network stealing, a major mainstream network stealing from a black content creator. Y'all heard the show out there that's been going on. I tagged Brother Malcolm on our episode because he was posted a post on his story about what was going on with the new MTV show, The Real Friends, and he felt like that they stole from him. So we have him on right now, and one of his cast members on as well. And you wrote an in-depth post. You're not the only one that called out MTV. Dario, the head of Chase Reality, called them out as well from
Right.
stealing from black content creators. So talk about the show that you created on the internet and then your response to MTV allegedly stealing from your creation.
Well, I'm not gonna say they stole from me. Let's dead that narrative. Let's say that they took the concept and they remixed it. We're gonna call it that because I work in television for real, so we have to keep it professional. So I'm not saying or I'm not alleging that MTV stole my show. I'm saying that they took the concept and they remixed it. And
Okay.
here's the reason why I know that they did it. So the show that I produced is called The Real Hot Boys of Hollywood. It's currently on YouTube right now. It's airing. And the reason why I know that for a fact that our show the concept was remixed, if you will, and turned into this new MTV concept because we were actively pitching this show around Hollywood. While the show was airing, network executives were looking at the episodes. And that's the reason why also too, you can still watch all the episodes that's out now. It's 4 episodes out. And right now we're trying to figure out if we can release the rest of the season because we got to figure out what's going on with that situation, even if we are legally able to do so. But so the reason why I'm saying that the show was taken and the concept was being remixed or whatever was because we were actively pursuing pitching the show to be picked up by networks for real. And the reason why Tamar is here is because he was involved in one of those deals. So he can vouch for me and he can say that, hey, we were actively pitching this show. And the people that were involved in this, they know how this situation came about. Because even on our show, some of our cast members were involved in one of the cast members that's on this new show, they was involved in their camp. So a lot of information was being leaked and everything else too.
So when you say it was presented, was it presented to MTV and say, hey, to those executives, that, hey, we have this show on YouTube and we want to make sure that it goes on national television? Was they one of the ones that you presented the idea?
No, now I will say on the record, MTV was not one of the people that we pitched it to. However, the executives that work for other channels that we pitched it to, they're in the same network, you know what I'm saying? Because LA is small. And so when it comes to pitching shows on that level in Hollywood, everybody know everybody. You see what I'm saying?
I get you, and because when I looked at it, I'm like, it's stealing from I know you can't say it, but I can say it and see it's stealing from a black content creator. And Dario, he posted like a side by side of their image of their show and Chase Reality image, and I'm like, that is stealing. And a lot of these networks, they will listen to your ideas, knowing that they ain't gonna give you to it, but they will take those ideas and use it for their show. And the average person was like, "Oh, they're not stealing. This is MTV," but they don't know that a lot of the ideas comes from the internet.
Correct. And like I said, that was one of the tools that we used in pitching the show because one of the networks that we worked with, they told us that they wanted to see the entire season, they wanted to see the episodes. So in our mind, okay, the show was a hit. It's a new show, new franchise, new platform. It's actually a spinoff to the original show created by Todd Rogers on YouTube as well, Real Hot Boys of Houston. So, it was the new spinoff. It took off really well in LA. It came before Chasing LA. And, both shows did really well because people don't know that the web reality series world did not exist until this year. So I will commend Chasing LA and also myself because we pioneered a new avenue that was not in LA at all.
And so I want to show people the new show that MTV just released to the world. And this idea that they call it MTV The Real Friends. And it was like similar to the idea of your show that you created in LA, the real hot boys of LA. And it's very unfortunate that this happened. And in order for this to stop, we as people of power, me included, in media, we have to call this behavior out because y'all have been have been all around LA shopping this show, and then now you come out with this idea. Is that have you reached out to some of the cast member and let them know, hey, this is not original?
Some of the cast members of that show.
Yeah, some of the cast members of their show and say, hey, we had this online show because what's the guy named to oh my god, he was on Chase LA, the dancer, the choreographer. What was that? I'm sorry. What was his name?
Copeland.
Yeah. Jeremy Copeland is one, and it's another one, the other dancer. He don't pay his people. Oh my God, what is it? He always do that. He don't pay his people, and he date white man. He's actually on this show. Hold on, he's actually on this show. I don't want to make sure. I can't think of his name right near the air, but I was like, how could you do something and it's stolen from a black creator and it's stolen from off the internet? This idea has been going on. And Tyreek Hall, I think that's and so he's on the show, and I'm like, how could you do something like this and you're stealing from a black creator?
Right. And you know what my thing is? It's like, okay, I'm not upset that they took the concept. I'm more upset that they didn't call me to produce it, because I mean, it is my show. I came up with the concept. I mean, come on now. They could have hired even and Dario. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna use our content and stuff. Hire one of us to produce it. You know?
Yeah, that's true. And let's not act like the internet is not the biggest thing. Streaming is the new thing right now. Television, that old school television is dying. Most people are doing that. And when I watch y'all show, it's very entertaining. The cast is very entertaining. But to see this, do it discourage you and say, oh, I don't want to do this no more? Hollywood is shady, because you work in the business. Does this discourage you to continue to do shows, to produce shows, since you experienced this from MTV? Allegedly taking, or in your words, remixing your idea?
Honestly, you know what? Honestly, I don't. I'm not mad at MTV about it. I am upset, like I said, because I'm like, I wanted us to be acknowledged. That's my whole thing behind it. That's why I'm speaking out. That's why I'm saying something about it. And I'm also looking out for other black content creators, because I know it's a 1,000,001, especially LGBT YouTube shows out there. And I want to be an example for everybody else and tell you, hey, just because you don't have the biggest following, or just because you don't think that you have the big show, it's our people out there that's watching you. And it's our people out there that's going to take your content, and then it's just, you have to do your research.
Absolutely.
Make sure you cross all your T's, dot all your I's, because, hey, Hollywood is a shady business. I know a lot of, black and queer content creators, they aspire to, make it big out here in Hollywood. So I'm going to be a voice and say, hey, this is some shit that can happen to you. I'm sorry for cursing.
I hear you. And I want to ask Tamar, you hear, you saying the behind the scenes, how does this make you feel to see this idea on MTV and your executive partner, your people are not being credited?
I feel some type of way. I can say that, like Malcolm said, at least ask Dario or Malcolm to produce the show. They're very two good producers. But what I can say is that doing those type of shows is poor representation of black people, black LGBT people as well. We already know that Tajik Hall don't really center his platform around black LGBT. It's more centered around white LGBTQ. And saying that there's nothing wrong with it, hey, get your money how you get your money, but you make us look bad at the end of the day, Go ahead.
Because to the people that's listening, they said, but what was the idea? What was the concept that you feel that they have remixed for MTV? You want to answer that, Michael? Because Malcolm, because that's the kind of the questions of the people that are reaching out in the chat. So they want to know, what was the idea that made you come to the conclusion that this is similar to what I created on YouTube?
All right, so first of all, we can talk about the name. So the name was created, The Real Hot Boys of Hollywood. They remixed it and changed it to The Real Friends of West Hollywood. So that's the first indication that, I felt like that, hey, we pitching this show, it's out there in these Hollywood streets, and, that's the first thing that was taken from me. Secondly, I feel like, the entire concept of the show, it follows, influential people in Hollywood that's trying to, come up on, they're on the come up, or they already have a name for themselves. The show follows a similar format. It has some people that they found in Hollywood that, people may not know about, or they may have a small following. And so it's just that, like I said, that's the same exact concept. The only thing is they diversified the cast.
Mm-hmm. So this is going on, and have you all reached out and to your people and say, hey, let's reach out to MTV? Have you ever thought about doing that, or reach out to the executives?
We're in the process of doing that now. So this is the first step to get an awareness for it, to let people know that, hey, MTV, we see what you're doing. You need to reach out to us and talk. We need to have a conversation. This is the first step.
Absolutely.
The second step is going to be to reach out to, executives in any way we can. I would go that route versus reaching out to cast members because, executives are the ones who can make the final decisions, who can change something.
Absolutely. And so when I saw it on Dario and I saw it on this, it's quite sad because y'all work very hard to do these shows without major dollars, meaning not major sponsors. Y'all don't have money to throw away. Everything that y'all have is by check to get the show, off the ground. Do you think that it's time for your show and other shows to get that mainstream buzz? Because most of these shows are just online, or are you comfortable just being online?
Yes, I feel like it's way past due. I mean, look at Chasing Reality, in itself. They've been doing this for years, way before I even started doing it. So, hats off to them. I felt like they should have been on the network before then. Even a Logo or, even MTV could have picked them up. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Like it's been a long time coming. But of course, we're not gonna get the credit we deserve.
Now I'm gonna talk about Tamar Braxton. You're talking about stealing. This was the person that got with the Skorpion show and was on the phone with them, and all their little sayings would be on the show. So I witnessed that, and then they never got a show. They actually got lied to, and I've seen so many black and content. And today they're struggling, to make ends meet on their show. But what if that they were able to get that show from Tamar Braxton and Vince at the time? They would be really good. But now they're struggling. And I don't want to see that with you, Malcolm, with you, Tamar, because y'all work really, really hard, to do these shows to entertain. To see somebody just take your idea to mix it up and just going to make probably millions of dollars.
Right. That's what I'm concerned about.
It's quite sad.
Yeah. I mean, but hey, that's the business, and that's why I encourage everybody to support these shows. I know I'll be seeing the comments, y'all be talking all kind of cash crap in the comments about us, but hey, we here to entertain y'all, we making it happen. And then obviously we doing something right. If major networks like MTV are looking at us and taking our ideas and making it their own.
Do you think, I heard that, and I don't know how true it is, and I'm gonna be a little messy. Okay. I don't know how true it is, but one of the cast members of a show, G Status, said their show is going to be on Tubi. I don't know how can that happen. Okay, I'm a little messy because they said it's going to be on Tubi. Let's just say this idea is going to be on Tubi. Shouldn't you get a deal on Tubi because of a person that really couldn't produce and went on 15 hiatus? They get a deal on Tubi. Right? Do you think that deal is real? That
I can only speak
with Tubi.
I can only speak from my personal experiences with Tubi. I can share this information. Tubi was one of the people that was interested in Hot Boys, but at the time we were negotiating different other deals that had a better offer for us. Mm-hmm. So I mean, there's no shade to Tubi. Hey, that outlet is always there for us. But my negotiations with Tubi were my negotiations. I can't speak on nobody else's.
Okay, because I was like, oh, is this real? What is the future? Because the questions that people say, when is the show going to come back? We love the Real Hot Boy. I don't know what happened to the Houston franchise. So I want to make that clear. You're connected with the Houston franchise, or this is you're not connected with them?
Yes, we are connected with them. We're the spinoff to that show. So me and Ty Rogers, the executive producer of that series, we did a collaboration, and because we did some work in Houston together beforehand. So this is a collaboration project, and he wanted me to produce an LA version of it because I was out here, and he wanted to expand the brand. So that's how this project came about. I found some cast members that were, phenomenal because I see in the comments everybody laughing and enjoying the show. Y'all need to go watch it. I found them, and hey, they were just up and coming artists, entrepreneurs. You even had people on the show trying to figure it out. They didn't really have anything going on. Mm-hmm. And the whole purpose of the show, for anybody that's interested in watching it was for to get all of these guys together, you know, a core group of black gay men doing whatever it is they do in Hollywood. Tamar here decides that he wanted to bring everybody on a trip to showcase black gay unity because you never really see that in the community. So that was the whole purpose of the show, you know, was to showcase, you know, the cast members' talents, careers, whatever they had going on. And then also to showcase, you know, hey, it's not always fighting, drink throwing, and all that type of stuff, all that extra crap that's going on. Mm-hmm. We can actually come together and have a good time on the trip. We can cry, we can laugh, we can fight, we can work it out. That's what the show is about. I don't know if TV gonna get y'all there, but that's what my show is about.
I love the fact of it. I want to ask you this, Tamar. Mm-hmm. It was a controversy that went on with a cast member of the Bad Boys LA, Anthony. He actually shitted on somebody. So if that were to happen to one of your cast members, how would you respond to something like that? Because you are famous and you got an eyeball on you, and so he like literally shitted on somebody. And it just went viral. So are you conscious of that? Of who you sleep with, doing OnlyFans? What's your mindset with that? I want to know.
Wiley, when I say you is messy.
I want to know because when I saw it, I'm like, you are famous. I'm watching, and when I saw it, I said, wow. So I got to ask Tamar about that. How do you keep your private life private? Or are you into doing OnlyFans? And if so, if you shit on somebody, I mean,
listen, I'm
to the community.
I'm gonna say this. Have I thought about doing OnlyFans? Yes, multiple times. I'm just a little too scared than the rest of these girls that actually do it, so I give props to them. But I can say that, you know, whatever's going on privately, you are going to be, no matter if it's privately or you're on a platform, it's going to be speak about no matter what. It's black gay men. We always speak about somebody shitting on us, someone giving us like some type of diseases and stuff. It's always going to be talked about. It's nothing really that private. I would just say, hey, you know, some people are into that freaky shit where they like to be shitted on. So to each his own, bless their hearts. But other than that, would I do it? No.
Okay. So what is the future of the LA franchise of the Real Hot Boys? What is the current future of this show? Because it's a lot of competition out there. Some of the shows are just completely garbage. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? It's just completely garbage. But Malcolm, you have the skill set. You got the skill set. But what is the future? Are you going to continue to do YouTube? Are you going to continue to put it out there for free, or are you going to a paid subscription?
So right now, my goal is to go to a paid subscription. I also work in television for my 9 to 5, so I really do work in television for real. Mm-hmm. So I just basically what I do is I take the skills that I learned in the industry, and I do this for them pretty much. I do it for the cast members. You know, that's my way of giving back to the community. That's why you don't see on most of my shows, you know, the Instagram famous people. You might have one or two, but these are just like, you know, up and coming personalities and people that need an opportunity. So that's the reason why I'm doing it. So yes, for the future, you know, hey, y'all got to let me know if y'all like Real Hot Boys. Y'all got to watch it, go in the comments, and let us know if y'all like it. If y'all even want to see it come back for a season 2, you know, that's the first. I would
love to see it because the show is great. It have different people. It's not so basic. Everybody's an OnlyFans person. You can see they Badussi on in there for free. No, it's not. It was different. Everybody had a different type of personality, and we need more of that. So I think it should come back for season 2 and just to hustle really well, because it's difficult because there's so many, like I said, there's so many shows, and y'all have major competition with Zeus, because Zeus, I think, was watching YouTube. Okay, let's get some gay shows and let's put it on Zeus. And so it's just so much competition out here now.
Hey, if Zeus want to slide a contract our way, you know, we open to that too, Lemuel. Come on now, help us out.
Zeus is I like Zeus. Yeah. Come on now. Absolutely. So, if it is a season 2, would you come back and say, hey, I will come back for season 2?
I sure will come back for season 2. I definitely will.
I like the fact about you, Tamar, that you keep your life private. You're not in a lot of mess. You're not fighting people in the clubs. You're very semi-private. I don't, and if it is, I don't really see it across my desk like that. But it seems to me you can be professional, but you can be messy. But I love that professional aura of you that you know when to put it on and when to take it off. But I will ask you, if the opportunity did present himself to do OnlyFans with Brandon Carson, would you take that opportunity to do something with somebody, or will Rico Pure and they say, "Hey, let's do a video"? Would you do that?
I would. Listen, come on now.
Be a hot boy for a reason.
Yes. I thank y'all so. I'm going to continue to watch what's going on with this and support this franchise, and I will continue to.
Thank you.
And what MTV did to y'all was trash. But this has always been white folks stealing from black creators and not giving them the respect that they deserve. And then you get the black people say, y'all don't need to be on MTV. It ain't like y'all not trying to be on
we actually were trying. That's the difference between us and other shows. We were trying.
Yeah, so I get that, and I can't wait to make sure y'all go. How can they watch season 1 for the people that did not get?
Season 1 is going to be entirely free. They can watch the first 4 episodes now on YouTube at the Real Hot Boys channel, Real Hot Boys brand. And also, we're currently airing the new episodes now, so it's about 3 or 4 more that's coming out pretty soon. So
absolutely,
the first episode drops in 2 weeks, so be on the lookout.
And what can they follow you, Tamar? Because I know people are interested. I think that you should do broadcasting, do a show, because you have that talent. You're very professional when you want to play, but you can be messy when you want to be messy. Have you thought about getting into doing YouTube or doing a podcast?
Nah, that's not my thing. I'll leave it to the professional. That is not my thing. But you can follow me on IG, Tamar.Sibley. You can see everything from me modeling to eventually doing real estate pretty soon.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, man. Congratulations, Michael. How people follow your channel and support you and everything that you do, because you do work in television. I see your Instagram. I'm like, this guy is actually in the business.
Yes, sir. I work hard. And that's why it's it's sad that this happened today, because of all the hard work I put in, It's hard for people like me, coming from Memphis to LA and, doing what he do in Hollywood and, this type of stuff happen. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. So where your Twitter, your Instagram, your information, where people can follow you?
People can follow me on Instagram at Malcolm Extra HD. Make sure you follow my subscription-based channel where all my shows will be loaded at MXHD TV. You can also follow me on Twitter, official Malcolm Extra HD. That's it, because that's all the social media I got.
Thank y'all so very much for coming on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That was really great having them on to talk about what their experience with MTV, and I had to bring it up and interview them because it was going on, and I saw it. It ran across, because I mind my own business, but once Brother Malcolm reached out to me in my DM, I said, okay, let me look into this. I said, oh, this isn't right. So let's bring this conversation up and let's talk about it. And he have been trying to shop the Real Hot Boys of LA show out to many different of these networks. And you definitely have to be careful when you shop ideas, because mainstream, quote, and when I say mainstream, I'm talking about white folks, they will steal your ideas. And so they would definitely do it. And you would be like, oh my God, my ideas. And let's talk about the Skorpion show. All right, Kevin and Mikhail. This show, have y'all ever heard of the Skorpion show? I want to talk about this because this ran across my desk. I was minding my own business. I took a break yesterday. Usually when I'm taking a break, I'm watching content, I'm getting ideas so I can really get into the groove. So I'm taking my break and I'm watching the Skorpion show, and the Skorpion show said something to me. And the Skorpion show been in existence for 14 years on YouTube. 14 years on YouTube. 14 years on YouTube. All right. And so they having issues and problems with the Skorpion show. He just came out and announced that he's having problems with his monetization, and he was telling his fans to go and subscribe to the Patreon for $5. And I immediately said, this is an issue that I have with the Skorpion show, an issue that I have on the behalf of his viewers. Kevin and Mikhail let their viewers down. Let me tell you how they let them down. They stopped being hungry. They got comfortable. when opportunities kept presenting themselves from them, they got lazy. They supposed to have a show. They supposed to have audience come to the show. They had an audience that was there watching them. They had the barbecue. They had the YouTube black with YouTubers coming together. And what the Skorpion show did, they just stopped doing content. They were going 6-month break, 8 months break, and they just really stopped doing content. And one of the key pieces of the Skorpion show was when they had the family in the background. They had the ghetto-ness with the family in the background. That made the Skorpion show comedic gold. That made regular people say, oh my gosh, their family just like my family. And once Kevin moved out of his house, and of course his mom passed away, and once he moved out of that house, a lot of the great comedic moments have been lost. And I was reading people comments, and they were commenting. They said, why would I subscribe for $5 to your Patreon, Kevin, when you say I'm going to be back, and then it'll be 6-7 months later, you're back with another video. So why should I subscribe with a $5 thing? And so what happened, they lost a big chunk of the audience. They recently released a video, got 8,000 views. I remember the old Skorpion show used to get 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80,000 views per video, and they have lost a big chunk of their audience. And the reason why they lost a big chunk of their audience is because they stopped being hungry. They stopped releasing content. They stopped doing these things with it. And then Kevin decided to do something very backwards. He decided to leave YouTube and go to get a regular job. That was a major mistake because he lost interest into posting on YouTube, and he was just declining to the point they even lost a YouTube manager. They had a YouTube manager. They lost that. And so they lost very vital moments of their career, and they have not grown. So when people come to the Wiley Show and say, Wiley, you ain't growing, I use an example of the Skorpion show, been on this platform for 14 years and have not increased from 148,000 subscribers. They have not moved since that number, and they've been on here for almost 2 decades. So again, when you lose focus, when you lose interest, your audience will abandon you, and they will go to other channels. They will go to other entities on their channel. I believe that if the Skorpion show want to revamp, they have to have that hunger. And I always told them, I said, you all need to add a third co-host. And the third co-host need to be Ernest Owens. Ernest Owens, somebody typed that in the chat. Ernest Owens is a journalist. Ernest Owens is a journalist that are really known in the media world. You need a third co-host. You need new blood added to this duo, because the duo is just dry as a box of rocks. And Kevin must have that hunger in this show. He must have that aggressiveness in that show, because he didn't have to go back to work a regular job. He could be living good off of YouTube. That's going backwards. Leaving, abandoning a show, and you go and working a regular job. That is backwards, in my humble opinion. It is a disservice to their content, to their other subscribers. I used to be a huge fan of the Skorpion show. They was very entertaining, and I watched Monday through how many days they went, and it was extremely funny. It was informative, and they had opportunities to go to the next level. One major mistake that I think Kevin and Mikhail can do a course on is having these celebrity relationships. And I look at this example because I'm putting this example with the Armand Wiggins show and all these other shows that want these celebrity relationships. They wanted Brandy. And let me tell you the thing about Brandy that I disagree. Brandy went on the Skorpion show, and Brandy talk a lot of mess about Monica. Brandy talk a lot of mess about this person. Brandy talk a lot of I'm talking about Brandy Norwood. The Skorpion show interviewed Brandy. Brandy called Kevin and said, don't put the interview out. And I reached out to Kevin privately, and this is the first time I'm going to say this publicly. I said, Kevin, that is a disservice not only to yourself, but it's a disservice to your audience. Put that interview out, because she don't control the Skorpion show. And I said, stop getting on the phone with these celebrities talking about these people are my friends and my friends, because they want to control you. Y'all had an interview. She dragged Monica. She dragged all these people, put the interview out, and that could be the rebirth of the Skorpion show. You have no loyalty to Brandy, right? Brandy came on your show. She spilled that tea, put that interview out. Like, don't sit on a gold mine that could potentially change your life and bring a new audience into the Skorpion show. Put it out there. It does not make any sense to sit on an interview that can potentially go viral and that can energize your base and also introduce you to new viewers. I'm not sitting on no interview that I have with Brandy Norwood and my brand is in the toilet. I need a revamp. So let me go and put this interview out. Another major mistake, they teamed up with Tamar Braxton. Tamar stole a lot of ideas from Kevin and Mikhail, used those ideas in Braxton Family Values. She never gave them a show. She used them. And this is something where you have to understand. I say this to my colleagues that are in this business. You have to use the celebrity. The celebrities are using you. You must use that celebrity as well. You got to use them. Like, don't allow them just to talk to you and you stop talking about them. You stop doing your content about them, because that's going to hurt you in the long run. A major point of the reason why Kevin and Tamar, their relationship just went out the window, because they decided to do their job and they interviewed K. Michelle, and K. Michelle dragged Tamar. And this is why I've learned from that moment. I said, you know what? I'm not going to try to get too friendly with these celebrities, because it might come a time where I want to sit at the table with a celebrity that might drag this quote unquote friend. This is a business. This is how we operate. And I think that was a major mistake of the Skorpion show. They kept trying to befriend all these celebrities. And then 14 years later, it destroyed the Skorpion show. It destroyed them for all over. It destroyed them because they tried to befriend these people in hopes of an opportunity, in hopes of a new show, and it just destroyed them in the long run. It destroyed brand. It destroyed their issues in the long term. Because when I look at their views, the views should not be the same views as the Wiley Show. That is an insult to have your views competing with a channel at 29,000 subscribers. Your views should not be at the same level with somebody at 29,000, and you've been on this platform for 14 years and you have 148,000. That is an insulting thing to do. And I also believe they should add a new co-host in their show. They should abandon that pre-record model. That's an old model that does not work. In order to compete, you must go do live shows, because this is a live. Do live shows, talk about hot topics, and do it now, because now you have to start from square one by being consistent Monday through Friday. And you can't say months later, Kevin, I want to do something on Patreon. If you didn't do nothing on YouTube for free, you're damn sure ain't going to release nothing on Patreon. That's a waste of money. In order for you to get to a Patreon type of model, you must give the people things for free on YouTube. Don't come to the fact, I'll be on there for Patreon, but you abandoned me for years on YouTube, and now you want to go on there for the Patreon. And why are you not working it out with YouTube and trying to get monetized on YouTube if you having issues? Y'all should have the connection. And another thing that the Skorpion show do, they have connections with the lady that over Chi-Town. You need to tap into those celebrity relationships and get those people on your show, because you all are behind the Armand Wiggins show. Y'all are behind the Tasha K show. Y'all are even getting behind, and some days we're doing better than them on the Wiley Show. That is an insult, and y'all should get together, have a meeting, and get a third co-host, Ernest Owens, okay? Bring me on your show and let me come and co-host some of the episodes to drive in a new base, to energize a new base, and that's how you're going to have people on your show. Because it is insulting to say for a man that's been on here for 14 years, and people would say, well, I don't know who they are, because this is how I got into the game, because I watched shows like The Skorpion Show. They were the fathers of this game. Before it was a such thing as being monetized during that era, you have to get invited to be monetized. They was in that game. Before that, it was all about pre-recorded. You couldn't go live. You couldn't, it was no live chat. It was all about pre-recorded video. They came from that era. And then this is an example, when you don't know how to change with the time, you will die out. 14 years, they should have changed and said, okay, I see a lot of the girls coming with live models. We need to do a live model. We need to change it up. We need to add a third co-host to wake things up. They did not do it. They have multiple things. Even when you would do YouTube had a thing and they stopped it. It was very entertaining. They would have it where you could respond to a YouTube video, whatever that YouTube video, and if that YouTube kind of approve it, your response video will be right directly under that YouTube video. And so I get it. And so one thing that I've learned, been in this business for over a decade and counting, I've learned that consistency is key. And I'm very consistent on YouTube. If I take 24 hours off the internet, immediately I'm getting phone calls. Immediately I'm getting texts. Immediately I'm getting other content creators. When you're coming back, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Just taking 24 hours, 24 hours off the internet, I'm getting bombarded with phone calls. Why is that? They're bombarding me with phone calls because they're bombarding me with phone calls because I'm very consistent in this game. I don't have the big audience with hundreds of thousands of views. But one thing that I do have, I have name recognition, I have an audience, and they're loud and they're energized. They're energized. And you see a shift of the Wiley Show. The views are growing. The subscribers are growing. It's growing slowly, but it's growing. And Wiley is very loud and very rubbing elbows with the Nikat Knights and with the Armand Wiggins, with all the quote unquote popular kids. I'm rubbing elbows with those people. When you watch my show, you're mainly watching them. And then when you watch them, you're mainly watching Wiley. I am in that algorithm. That's why most of them will not invite me on their shows. They will not give me that media attention because they know if we bring Wiley on Nick at Night, if we bring Wiley on the Armand Wiggins show, he's going to get all of this audience going to follow him because they're going to see, damn, this guy is entertaining. So they will never invite me on a show. Storm did something. He invited me on this show, and instantly some of his people followed me on the Wiley Show. They said, Wiley, we enjoyed the interview. It was one of the top leading conversations, and the only ones that really beat me in views were Funky Dineva. But as up-and-coming YouTubers, my views was very strong. As up-and-coming talent was very, very strong. And people was interested in to see what happened. And they still be trying to invite me to come back on their show and invite me to come back over there on Storm Royal Show because it's very entertaining. Just now, I just got a DM from the Tasha K employee, and I got a DM for Von Ray because he may go back to jail because it was a violation of his order of protection. I reached out to who was that reached out to me, to the employee, and I said this. I said, unless I get subpoena, that's what I'm going to speak on. As of right now, I'm not removing the video because again, it is a disservice to my audience. You call me, it's a 99.9% chance you're going to be recorded because this is how I make money and this is a juicy story. And if you come in here giving me tea, I don't want to hear that tea for free. I'm going to record it and put it to my audience. It is what it is. So don't come to me, oh, you should take the video down. I could potentially go to jail. Well, that's your fault. You shouldn't be talking about the employee if you can potentially go to jail. You shouldn't do an interview with Storm Monroe and talk about it because that is a direct attack to me, and I said, okay, I have to release this interview because you talked to Storm and you were talking about it, so I can't be dumb and sit on something that you already talked about it with Storm Monroe. I have to show the audience you also talked to me. And so speaking about this, we had somebody reach out to Chelsea. Shout out to, I will call him, shout out to the person that love and adore Jason Lee. Shout out to brother Zaydon, because Zaydon did something that some of y'all will not do, would be messy and then send me screenshots of what the person said. So shout out to Zaydon for that. But Zaydon did something that some of y'all scared to do. He sent this video to the employee, and he sent the video to the employee. Boom. The employee responded back to these was the words. She said, why is they trying to hold on to a storyline for 2021 and bring it into 2023? The employee also responded, I'm so annoyed I ever knew any of these people. How is everyone so drama free and toxic free when they are the only ones still talking about this stuff 1-2 years later? Been dragging this through the mud. Clout is getting old. And so I released that. And the reason why I released it, because he interviewed Storm. I had every right to ride that coattail and say, hey, he also talked to me as well. And so that's what it is. And then she reached out to me via phone, and she had a conversation about why did I release it and all of these type of things. I released it because Tasha K releases things as well. So I had every right to release this conversation because this is how it's going to come out, because Zaydon sent it to her and I said, hey, I'm going to talk about it. So I thank him for sending it to her and stuff like that. And then I guess, the employee is trying to work with the judge, and Vaughn is pretty scared that he may go back to jail. But that's your fault, brother Vaughn. I don't care if they lock you back up. You did the talking. You talked, and you didn't just only talk to me. That was the only time I record you that you dragged this woman. So if you know that you are forbidden to talk about the employee, don't talk about her. Don't talk about her private. Don't talk about her this, because you can't talk about her. You talked, and it's a 99.9% chance in Texas. This is what they call a one-party recorded state, meaning that I have the power to record that conversation, and I was going to put their conversation out. And I know people are going to say, but Wiley, you're messy. I understand. I'm very messy. I'm in media, and you're going to be here for the mess. I'm here for a job. So if you call me with that type of gossip and all of that, I'm going to put that type of gossip out. It is not the only person of a content creator that I have recorded things that I'm sitting on. I put it out there because he interviewed Storm, and that was direct response for me to put it out there. It was a calling for me to put it out there because you sat on a platform with Brother Storm, and I said, I gotta put it out there, Brother Vaughn, because you interviewed Brother Storm, and that is a direct attack and forcing my hand to release the conversation that we had. Now, mind you, that conversation was going to be private on my members only. It wasn't going to be public. But once you sat on the couch with Storm, I said, I have to put this out there. It is what it is. And then Vaughn contradicted himself. He said, I want to have my life private. I don't want to talk about my private life, but then you talk about your private life with Brother Storm. So you can't say, I want to be private. I want to be private. I want to be private. And then you talk about your private life with Brother Storm. It is a very juicy story that the employee and Von Ray, that in your words, Vaughn, you said on the day you got out of jail with the ankle monitor, y'all went to a hotel on the employee's dime and you screwed her only because you needed a place to stay. I didn't make that up. You have said it. And I know many people say, but Wiley, where's your receipt? That's why I put the conversation up for the integrity of the show, because if I just give a review of that, people are not going to believe me. They're going to say, where's your receipt? And that's why we have to put it out there. It's very, 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 very juicy. And it also made the employee look like a liar because she made it seem like she did not have any intercourse with Brother Vaughn, and Brother Vaughn said, oh no, we did in the hotel. And I just gave her some ping because I needed a place to stay. Now, Brother Vine invited me on his podcast. He wanted to come to Texas. We declined it due to him being a security risk, due to him being in gangs and being shot multiple times, and a person have not been caught, in my humble opinion, in gang activity, street activity. So I said, okay, I'm not going to take that risk to sit with somebody that's been shot multiple times without heavy security. So we respectfully declined to do so, but I had to record that just in case I'm going to need that. And when he interviewed Brother Storm, I said, okay, we're going to put this conversation out there to the public. It may get 100 views, it may get 1,000, but this is going to go on my resume. The man that screwed Tasha K employee for clout. Now, Tasha K employee is dealing with another man. And I get why Tasha is keeping that employee on, because she's attractive, and a lot of men love the women with got work done and got botched lips and that's attractive. She's very, very attractive. And so one of the guys decided to do a video about the employee. The employee actually streamed it on her page, and we took the screenshot and we posted it. It was a guy that was on there talking about the employee, about things he want to do to the employee. Already they got it. So Tasha K is going to prostitute that employee because she have no other choice. She is a big line of getting interviews, and she uses Chelsea body, she uses Chelsea lips, she uses Chelsea of knowing that Chelsea will sleep with a guy at the dime of the hat, especially if they're a thug, especially if they're a celebrity, especially if that she knew she would sleep with him. And so Tasha K is madam, and she's going to prostitute that employee to do these things. And that is one of the key success of Tasha, because she uses that employee, and that employee is glad to be used. As long as she gets some peen and a check and a Prada bag, she's all good with it. And so when I saw that video, I said, it's going to be another scandal brewing up where this employee is going to sleep with a nut, and she already, it ain't leaked out yet, that's going to sleep with guests. And then she's going to get the backlash, and then people are going to drag her, and people are going to drag her, and she's going to play victim. Oh my gosh, y'all's talking about me. I didn't do this. But madam, because Tasha K is your madam, she is using you for your yoni to get interviewed. And Tasha would definitely do that. And she have done it, and she will continue to do it. And you are fine with the employee because you get the clout. Her channel is not growing. She don't have the personality to grab people attention. When she do interviews, it's the lowest of the low. So she can't grab the winos. But one thing that she can grab and get these interviews, I'm gonna sleep with this guy, I'm gonna sleep with that guy, I'm gonna get clout. This is a way to help grow Tasha K brand. And so Tasha K can't fire her because that woman is carrying a lot of bones about her personal life, about her husband, about her daughters. So she can't fire her. She's very, very vulnerable, and Tasha K can't deal with a rogue employee that got all this dirt on me. All right. So when we interviewed Brother Vine, I had to interview him because it is my insurance policy to show people, hey, you come with me with some juicy stuff, it's 99.9% that I have to record you because this is juicy. All right? And so we had to put it out there. You don't like it? Oh, you shouldn't have did it. Well, you shouldn't have talked to me about it. We're not friends. I'm not dedicated to you. My loyalty is with my audience. My loyalty is with the people that subscribe. My loyalty is the people that donate. My loyalty is the people that share. My loyalty is the people that's in the bushes and all they do is watch me. That's what my loyalty lies. My loyalty doesn't lie with you. We're not friends. We never was friends. We didn't go out for no turkey. I wasn't at the hospital when you was pop all in your belly and all in your thighs. I was not there. I was not there when you proposed to your new fiance who you is using for going in a place to stay. Was I there? No, I was not there. I was at home like I am at home now, reporting, and you called me. I did call you. And ring, 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 ring. And I said, okay, we have to record this conversation. And so it is what it is. And so to the employee, she's mad. Oh, y'all still talking about, we're going to continue to talk about it because it's juicy. Because Vaughn is continuing to talk about it. So I'm damn sure going to continue to talk about it as well. And I have no loyalty to neither to Chelsea or to Tasha. Tasha, an employee, y'all know who I'm talking about, because they called me One Eye. And Tasha, and I had a record. I was on the phone with somebody, and Tasha said I did not have the look. Storm confirmed it. He said I did not have the look to be on YouTube. Armand told me that a couple of he told me that about two and a half years ago. I knew that. And I said, I don't have no loyalty to this, but I'm going to play dumb and get everything I can get out of her and be done with, because I knew you weren't going to never give me a pocket, because you already said, I don't have the look. And then when Wiley do what I got to do, oh, it's a problem. But you have already had these ideas about me, Tasha. You have already had these ideas. And I actually got text messages of and speaking about Tasha, let's talk about it all. I got the text message that she sent to now this is, put RKelly up here for a second. We're going to talk about RKelly since we are already talking about it. Let's put RKelly up here. So the lady that worked in a correction, right? A correction officer, the lady that worked in there leaked the emails and the recordings of RKelly and sent it to Tasha. Tasha sent me some information. We have those texts. Tasha sent me some information, said, put it out there. Her lawyer said, don't put it out there because you don't want to mess with the FBI. You don't, but I didn't send Wiley everything. I didn't send Wiley, but I still have those text messages. I may release it and I may not release it, but I have them. And so she gave me those messages that, because people were saying that she's a liar, and it was a worker that worked in the prison system emailed Tasha and said, hey, I have information about RKelly recordings. I'm a long-term wino. I have this information. And she sent it to Tasha K, and then she hurried up and she retired. How do RKelly implement it and come into this? RKelly decided to, the first time in history, respond to Tasha K. Say, Tasha K got these recordings from this lady in the prison system, and this was illegal. She got text. She emailed it to herself. All of this, and she was able to retire. She didn't go to jail. She didn't go any of that, and she put it out there. And RKelly, is, you know what I'm saying, he's sitting in prison. Tasha K lawyers told her, you can put this out. It's not breaking the law. You didn't break the law. The correctional officer, she broke the law. So what the warden said, how did this lady get the information? They did an audit and they researched. They did some research and they found out this woman sent this to Tasha K, even though she did not get arrested at all, because Tasha technically did not break the law, according to her lawyer, according to my sources, according to the legal people. Tasha didn't break the law. So because Tasha just received information, Tasha did not go out there paying the woman for information, because that was one of the rumors saying that she paid. The lady gave it to Tasha K for free because the lady was a wino. She was a viewer of Tasha K. So that's why Tasha K wasn't arrested. They said, why when Tasha was arrested? She didn't solicit it. She didn't pay for it. She just received the information. So it's not breaking the law. She didn't break the law, but that worker broke the law, right? But they didn't arrest her. She was able to retire, and she's living her happy retired life. But it also shows you the power of people that watch your show, and they sent it to Tasha K, and Tasha K put all of that information out there. All right, and all the information came out there on the page, and then that's what came on to RKelly, said it was the YouTuber Tasha K. And so what RKelly trying to prove and say, oh my gosh, this was the violation of my constitutional rights, but it didn't deter the trial, because I don't think any of that deterred the trial. And so that's what RKelly team, they're trying to paint this picture that Tasha and them, they kind of deter and witness tampering. And I don't think it was witness tampering at all. They will have to prove that, and we will see how that's going to be proved in the appeal. I don't see it happen. I don't see that actually being brought up. And the judge said, no, I don't think so. We're going to see how it's going to be played out. But we watched the RKelly. You know what else? When I watched this documentary, and I know people going to get mad at me what I said, but I'm going to say it. When I watched this documentary, those black producers, they pooped on Tasha K. Because out of everybody on that documentary, Amanda Seals, Angela Yee, all of those people, the main person that should have been in that documentary was Tasha K. Because most of her exclusives was said in the documentary. They did a disservice by not giving Tasha K that platform. And it was producers and the white executives and stuff like that didn't give Tasha K that platform. It was Tasha K that told us about the boo-boo. It was Tasha K that told me they would drink urine. It was Tasha K that posted all that stuff about R. Kelly. It was Tasha K that talked about him dealing with boys. And they went around Tasha K and presented this documentary like they got the exclusive and didn't give Tasha K no clout. Tasha K, 99.9 of what being discussed in that documentary was from Unwind with Tasha K. But they did not give her credit. They did not bring her on. She should have been on there talking because most of the exclusive was from her. Now let's talk about Mr. Savage. Mr. Savage, we reached out to Mr. Savage. He declined to come on the Wiley Show. I want to make that perfectly clear. We emailed him. He declined to come on the show. Boom. That make me no different. We still gonna get the views whether he come on or not come on. So Mr. Savage decided to cuss Tasha K out because Tasha K said his wife slept with R. Kelly. Mr. Savage's wife slept with R. Kelly. Mr. Savage decided to come on. My wife didn't sleep with no R. Kelly, and I want to interview you. And I'm saying, Mr. Savage, you're playing into Tasha K game. One thing that Tasha K know how to do, according to Brother Vaughn, because he's one of her victims, she know how to lie with a straight face and be very loud with a straight face. She know how to say, well, I got sources, and let me tell y'all, I got sources that B slept with R. Kelly, and I know she slept with R. Kelly because my sources don't lie. And she tapped that wine glass, she talked about her sources, she presented to her audience, they want to eat it up, and then here you go. My wife didn't sleep with R. Kelly. I come on your show. Give me the YouTubers. And I come on your show. Email. You are playing into Tasha K hand because you're responding to Tasha. And that fueled her fire. And to get you on the show, because she's pissed that y'all went to that documentary and bypassed her. That's why Tasha K is pissed. That's why Tasha K is doing what she's doing. That's why Tasha K is beating on that wine glass and saying those type of things. And that's why Tasha K interviewed this radio personality that didn't make it in radio. She didn't make it in radio. She get less than views than I do. Says she's been in radio for 20 years and painted this picture that she's a radio personality. Honey, you've been out of radio for decades. And so you on YouTube like everybody else. She released a recording of R. Kelly. Tasha K interviewed her on there, and then she lied to that woman's face and said, oh, you getting a lot of views. That was a lie. She's not getting a lot of views on them videos, Tasha. You're lying to her, but you're going to put on the show and get more views to take away from her exclusive by inserting yourself and bring her on there and make it seem like, oh, you sound like Wendy Williams. Oh my gosh, you in radio. You sound like Wendy Williams, and that video is getting a lot of views. Went over there, that video is not getting a lot of views. Actually, the lady was getting dragged in that video because they said, man, we want to hear the recording, and you keep on giving your commentary. And you know what I'm saying? The lady, she with all that fuzzy hair on her head, she painted it like she's just this radio personality, and she not on radio. She is a YouTuber like everybody else. And I see it. Okay, that's what I'm going to talk about this. I was on my break because sometimes you need to take a break so you can get the info. I'm on my break for 24 hours, and I'm on it. Her hair, that wig, just up everywhere. She played a recording, and this is with R. Kelly. And see, R. Kelly, and this is she gave her little commentary. Lady, let's just hear this recording. Okay, and she painted like she's this radio personality. She's not, because she's trying to get back into radio. And so she's trying to use R. Kelly to get back. Everybody's used R. Kelly for their benefit. But another trashy people that I got to talk about, Aaliyah's family. That's a trashy family. Why did you say they were trashy? Because if the rumors are true that they took a deal with R. Kelly to not press charge on R. Kelly when he married their daughter at the age of 15, 16, they took a deal and they got paid. So when people say R. Kelly was able to take away for being enablers, you must name Aaliyah's family, because Aaliyah's family had the ammunition to take R. Kelly out, and they decided to take a financial deal and all of that pressure, and R. Kelly was continue to victimize victims. And I do believe that Aaliyah's family are trashy, and Aaliyah's family should be arrested for conspiring with a predator because they knew he married their daughter and they wrote a deal. They should be arrested as well, and they should be on handcuffs as well because your daughter was sleeping with a grown man, married a grown man, but y'all took coins and annoyed the behavior. You sold her. As well as the uncle, as well as the mama, as well as the daddy. I think they all need to be arrested and they need to serve 100 years in prison because of their greed, RKelly was able to continue to prey on women. I have to say allegedly. And if I'm lying, put me in court, subpoena me, and we can talk about it in the court of law. Because one of the main questions I'm gonna ask, I'm gonna represent myself. If you try to sue me, I'm gonna say, did you sign an NDA with RKelly? Did you get money? Bring me in there and try to sue me. I'm gonna represent myself, and I'm gonna ask you the tough questions, all right, in the court of law. All right. So if you can sue me all day, the main question is, did you sleep with RKelly? Did you take money from RKelly? And I'm going to ask the question, though I'm going to represent myself and I'm going to ask you those tough questions in the court of law. And if you lie, I'm going to make sure I work with the prosecutor to get you for perjury because you perjure yourself, especially if the documents come up and stuff like that. So if it is that way, you can subpoena me and we can talk about it in the court of law. I always want to be in the court of law talking. So that's how that situation happened. So when I saw this documentary, I said, Aaliyah's family, it's garbage. They're trash. The mom and the daddy is garbage and trash because if they took a deal from RKelly, you sold your daughter to a predator. And yes, they should be arrested. Yes, charges should be brought up. Yes, they should be in prison and sharing a prison cell with RKelly. Yes. They should be in the cafeteria eating a choke sandwich with RKelly. They are just as guilty as Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. They should be serving 100 years of hard labor. They should be sharing a cell with Mr. Robert Sylvester Kelly. All right? So that's how that went. And now the people are quiet. When I saw that documentary, they shouldn't have a pass. They should not. All right. But that's what I had to say about that. Okay, so I want to get into talk about Jaguar Wright. Could we bring Jaguar Wright picture up for a second? We got 690 million people watching me right now. And I know y'all miss me. Before we get to Jaguar Wright, let's talk about Kevin McCarthy really quickly. Hit it and quit it really quickly. This man needs to drop out being a speaker. He's one of the worst politicians in the history. He have lost over 11 times. People saying no. You got about 20 Freedom Caucus people that are against Kevin McCarthy. They don't care. They ain't voted for him. He lost over 11 times. This is the first time in history that a black man accumulated more votes to become speaker, but he don't have the majority of it at all. He needs to drop out. He's one of the sad, pathetic politicians in the world. He took a deal with the devil, and he's continuing to get pooped on, and they need to replace him with somebody else. And Congress is at a standstill because you got 20 people that saying, hey, we don't want to vote for him at all. He needs to be replaced. And the Republican Party is in a disarray. They're in a disarray. They can't get along. They can't govern. If you can't pick your leader in the House, how can you govern? It doesn't make any sense. So Kevin McCarthy, do us all a favor. You have lost not one time, not 2 times, not 10 times, but all 11 times you have lost. Take this L, remove yourself, and Republicans get somebody in there that Democrats will support. Or Republicans, 6 of y'all, just vote for the black man, Hakeem Jeffries, because he have won over 11 times over and over. And I think a rule needs to be changed in the House that whoever have the majority of votes should become the new Speaker of the House. This is insulting. It's insulting to the constituents. It's insulting to our country. It's insulting to us, to the world. It's insulting because everything is at a standstill. They can't help anybody, and he's even hurting some of the people that is on payroll because of this. It's foolishness. And Kevin McCarthy, you don't have the votes. They're not going to vote for you. And those 20 people are going to continue to say no, 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 no. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter what deal you give to those people, they don't want you. All right. They don't want you. So move on, sir. Get somebody else in there that can get some type of support from Democrats. And I get the Democrats are not going to try to hit Republicans, but y'all are. I hope that they get somebody that Democrats can support, or all it takes is 6 Republicans to support Hakeem Jeff. I highly doubt it because they don't want to see no black man in power. But it just doesn't make any sense. It's so sad. And you got President Biden, which he's very smart. I love the fact they're traveling the country, talking about their infrastructure bill. And you got Republicans saying, oh my gosh, we in power, and we and y'all can't even pick y'all leader. Like, come on now, bro. You mean to tell me this man made a deal and said it only take one person to do a recall, so meaning to recall the vote of him being speaker. So if you do get the gavel, it's just going to be in name only, because most of the power he just gave away. He will not be the most powerful speaker in the country in history, because he gave most of his power away to those Freedom Caucus idiots, election deniers, idiots, even to the point Donald Trump even tried to call them, and they turned against Donald Trump. They said, we ain't listening to the President Trump. He's one of the greatest presidents, and he need to tell you that you need to step aside because you have lost over 11 times. This haven't really happened. This is the first time within 100 years that this have happened over 11 times. You have to go back to 1850 something to see how this have happened. This is a century ago. That's how bad it is with the Republicans. So very, 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 very sad. And to see this man, you actually moved into the speaker office. You moved into the Speaker of the House office. You moved in too early, and you don't have the votes. So hopefully the Republicans can sit there and to have a meeting and say, bruh, step aside. Let's get another candidate, because in the long run, it's making Republicans, making y'all look bad. Y'all are literally allowing 20 people to hold the entire process hostage. You can't even pass any bills. You can't pass bills that increase the minimum wage. You can't pass bills about immigration. Everything is at a standstill. And Congress is is an important branch of government, because they have the purse strings, they have the bills, they work in conjunction with the Senate. And when the Congress are down, nobody can do anything. Even if the Senate say, okay, we're going to get some bills passed, it can't pass without the House of Representatives. So it's just all the way bad. We can't fund ideas because the House of Representatives, they got the purse. And the people that got the purse can't pick the leaders about which bills can come to the House floor. It's just really, really sad. You know what I'm saying? And people need to understand that the Speaker of the House is in third line to become president. They're right behind the VP, and it's the Speaker of the House. If you look at the power to become president, they're in third line to become president. So it's a very powerful position. I love the fact how Democrats say, hey, we're going to continue to stand around with a black man, and if y'all want our votes, if y'all want us to support a candidate, it's going to have to be somebody that's going to be a moderate Republican, meaning a Republican that are willing to work with Democrats, a Republican that are willing to work with us and allowing us to be on some of these, committees, and allowing it. That's only how I can see Democrats saying, okay, we will vote for it. And Democrats could be like, okay, y'all want to play hardball, we're going to play hardball. And they are continuing to support a black man. And it was getting so bad for Republicans that they had to nominate a black man. But that didn't work. They're just in entire disarray, because you gave the Freedom Caucus, you gave them so much power, and you allowed them in office. You gave them all this clout in Fox News. Now y'all mad because it's making Republicans look bad. Now y'all trying to drag the people and say, well, y'all don't got the votes. Well, technically, they do have the votes, because in order for the speaker to be picked, you must get 218 votes, and he don't have the 218. So those in the minority is in the most powerful position, because they're holding up everything. Everything they're holding up. So we will see how this is going to play out in the future. Now, let's go to Jaguar Wright. I just had to talk about that. Also, a little update. Mr. Damar Hamlin is still in the hospital. I heard that he's recovering. So we will continue to keep him in the prayers. According to the last update, I heard that he communicated something with the doctors, asking who won the game, and I think the doctors told him you won the game of life. So that's like one of the updates. He's still in the land of living. He's still in the hospital. So make sure y'all continue to keep him in your prayers. Everything like that, and for his family that they're yet going through. So that was like the last update that I heard from that brother. So continue to keep him in your prayers. And once we get some more updates, we will bring it to you all in this broadcast or in the future broadcast, because he still is in the hospital. So again, I heard a rumor. They said that he passed. Again, he did not pass. He's still living. Mostly, I can see when some of y'all get your information, because some of y'all follow a lot of conspiracy channels. He is still living. So make sure y'all continue to keep him in your prayers. Pray for that brother. Pray for his family. To see that brother in the hospital, to have to be very hard on his mother to see your baby in the hospital. I don't care how old he is, to his mother, that's her baby. So continue to pray for that family as he's still, fighting for his life, fighting to survive. So we are definitely going to keep y'all, keep him in our prayers. All right, let's talk about Jaguar Wright. And Jaguar Wright went on Sean Davy Way channel. Y'all know who Sean Davy Way is? Well, Sean Davy Way is a YouTuber. Sean Davy Way got 100,000 subscribers, and he decided to interview Jaguar Wright. Now, mind you, Sean Davy Way is supposed to be friends with Nosey Ho. Nosey and Jaguar Wright fell out. And so they fell out. And so Sean David Wade thought, okay, let me get some clout off of this interview. Let me get some clout off this, and let me interview Jaguar Wright. Interview didn't get any views compared to Shanquella Robinson. And the reason why the interview didn't get any views is because, number one, Jaguar Wright, you have to know how to handle Jaguar Wright interviews, because Jaguar Wright is going to talk. You got to chop that up to make it make sense, because most of the time she's going to rant. Most of it ain't going to make any sense. You know what I'm saying? And then when she comes to Black YouTubers, like in our sector, she's not all the way there. And so he interviewed, didn't get them any views. They don't care anything about it. And so he got to go right back into talking about Shanquella Robinson, because she gets the most views. Interview Jaguar Wright, didn't get the most views because people are tired of Jaguar Wright. They're tired of her. Jaguar missed her moment, and Storm talked about this, and I love what he said. He says Jaguar should have had her own show. Jaguar could have been getting $300,000 a month from YouTube. But Jaguar decided to give these YouTubers free content. She gave it to Nosey Hill, building her channel up. She gave it to all these. She helped build Storm Monroe to become one of the leading voices in there. It was a very powerful interview. And still to this day, Jaguar is leeching on to another YouTuber. She don't have her talent. She talking about she got a website and ain't going nowhere. Jaguar, she makes a lot of noise and she go and disappear, because in her mind, she's not good in business. Jaguar could be making records independent wise. She talk a good game, but it don't go anywhere. So she went on Sean David Way, which I think Sean David Way did a slap in the face to Nosey Hill. And I reached out to Nosey. I said, Nosey, how do you feel that Sean David Way interviewed Jaguar Wright? Because it's a direct disrespect to you. How do you feel? She didn't respond. She didn't respond at all. But I saw it. I said, hey, we're going to talk about it. And the interview didn't go anywhere. And he got to continue to talk about a dead person, and that person which is dead gets more views than a person that is living. It didn't go anywhere. It didn't go viral. Nobody talked about it. It didn't get reposted on the blogs. Nobody talked about it. And so that's just where it goes, because he decided to take advantage of a thing. And then when people say it ain't no loyalty, it's no loyalty. If a person feel like they got an opportunity to get some clicks and views, guess what? They're going to take that opportunity to get some clicks and views. Sean David Way is in a terrible position, because official King Payne is in a beef with Armand Wiggins, and I reached out to official King Payne, and I'm very, very messy, but we'll reach out to him. And I said, why don't you go to Sean David Way and talk about your chasing? Y'all supposed to be friends. I said, don't you find it quite interesting, King Payne, that none of these people talk about you, none of these people interview about you, none of these people, and the person that you don't like and dislike and did serious, we keep your name more relevant than quote unquote your friends. Does that make you feel some type of way? Like Neek doesn't talk about you and all that type of stuff. Then we call her out. Then she want to pretend like we've been friends for years. That's garbage. You ain't really my friend. How many times you had me on your show? When the last time you talked about chasing LA on your show? When the last time you done that? We're not really friends, stuff like that. And then when Neek, what she does, she play these games and she get emotional. Oh, you understand? I've been his friend for years. Girl, bow with all that. You could talk to that. You could cry me a river because you ain't really that man friend. Because if you really his friend, when the last time you interviewed him when he was on Chase LA? Well, help that man get to 100,000 subscribers. You ain't helping that man, stuff like that. You let that man hold that camera and then you trying to drag me and thought I couldn't say nothing, then try to embarrass me. Or that the bad thing you could try to do is embarrass it or roast and gag, because you ain't gonna win with roasting and gagging me. That you don't have the stamina to come against me and try to embarrass me, because I will get you back. It may not be that day, but it's gonna be a day where I will get you back. So she did that, and then she kept saying, "Oh, he's my friend." And in Jaguar Wright, she went all these other people, and ain't nothing happening for him. And he just declined in viewership. And all these quote unquote people that's supposed to be his friends, when they was teaming against Wiley, they abandoned that man. Know that man is out here, need help, and they're not helping him. They're not talking about Armand Wiggins. They ain't gonna talk about because they with the popular kids. They want to, because Armand Wiggins got the popularity, so they with him. And so the King Payne, he got to avoid the issue. He can't even talk about it. He got to avoid it. Like, he want to talk about it, but he's scared because he don't want the popular kid to team up, because Neek is with the popular kids. So, Neek is with the popular kids. She's sitting at the popular table and stuff like that. And so, and King Payne is he's just out there by himself. Even the slow kids don't even want King Payne. So King Payne is just out there, because I told the slow kids, I said, we ain't with him. He ain't sitting at our table. And then, he's sitting at our table. He's sitting at our table. He's sitting at our table. I even told the slow kids, I told them today, we was in a meeting. And after we got out of special ed, we were in a meeting. I said, he ain't sitting at our table. And they all agreed with me. They said he can't sit at our table. Okay, so he's just out there on the table by himself. So, the popular kids don't want, and neither do the slow kids want him as well. So he's just out there. He can't come into the Wiley Show chat. He just can't do it. He can't talk about Armand Wiggins, because Armand Wiggins did so many deals out there, and only ally he do have is Neek, and Neek ain't gonna defend him because she ain't strong enough. And it just is what it is, and it's just really sad. So now you got Jaguar Wright. She rarely go over to King Payne channel. She went over there to Sean David Wade channel. And she have this beef with Nosey, and that's why I tell people, stop being everybody friends, because when you need time to get views, you put handcuffs on yourself. I'm free to talk about whomever. Just like when Neek, she said, I was your only friend. We were never friends, honey. Just because I flirt with you because you're attractive, you're still beautiful. I'll never take away your beauty, but we ain't friends. You a content creator? Yeah, you came in my chat. You didn't put me on. Like, how many times I've been on your show and done episodes and been in your house eating your food, or like, no, we're not friends. I never said we was friends. Just because you follow me on Instagram doesn't mean like, oh my God, I have to have loyalty to you. No, I can talk about whomever I want to talk about. Oh, you just said that because I was friends with honey, when you cried in that sock, I talked about it. So I'm going to continue to just talk about people. It is what it is. Like, what's the problem? Y'all talk about people. Y'all get clicks and views and all that. So I can talk about people. And neither one of y'all on the list of the highest paid YouTubers. Y'all not. So don't try to tell me what I need to do and how I need to move around here. And y'all making these side deals and everything like that. But I got to sit on the sideline and I can't say nothing. Come on now. Come on. And then you still watch the Wiley Show. So whether you follow me on Instagram or not, you still watching my show. So it's whatever. Okay? It's whatever. It ain't like I was in your chat and I was so like, no, I talk about you. You're entertaining. And I talk about you. I talk about this person entertaining. You're entertaining. It is what it is. But I see the disservice of how they treated King Payne. They treated him like a stepchild. They did. They treated him like a stepchild. And then when he goes live, he gets hardly no views. And he does about 20,000 commercials. Revamp. The Chase LA didn't really give him a big boost. It just really, really sad. Or one of his greatest allies, Armand, abandoned him, dissed him, trashed him to his audience, and don't want to hardly say his name, and did him so wrong. It's quite sad. Just really, really, he do music, try to follow in the footsteps of Armand because nobody listened to his music. Quite interesting and quite sad. It's really, really sad that my series, got more views than his music. When he talked about Wiley, maybe if he made a record about me, he would have got more views. But it's quite sad that my series got more views than your Megan Thee Stallion coverage and your music. A series about me, an unknown person, the Surviving Wiley got more views than the music that you're trying to do. Like that. And then the person you did a series about talking about you, and all that type of stuff. All your friends, all your minions, they abandoned you. Yeah, they did. Even Jaguar Wright abandoned you. And you want to be with the popular kid, they abandoned you. Nick still haven't came on your show. They're gonna come on your show now because we're calling them out. Nick should have went on your show and did an interview, but she don't care nothing about you. She only catered to you. But once Armand called her up, that relationship gonna change. And then Nick got upset and mad because she's with the popular kids. He got on the phone with her. And you mad because Armand? And then she said, you are obsessed with Armand. She started talking like the popular kids. But I've been this way when we were cool. But you're mad because I'm calling your immature behavior out. So get somewhere and sit on down. Like you can tell it to somebody else, ma'am, sit down. I'm just saying that because you're obsessed with Armand. I've been talking about that man before I even known a Neek at night, before she was selling socks and pantyhose. Like, come on now. Get up out of here with that. I talk about you supposed to be my friend, man. We was never friends. When the last time we went out? When the last we went out to dinner? When the last I went to your house? When the last I seen? Yeah, we took a picture. We never took a picture together. We're not friends. No. You made a title about me saying I stole this. I didn't steal it. It's my idea. It is what it is. If you don't like what I have to say, you don't have to watch. And you didn't even watch the interview. And I put titles purposely to see who's going to watch the interview, who's going to watch and see what I put a title out there. I said, no, Neek, this still exclusive. But she decided to say, you put a title out there. Sit down somewhere. Shut up. It doesn't make no sense. You ain't making no sense. Get somewhere and cook some bacon and some scrambled eggs. Okay. I didn't steal that story. I got that story from the courthouse and stuff like that. He reached out to me. He wanted me to interview the courthouse because he want to hit that. Ain't no man give you that stuff. He did that because he want to hit that. Ain't no, I know it. I would have got you the court documents too if I can get some. Like, come on. Ain't nobody giving you all that exclusive help of your channel. They want to hit that. Get up out of here with that. You could play games and everything. I would like hit the courthouse and stuff like you can use by that. Because you want to hit that. If he already have, who knows? I don't know. I can't talk about if he hit that or not. I don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe he could have hit that. He could not hit that. He could have smelled it. Most men, if you let them just sniff it, they'll give you exclusive. I don't know. I can't speak about that. If I had a source, I can't really. You know what I'm saying? Probably send them some underwear. You got on the video, probably let them sniff it a little bit. I don't know. Play with it. I don't know. I can't say that factual. I can't say that factual. Because I wasn't there. I don't live in California. I let her sniff it. You know what I'm saying? You can do a lot of stuff. Just one thing. Look at it, taste it. I don't know. I can't confirm. I can't confirm or deny it. I can't confirm or deny it. I can't. Just sniff it, look at it, taste it. There ain't no man gonna give you all that exclusive. But let's see when they hit that. Come on, somebody. And y'all know it. Come on. And please. Oh, it's out of line. Come on. Yeah, you get the exclusive. You can get the exclusive. Do anybody know Neek at night? She's beautiful. She's chocolate. I give her the exclusive for free. Ain't nothing free. He want to hit that. It is what it is. But they ain't gonna find it. Okay. I'm gonna open up the phone line. Yeah. I'm gonna open. Do y'all want me to open up the phone line? Do y'all want me to open up the phone lines? Thank y'all so very much for the super chat. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want the phone lines? It is what it is. So that's how that goes. In there, and I just sit down and mind my own business. I do my YouTube content and I mind my business. And these people say, well, you shouldn't talk about YouTubers, and they talk about YouTubers. They talk about YouTubers on Station Head. Armand interviewed a YouTuber. So he connected with Storm and he connected to build on their audience. So let's not act like you don't talk about YouTubers. That's a lie. And stop lying to these folks. You talked about Tasha, build your channel off these people, and then you get these big dogs. When I do it, then it's an issue. These popular kids, they make the rules and they capitalize off a lot of things. But once the slow kids say, okay, I'm gonna use that formula for my channel. Oh, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. You do that. You do that. But they doing it. But when I take a page of that, I shouldn't do it. Get someone and say, I'm going to do it, whether you like it or not. No, not you. They just be doing it, getting views, 100,000, 200,000. And oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that. They be right there. They be naming other YouTube. Soon as these YouTubers they get close to a Wiley Show, they name get mentioned. I like such and such. You don't like these people. Anytime some YouTubers come in the chat, they name be mentioned because they don't want. But they name to get them away from me to put them with the popular kids. Because we represent the slow kids and I represent them hard. So they are named different names. Oh, shout out to such and such. I love such a. You don't love such a. Never watch their content. No, their story. No. All these people. I'm just sitting here just watching this fake stuff. Oh no! I shout out to such and such. I love them. Man, please. Sean David Way made that mistake. Shout out to Armand. I love Armand. Shout out to him. Armand went live on Station. He ain't my friend. Sean ain't my friend. He ain't my friend. Embarrassed. Just embarrassed. But that man sing your praises for over a decade. And he ain't my friend. My friend ain't on YouTube. And Sean got embarrassed and he stopped saying the man. He stopped saying the man's name. He kept all in my DM talking about how much he loved Armand. And then Armand said, he ain't my friend. And he stopped talking about Armand. He stopped talking about him. Until he interviewed Malago Grams for clicks and views. All right, let's drop the link. Quick day. Let's drop the link really quickly. Let's drop the link when it comes to that. Okay, let's drop the link. Also, I'm gonna open the phone list, but let me pick up the phone. Give me a second. Let me go grab the phone because it was charging up, you guys. It was charging. It was charging up. All right. It was charging up. Okay, give me a second. I'll open up the phone lines. Anybody want to call in? Because I know we've been gone for 24 hours. 24 hours. We was gone for 24 hours. Queen Barbara, how you doing?
Hey, Wally.
Hey.
Okay. Now, let me take up for the beautiful Nick at night. Okay, because you're going to tell her story right. All right. Now, she picked up her own papers. He offered. So let me tell you, she wasn't with that because he wasn't going to get that. Okay. I said what? She wasn't with that because he wasn't going to get that. She picked up her own papers. So tell my queen, beautiful black queen story right.
Because she knew she wasn't gonna give him no punani. That's why she picked. That's why she went on there and picked up them documents, because she knew this man want to hit that. So she went out there and she picked up her own documents.
Everybody in the world wants to with her beautiful self.
Because Nick ain't dumb. She know that man wanted some of her punani.
She wasn't with that, so he wasn't going to hit that. Now, let me ask you about the beautiful Jaguar, because I think you need to interview her. We need to see how much she costs for an interview. Like, come on now, because see,
whenever she hits the link, she don't charge. Whenever she hits the link,
no, we're gonna offer her something. We're not gonna be like the rest, because we're gonna get the best out of her. Because you're gonna interview her.
Well, Jaguar, what she does in her interviews, she talk about the celebrities, right? And then she just goes on these rants.
You're gonna stop it though, because you're a good interviewer. You are excellent. Yeah. I like the way you interviewed those men. You sounded very, very intelligent.
Yeah, I can be professional and I can be ghetto.
Yeah.
And so, we interviewed them first, because I saw this story, because I get criticized. Oh, you don't talk about content, blah blah blah, and we do. We always have, and that's what we do on our show. We gave them their first exclusive about the whole MTV debacle, and most of these people don't even support the Real Hot Boys of LA, but we do, and we brought them on the show, and we asked them very messy questions as well.
Let me talk about YouTubers.
Okay.
General. Okay. I'm not going to just specifically put it on one. Why these YouTubers don't move? Some of them have to blame their attitude. Their attitude. You understand? Some of them have to blame their attitude. And how you come for people, and how you stay messy, and how you getting rid of dusty crusties. I actually did a video about this. I actually did a video about this, and the thing is, Wendy Williams could not turn people televisions off. Howard Stern could not turn people television off, and most of their viewers was their haters. So what you do is allow people to keep coming back until they learn. If they say something bad, take it out the comment, but stop all that blocking. Let them keep coming back until they learn.
Yeah, I think that, dealing with the Skorpion show and all these shows, you have to have a good attitude, number one, but you can have a nasty attitude and just being consistent. And I think that if you go away taking a 6-month hiatus, your audience is going to find another show.
Oh yeah.
You can't be away and say, okay, I'll be back, y'all. But 6 months, you lose, and YouTube works by the algorithm game. So it's hard when you get out taking 6-7 months off. You got to work from scratch to get an audience. And that is the issue and the problem that the Skorpion show is going to, because they lost 95% of their audience by not being consistent.
You know what I heard when you was talking to those young men? I heard a producer in you. Yeah. I heard a producer in you, because there was a very popular gang show called Money and Violence that was on YouTube. You understand? But I hear a producer in you. You got to start producing. You got to reach out with your letters and your writing, your email. Yes. You understand? There's a producer in you. Plus, we got to get you elected. We got to get you producing. We got a lot to do, Wiley.
Yeah,
I'm applying for the job, Wiley.
I love the fact
I'm applying for the job, Wiley.
Yes, ma'am. I see it, and I love the fact that you're on camera. You're getting comfortable on camera, because this is like your first time. Because on CTV, you don't really come on camera. Why is that?
Wiley, I'm guided by the Holy Spirit. And we're going to take this all the way to 1 million views after we get you elected. That's what's going on right now.
Why you don't come on camera on CTV? Like, what happened with that?
Why I don't come on camera? I'll be in my nursery. I'll be all messy. I'll be naked. I'll be comfortable. I'll be smoking marijuana. You know what I'm saying? So I'll be doing me. So I don't be on camera. But now I'm working. I'm trying to work for Wiley. So I'm on camera. I love CTV, Conscious TV Congregation. I love it. they stay on for like 9 hours, bring people through their day. You understand? Beautiful.
And the
So
reason I love you because you do be on channels for 9+. I think the longest you've been on there for over 9 hours.
yeah. And now I'm working for Wiley. So I'm applying for the job, Wiley.
Yes. Well, I thank you so very much, Ms. Barbara. I do want to ask you, do you think that RKelly have a case because he put it out there that Tasha K got this information? I want to ask you this: do you think that Tasha K should go to jail for leaking a private email and conversation with RKelly and put it on her channel? Do you think she should go to jail for that?
When it comes down to that disgusting, degenerate RKelly, I digress. When it comes down to Special K, she especially better stop playing with people. Okay. I would like to speak on Vaughn. I feel like Vaughn was seriously sexually harassed. If it would have been a woman, it would be a Me Too movement. I feel that Vaughn needs to sue for sexual harassment by the employee. Yeah, that's what I think. I think he had a case at first, and I think he got a case now against the employee. I said that on King Payne panel. You know, I think that Tasha K need to be sued by Vaughn. Because I think she allowed her employee to sexually harass that man. Like, come on, let's be real. If it would be a woman, it would be a problem, right? Right? It would be a big old problem. Okay, let's put it like this. Say you interviewing Gorilla. All right? You interviewing Gorilla. Now all of a sudden, Gorilla gives you vote. You lay Gorilla down. After you and Gorilla don't want to be bothered no more, after you met her on your platform, now you harassing her, you stalking her. You're a nutcase. You're trying to get her put out of her apartment. You're doing too much. You writing letters to management, trying to get me put out of my apartment. That is where I feel he has a lawsuit of harassment. Imagine if it was a woman to be like stalker. Oh, look at this Wiley. Oh my God, help me, police. Wiley is stalking me. I had a relationship with him. I don't want to be, but I'm suing him. While he's stalking me. Get him arrested. Wiley will be arrested. Right? Mm-hmm. Would Wiley be arrested?
The reason for me, I don't think it was sexual harassment. I think it was a case of a woman that was desperate for a man.
And don't those pedophiles be desperate?
Because when she messaged Vaughn and she sent him letters, knowing that he's broke, knowing that he's going to be homeless, she reached out to Vaughn. And when he was released, she paid for the hotel and Vaughn screwed her. Now, a man will screw you. If he ain't got no place to go, one thing he will use is that peen. And so when they did that, and then the employee reached out to Storm and said, hey, Vaughn don't have nowhere to stay. Can Vaughn stay with you? Storm said yes. Storm and Vaughn developed a relationship. They talked. They talked as men in a relationship. While they're talking, developing a relationship, a knock was on the door. The employee showed up to the door with garbage bags.
Vaughn pimped them. Let's carry on. Vaughn pimped them.
And she wanted to, and she stayed with Vaughn at Storm Monroe house. And when she ended the relationship with Vaughn, she and Tasha pressured Storm to end the relationship with Von Ray because they developed a relationship. Vaughn walked on Storm Monroe's back. So Vaughn was cracking Storm Monroe's back. So they had a relationship.
Listen to me. Tasha should have no business in that. Like I said, legally, see, if it was a woman, everybody sees it different because it's a man. If it was a woman being manipulated, what Vaughn did when he moved in the house, he was playing Storm and he was playing Kelsey. He was pimping both of them. Storm for a place to stay, Kelsey for the cash bag. You understand? Kelsey was out of order. Twatsi cannot have sex with the you can't do that. It's illegal. Okay. So you have an affair. You're me. You have an affair, but all of that stalking, all of that domestic violence after, all of that was too much. He has a case. It's never looked right when it comes down to a man. I'm blamed to be a mammy taking up. No, I just tell it what's right. And what's right is right and wrong is wrong. We got a big time Tasha K having this man seduced and placed here and having a opinion on where this man got to stay, and then you and your employee on the phone with somebody saying he ain't no good, he need to be arrested, he done ordered somebody. I don't know, it just got too much for me. I'm on live, get out.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Ms. Barber, for giving that idea and all of that. I'm excited to have you on. Listen, we haven't made our final decision on Two Men and a Lady, but I will tell you, you are on that list because to be picked because you're faithful. You don't have to beg you to come on.
I'm working. I was on a panel last night working, and I would love to be on these panels and say I'm on Two Kings and a Queen or Two Men and a Lady. I would like two kings and a queen.
Yeah.
Wiley Show when I pop up on these panels. Cheryl let me on.
Yes.
I want to get back on the lead attorney. I would love to visit King Payne if he don't treat me mean, So you understand? And I would love to visit my beautiful conscious, but I'm working and my job is to work for Wiley.
Yeah, I love you. Thank you so very much for coming on, Ms. Barbara. And many people say don't pick her, but I think that you're getting more comfortable. And like I said, I have the final decision. And thank you for being consistent.
What you have to look at is, look at the panel that I was on last night and how I blew it up. You understand? And his name is Jay Prince for president. Jay Prince for president.
Yeah.
I blew it up. That was a Mammothfield red pill. You understand? I'm your girl, Wiley.
For not only doing that, being real, being your true, authentic self.
Yeah, we have to get Jaguar. I want you also remind everybody we taking up a collection for Omar.
Yeah,
and I want to offer Jaguar some money. If we could give Omar 500, we could give her 500.
Yeah,
I need you to interview her.
Thank you. And I'm reading the comments and people are loving you, Ms. Barber. They are getting to know you. They say, "Oh my gosh, number one, you're beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
You're very appealing.
I'm old, child.
It doesn't matter. You're still beautiful, and we thank you." And people are all over social media saying they love Ms. Barber. So thank you so very much.
I'm telling you, Wally, I'm your girl. Everybody don't want you on the panel, but your girl will get on there.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
And represent the Wiley Show.
Thank you so very much. I'm getting so.
And I'm also going to show you I was on the Maury Show. I'm going to find a way to email you.
Okay.
I was on the Maury Show with my son. He was denying his child.
Yeah.
And we tore it up. We was the best of the year.
Yes.
This is my year.
I see it because I'm reading the comments and one person is in the chat saying Miss Barber is the future of YouTube.
Yes. And we're going to be at 1 million and you're going to get elected. I'm telling you to come.
Yes, they're definitely saying it.
That's why I get the job, because it's a beautiful job. There might be a better girl for you, but I doubt it.
I doubt it. Love you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm getting the comments. They're saying, we want some more of Barbara. What is that? Is that a green screen or that's your headboard?
Yeah, this is my bedroom headboard.
Yes. Thank you so very much, Ms. Barbara, for coming on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. You just never know. The comments, they are definitely in the comments showing love. Hello, you're live on the Wiley Show.
Hey, Wiley, my favorite person. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Well, Wiley, I want you to know, I love Miss Barbara. As a matter of fact, I love the way that you respect her on your show. She was on Conscious TV, and I just remember this woman was calling Miss Barbara out of her name and saying all this cool stuff. And you know what, Wiley, you have a very respectful show, and I like Conscious TV. Don't get me wrong. He can be great as a commentary, but there was so much disrespect when they were just having this panel. So I love the way you conducted your show. And I also say about this R. Kelly case, you know what? I saw the Tasha K interview and that she had with this other lady named Natasha. Did you see that, Wiley?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And you know what? I almost thought that Natasha was going to come at her differently. Do you feel somehow or another that Tasha pulled those receipts on her and that kind of shut it down in a way? Because I still wonder if Natasha, there was something else that she was trying to get, and she might have gotten it based on that conversation. And that was the witness tampering type thing. Even though, Tasha K made it known that she did not, hey, that was something that came to her. So it was just interesting how, this whole case plays out. And then, like you said, they should have exposed more concerning those families, that were actually taking money from R. Kelly. They had a paper trail. I think this whole idea of immunity, giving people immunity to take down one person, especially in a RICO charge, I think that needs to be stopped. Just to get testimony, they all should have been taken down. That means we still got predators, people that are prostituting their children on the street. To me, they're just as dangerous as R. Kelly. And something needs to be done about it. I don't know how anybody can feel good about living next to the savages or want their kids to go visit and having a mother that's also trying to sleep with the same man that the daughter. I mean, that's another problem. You may have a lot of these people on Instagram, but you got mothers and daughters competing for the same man. This is disgusting. I come from an age where mothers and fathers were parents. They were not in the street and at the club with you. And we live in a time that I just don't like this, and I think our kids are not safe. And I hope you, Wiley, have some sort of show where we discuss, or even discuss Lifetime having a documentary that includes them trying to deal with these other people that they have been paying, and actually to be on their show, because there were things in that transcript that even Tasha said that RKelly was guilty of. And they hired these people to be on, looks like it appears to be, allegedly, on this documentary on Lifetime, and to say what they need to say to make money concerning this R. Kelly case. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying R. Kelly had a choice in this this matter, and what he was doing was wrong. But what they're doing, too, by putting people out there that's guilty on this documentary as if they're innocent, that's wrong, too, I feel, Wiley.
Right. And like I said, you have a right to feel the way you feel, but R. Kelly was a big fish. So as a person that follow a lot of people, a lot of prosecutors, they're about getting the big fish. I think that they will make a deal and say, okay, we're going to give you immunity because we want the big fish. And the big fish was R. Kelly. And they came and they had a strong case, and he's definitely have been taken down for that. And so we will see how this is going to continue in the future. But I'm glad they got the big fish, Mr. R. Kelly. But do other people, particularly Aaliyah's parents, should be arrested and charged for making a deal with a predator? Yes. But I'm glad they got R. Kelly. But I also think they need to get Aaliyah's parents, because if they took a deal, because I have to say allegedly, because I didn't see the deal, I don't have the black and white in front of me, but let's say if they took a deal and they signed the NDA and said they won't press any charges on R. Kelly, then they should be charged as well, because that is a lie. That is illegal, and what I want to say, for making a deal with a predator. So thank you, ma'am, for calling in.
And one last thing, Wiley, would you say this too? I'm not so sure that R. Kelly was the big fish. He just happens to be a famous fish. As a matter of fact, I think there are other people that allowed in these record labels. I would not, there's no way in the world, with all the shooting and killing of our young black men, and even with allowing this behavior, even where he's concerned, or Bill Cosby or Weinstein or all of these other people, they're not just the big fish. And I think that we're talking about taking down an establishment, These people are in government. There was one man that ended up dying in one of those prisons. I forgot his name. And there were Congress people allegedly and people in government that were flying out young girls underage. And I don't know if you ever remember this, but if you do your research on the internet, there's a man out there that says when those kids came up missing, even in Atlanta, that the CIA was behind that. No, I think that this is huge.
All right,
and
thank you.
It is way bigger, and
thank you.
I agree with you. We'll see where it goes.
Okay, thank you.
I consider him to be the big fish, just the famous one.
Thank you so very much for calling in.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
All right, bye-bye. Okay,
Bye.
so you just never know who's going to call in and give their thoughts. Wow, we're going to try to get out of here in 2 hours because I don't want it to be a 6-hour live. If it is a 6-hour, I don't mind it. Let me say that. Okay. All right, somebody called. Okay, let me call this number back. If you call in private, I can't call you back. If you call in private, I can't call you back. So you got to just keep calling in. All right. Hello, you live on the Wiley Show. Hey.
The Inglewood girl.
Hey.
You already know.
Hey, how you doing? Look. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you?
For my computer, hold on. I'm trying to. It just pops up out of nowhere. Okay, so the last show you got me together about the RKelly. I asked you to give me an overview. You said, "Nah, we'll do overview." So I watched it, and to me, it seemed like an Aaliyah clout chase. Do you agree?
You said Aaliyah?
Yeah, like they was using Aaliyah, for most of the content.
I think that they had to use Aaliyah because she's a big part of this story, and she was being discussed, I think, over 300 times in trials. So, of course, her name is going to be used for clicks and views, most definitely, because she's a big part of it.
It just made me uncomfortable. I guess I just didn't like it because she's not here. But one thing that Tasha mentioned, which I thought was a lie, because, you can't never take everything that Tasha say. You got to take it with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing she did mention was that Aaliyah's mom had an inappropriate relationship with RKelly. And when I heard Tasha say that, I'm like, girl, you just really just bringing up anything. But now I do kind of believe it because the uncle even alluded to that as well.
Oh, the Dr. Oz interview. Yeah, he did. Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the things that she said was actually true as far as the eating feces and stuff. Because I'm like, come on, Tasha, what are you talking about? I didn't believe it. But
yeah,
actually, she might be right about that. So that mom, yeah, and then taking that deal, when he signed over his first 3 albums over to them, I didn't know that. His first 3 albums was like some of his best sellers. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So that was a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So that was something else I learned. I also want to mention the Skorpion show because this is a big reason I started watching content creators because of the Skorpion show. I honestly think that Kevin got burnt out. He lost his mom and stuff he was going through with his family, and Mikhail had like 2 or 3 jobs. I think they just got burnt out, and needed a break. So now being away from it a while, they're ready to come back. And being a fan, I'm welcoming them with open arms. I want them to come back. But you're right, as far as their content is very antiquated. You got to go live. You got to change it up. So you did have a lot of good advice for them.
Absolutely.
So
I think that they need to release the Brandy interview. That would be a good intro to say we're back. And they need to add a third co-host on the show. So just in case if Mikhail can't show up, then they have that third person that can still keep the show going, so it can still have that flavor of 2 personalities. But I do believe if they will bring Arnest on the show, it will give the show some new blood, a new life, a new introduction for a new audience, and it would be great for the culture. But you cannot do a show and just come back 6 months later and think your audience is going to be there. They're going to leave you. They're going to go somewhere else.
Yeah, and they have. But yeah, I mean, I think if they come back and they're consistent and they update,
the way they're doing things, I think they can go back to what they were. My last thing is another thing you got me together on. When I sent you that dollar for the Umar, the Umar interview, but you said it's 800 million people in here. Everybody send me a dollar,
absolutely.
so that's why I sent $1.
But
I did the next day. I did send $10 too.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So where we at? Where we at on the Umar?
We're at 450. I think it's at $450 we need because somebody 450 is what they need. Because I reached out and he said he charged literally $500 for interview, which I thought he did interviews for free, but no, he charged $500. And I even asked Storm. He said he paid him $500. I don't even think Storm made his $500 back from the interview.
It didn't get a lot of views, but yeah, I'm sure he probably made the $500 back. But chat, come on, let's get these donations. I think,
yeah.
Other donations.
Yeah. Well. Thank you, man, for calling in. Thank you so much. All right. Bye-bye. Yes. Okay, we have somebody backstage, and then I'm gonna go back to the phone lines. She hung up. Okay, we're just gonna bring the person backstage. Y'all gotta be patient. Okay. Y'all gotta be patient. Let me drop the link. Because I think Storm wanted that videos to go viral like the Breakfast Club. But you got to ask this. You can't be giving these people these safe interviews. Give me a second. We had somebody backstage, but they hung up. Hello? Hey, you live on the Wiley Show.
I gotta say, I love you, Wiley. I love your show. You always doing your thing. And Miss Barbara, I like her. I personally feel like you should pick her. I honestly wish the Jamaican lady would audition because she's freaking hilarious. I love her too. But no. Also, I gotta say this. First of all, Sean David Way used to be windmilling for our mom Wiggins, and I used to be watching his show like, yo. Why he always got to say this man name every 2 seconds? Like, it just got too much to the point where I'm like, yo, he just ages so much. I can't even watch his show no more. It's just not even good. And they always trying to come at you when, to be honest, you better than about all of them. Like, you really just had me crying today talking about some, King Jane can't sit at the table with the smokers. They all like, what is wrong with Wiley? But all right, Wiley, I love you. I'm going to go.
All right, bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye. Good night. No, they can't. I mean, hey, I don't mind. That's just how it is, man. And, I see everything when I come to the channel. We try to cater. We do the political commentary. We talk about what's going on in the YouTube atmosphere. To the point Tasha said, hey, I'm going to start talking about the YouTube stuff because it's more entertaining. Excuse me, it's more entertaining than the celebrity gossip stuff. And it is. And so we definitely talk about it. That's how Coffee City, she started talking about the YouTube stuff and she birthed her platform. She was gaining a lot of traction. And then YouTubers kind of scared her and she stopped talking about the YouTubers. But that was still a niche for talking about YouTube gossip because there's so much YouTube gossip other than, it's a lot of gossip in YouTube from black YouTube, white, and I'm just talking about the black stuff. I got white stuff I'm talking about in the future as well. And so we talk about trending news, we talk about politics, we have so much stuff, ideas that we have for the show that we do for the show as well. We're still hustling and wrestling to getting Jay Silly on the show. We're really, really hustling to get him on the show. We emailed him to get him on the show. We emailed Claudia Joy to get on the show. So people would say, are you reaching out to people? Yes, we're reaching out to these people. It's just all about them saying yes. And then once you get one top good celebrity gossip interview, then more celebrities come. It just take that one good person to come into the show. But yeah, I got this sweater from Fashion Nova. Thank y'all. So I got this shirt from Fashion Nova. Love Fashion Nova. That's it. I ain't buying nothing else from Fashion Nova. I'm done. I'm gonna change my change my outfits up soon to get like suits and stuff. And that's a little bit pricey buying different outfits and suits because I really want to have the suit outlet because I want to go to church and I can use that to wear at the church. I can wear that to wear on YouTube. And so I'm definitely going to get fitted for some suits. And this will be the first time in a long time that I'm buying, suits and everything because I'm going to get back into church and find a church home. So I got 2 churches that I do want to attend to see which one that will be great. I'm definitely going to be it'll be great when it comes to stuff like that. But yeah, we reaching out to people to get them on the show as well because I think that if I interview Jason, would be a good look for our show. Okay. Yeah, so definitely been looking forward. And so it's a new year and getting back into church. And I watch a lot of virtual church services, but it's nothing like being in person in church. And now that I do this full time, I can go and attend church. And I'm active in church. I don't just want to be a member. I want to be in the choir. I want to be on the praise team. I want to be on the usher board. I want to be active in the church as well. So I definitely don't just want to be a member. I want to be an active member because I love church. So we definitely going to talk about it as well when it comes to stuff like that. Wiley Sue's going to be too high for 3. We ain't going to do no 4-hour live. They say, okay, and so Wiley has more views on our mind right now. Oh, because he ain't talking about mess. People don't care nothing about that music. They want mess and gossip. They don't care nothing about that music. They don't care nothing about him doing music. They don't care nothing about his new show. They want gossip and mess. It is what it is. They want gossip and mess. People say they want this stuff and they lie. Oh, Wally, I want you to talk about politics. And watch these shows. So don't get talking about what we should be doing, honey. When we talk about that stuff, y'all don't be watching. So you have to mix in what I really, really like and the gossip and the mess. So they don't like that with the song and stuff. They don't like it because there's nobody there watching it. Talk about Tasha, talk about mess, hundreds of thousands of views. It's about what you talk about to get people to watch your show. So let's not act like I'm just being real. And nobody's checking for that music like that. No. Be real with people. Y'all ain't over there watching it because he ain't talking about no gossip. Y'all want mess. Period. Some of y'all like the politics. 80-90% of y'all here, what the hell he gonna talk? That's why most of my DMs is messy topics. Y'all not sending me some, oh, Wiley, jump on this story. It's this black woman that's missing, or this bill need to be passed. I don't get stories like that across my desk. It's mostly about Armand, Tasha, Storm. It's about messy topics. Like, it ain't about, oh, Wiley, it's this bill that I'm trying to get passed. Black men, no, it's majority of it is mess. Mess. Hello, you live on the Wiley Show.
Hi, Wiley. Can you hear me pretty clear? This is my first time calling your phone number.
I can hear you loud and clear. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I wanted to call and just give my opinion about the YouTubers you was talking about earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And there was one in particular, Kingpin, I think that's his name or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, and tell me if you agree with this or not, okay? I remember there was a time frame that his viewership was building. And it was around the time that there was the drama going on with that preacher that was robbed, and some stuff with Tasha K and all that other stuff, right? Because I remember he had documents and stuff, and I think it was some stuff dealing with Larry Reed. But I think, and I actually, viewed it and watched him. But the thing I did not like about him and what turned me off was, like, it's just like, you can be getting into the content or something, and then he would just stop and be like, let me check my cash out. You know, I felt like I was, you know, like you strong arming me to cash app you. I don't mind cash apping or super chat, but let me do that in my free will, you know? And he did that quite often. And it just turned me off from watching him. And then all of a sudden I remember like doing this trial thing with Megan and Tori. I was just scrolling by on YouTube and I said, I see why he only got 58 views now. You know, he probably turned a lot of people off. I mean, that's just my opinion, you know?
I agree. And this is something where you don't have to keep, like, when I do my show, make the announcement. If you want to contribute. But I'm not going to keep begging you because you.
But see, he would do it, Wiley, and he would stop. Like he'd say, you know, he would say, you know, time for the cash, and he would actually stop his content. It's okay to remind people and say, you know, feel free to cash out for super chat. But he would stop and listen. It could go on for minutes.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that at all. You should do your content. People know where they want to give to you, and you remind them after you do your content. But constantly forcing them, strong arming them, it's a turnoff.
Yes, and I was just wondering, did anybody else notice that? Because that really did turn me off. But I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not.
It's a turn off. It is. It's a turn off.
All right, Wiley, that's all I wanted to say.
It's a turn off having 1,000 commercials, and he had a friend in the business that was doing it the right way, and he didn't learn from that friend for being hard headed. He had the opportunity and now his audience was turned off. Tasha used him, but he didn't capitalize off of that. Once she abandoned him, the viewers abandoned him.
I noticed that too.
Once she left, the viewers left him, and he's going to have to work on that formula. He can't keep begging the people for money constantly through the entire broadcast, because it definitely can be a turnoff. Another point is get into the content. You have to go through 20 commercials. It ain't like he got is up of himself over and over and over. It ain't like he got 20 advertisers of different type of commercials. It's the same redundant thing.
Exactly. And I would like literally just like leave his channel and come back, and he ain't really got nowhere in the content. You know,
nowhere in the content.
Like, this is like all these pauses that he was doing. You know, trying to make people cash app him and stuff. As he hold on to the information that people want, I would see people writing in the chat, somebody cash app him. Crazy. I said, nah.
So sad.
I can't do this one.
Oh, that's so sad.
Yeah. But that's all I wanted to say was that.
Thank you so very much for calling in.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so that's how you know that goes in this conversation. And I want to, you know, because I think they said Storm had the exclusive. No, Natasha had the exclusive. People got to do their homework. So we're going to reach out to Natasha, to the radio personality that had the phone call of RKelly, because it was a black woman that had that phone call. That wasn't Storm or exclusive. That was a black woman. And y'all got to be very, very careful when y'all give credit to other people that with the phone call. It was a black woman that had the phone call, and she got to get in there because people will take your content and they will say, it's mine. I got that exclusive. Like, no, bruh. I know where I got that exclusive from. It was from that Natasha person. So we're going to reach out to Natasha to get her on our show and stuff like that, because it's definitely it was her exclusive. Okay. I don't know why, but when you're at a bigger platform, you can put it out there and people think it's you. You know, it is a way. And I've seen somebody with 1 million subscribers put it out there with an exclusive. They stole what was that Street TV exclusive? They stole his exclusive and they said it's my exclusive. I'm like, whoa, okay. Like, wait a minute. This man took that man exclusive, got on the platform and pretended like it was his exclusive. That man got 1.4 million subscribers. You know what I'm saying? 1.4 million. subscribers when it came to stuff like that. And even in the chat, because I know in the chat it gets really messy and stuff like that. I'm glad y'all doing good now, because the chat, sometimes they try to turn on them on each other. So moderators, make sure the chat is talking about the subject. If you seeing somebody getting addressed in the chat, if you moderate in the chat, I'm talking about the Wiley Show chat, you cannot be trying to talk about a subscriber. I have to take your wrench. You could just be a subscriber, because when you have a moderator wrench, you represent the Wiley Show. You represent me, and people will say that I'm doing it. So if you have a wrench, you can't, because you got a problem with a subscriber, you're gonna time them out, or you're gonna address them in the chat. If you want to do that, I have to take your wrench. You just be a subscriber, because you just can't. You really can't do it, because they're not gonna do anything but come to me with it. They're gonna come to me with it. And I'm like, oh man, then I got to get involved with it, and I'm not even doing nothing. I'm just doing my content and stuff like that. But if you want to use your rant and try to talk about this, I have to take it, because you put me in mess, and I don't. This is 2023. We had that issue before, and I was in some mess, and I don't like to be in no mess like, because that's unnecessary type of mess. I just I don't like that, because they ain't gonna do nothing but come to me with the mess, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't want to be in that mess. I don't want to be in that mess. So just do the, if you do the content, and do what you do, but I don't want to have to get DMs like that, and I just don't, because that's unnecessary drama, because I have to be focused on the content, and stuff like that. I have to be really, really focused on the content, because I just have to be focused on the content, because when it comes to the content, I have to be focused, because if I'm not focused on the content, then where am I doing this for? So if you have an issue with somebody, just let me know in the chat, and I will have to address it, because I don't, I love having moderators, because I think they're great, because they control the chat out, because it's difficult for me to follow the chat and do the content. So you have moderators that pretty much run the chat. They run the chat. They post stuff in the chat, and because I don't have, sometimes I can't even look at the chat, because sometimes I look at it, but I'm not looking at it 24/7, because my mindset is focused on the content. Now you may think I'm looking at it, but sometimes I miss stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, this is not good. This is not good. This is just not good at all. Like, I just don't want to get in that mess like that, because I'm focused on these topics. And I get it. I know sometimes people get timed out, because the chat definitely it's very fast. It's more people in the chat. There's going to continue to be more people in the chat, and we're going to add more moderators. But I'd be skeptical to add more moderators, because it got to be a good format and a good system when it comes to adding moderators. So I'm gonna add some more. I just have to find the right vibe. It got to be a right vibe, when you add moderators, because they are a big part of the show, and the show is growing. We're getting more people in the chat, and I just can't be focused on what so said something in the chat about me, and then I see it, I'm like, oh my God, I don't want to see this. This is unnecessarily stuff. Like, I don't want to see it, because when you play it back, you can definitely see it. So I'm gonna pick somebody to be a moderator. I'm gonna pick I'm gonna pick somebody, have somebody in mind that is gonna moderate, because some of my moderators are no longer moderating anymore, because they're booked and busy, and I have to add more to fill those people that were moderating. So as you notice, it's just the same ones, and we got to add new people, because I had a lot of more moderators, but a lot of them stopped, and they can't do it anymore. And I don't ask them to do it. I can just tell, if you ain't in the chat, you can't do it. You're booked and busy. So I got to add new moderators in 2023. So you don't have to ask me to be a moderator, because it's all about in the chat, networking, interactive in the chat, and just being yourself. And that's all the people that I picked to be a moderator. I just seen them in the chat and I said, oh, you should be a moderator. And some of them most of them we became very, very close people with. I think I'm more closer now with my moderators than I ever been because they can call me, we talk. Some of them I've met, in person, I met in Vegas. Some I met in Atlanta, and I want to meet some more of my moderators because we are family, and y'all are a big part of this channel. So, and it's not paid. So it's not paid. And you do it for free and you do it on your free time. So, that's just how that goes. And so I just usually pick. So when people ask me, how do you pick the moderators? I see somebody in the chat. I'm like, oh, this is a good person. This person would be really, really good. And I usually pick that particular person, especially somebody that is active in the chat. And I will ask you, I said, do you want to be a moderator? And I will ask you. And that's how we pick it. Like nobody have to ask me or email me about it because I see people in the chat and I'm like, oh, this would be a good person. Now other moderators can say, oh, I think you should pick this person. That's fine, but I have to really look at it because I've added people before. It just didn't work out right. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like whoa. So I had to be very careful of adding people because it's such a good vibe. And I don't want to mess up the vibe. You know what I'm saying? I gotta pick the right one because it's very, very something. And if you moderate, most of these people can't be in other chats because they block them. And I remember a content creator blocked all of my moderators, blocked them on Instagram, blocked them on Twitter, Instagram, and they tried to go on their page to see what they're doing. And they were blocked. And so you're not going to be welcome in a lot of chats because you moderate for the Wiley Show because we're very controversial, we're very opinionated, and these people they watch the chat and they watch the chat and they will block you. And it's sad, you know what I'm saying? It was really sad. And I don't mind, moderators responding to subscribe, but if I feel like it's like arguments and all of that, then I got to let you go because it's like they're gonna say I'm arguing, and I don't argue with subscribers. I don't. We can have disagreements on the air, and all of that, but I can't see y'all going back. We talking about Cardi B, but y'all going back and forth with each other. They ain't gonna do nothing but just tell me about it. They're gonna come right back to me, and that puts me in a bad position. I'm like, oh my God, just focus on the content. You know what I'm saying? I don't be in a lot of chats because number one, I know I'm gonna get dragged. I was in Conscious TV chat, and that was 90% of the comments that were dragging me. So you have to be very strong to be in these chats. And if I just want to be in a chat, I go on the chat. But I know it's gonna be a lot of people. And some chats I cannot go and be in. Like I can't be in Storm or Rose chat or Ma Wiggins chat, Nika at Night chat, any of these people. What was that? I could be in Candace chat. I could be in Larry Reed's chat. What's the other one? What's the other lady name? The one she got 1 million followers, almost 1 million. Lovely T chat came in her chat. So you really have to be strong to be in chat. Like I could be in Millie chat, but them comments not gonna be nice. They're gonna drag, and I say different stuff, and Millie encourage it, and I go in the chat and I get the notification watching as a fan. Whoosh, they drag me for a film, but I can take it. I can take it in those chats because I'm a content creator. I know what they're going to say about me, and I can take it. Sometimes I encourage their behavior in the chat. Sometimes I can encourage it in the chat, and then it's also rules in the chat. So, you can't name certain content creators. In my chat, you can name people because you stop naming people. You can name people. Oh, I think we got somebody on the phone lines. Hold on, y'all. Hello, you live on the Wiley Show.
Yes, Wiley. I just want to say this to you. Is Sister Conservative? Is she going to audition as well? Have you heard from her?
No, sister concerned. I don't think she want to come on camera. No.
Oh my gosh, I really like her, Wiley, when she gives her commentary. I think she is very good. I like her. I like Talking Faces, and I love Miss Barbara. I do. I love all three of them. But I was hoping that Sister Conservative will at least be a guest on your show, where she is sort of like in the background commenting or something.
Yeah,
us,
she's
I
not gonna
like
come on
her.
camera. You know what I'm saying? She
Oh,
got
well, also too, I know you said that a lot of times people like the messiness about the show, but you know what, Wiley, you're so good at whatever topic you speak about,
yes,
whether it be politics, whether it be serious, even if it's dealing with the fact of somebody missing. I just think you're great with dialogue.
absolutely. Thank you.
Huh?
No, I'm saying thank you. You're right about it. Thank you so very
Yeah,
much.
you're great with dialogue. And one thing I love about your show, and I hope, I don't care how famous you get, always have this call in.
Yes.
That is something that separates you from everybody.
Absolutely.
Everybody.
I love the call in. Yes. Yes, I love it. Thank you, because it's definitely what
I like.
it's you build. That's how you build relationships with the audience. So they call in, they talk to you.
Yeah, you're very interactive with us, and we feel like you're like a close friend.
Yes.
I mean, really. I mean, we're just not listening to you. You make us a part of all of this.
Yeah.
And for that, I just think you could speak about anything. So, hey, don't whatever people are interested in talking about, don't think we're always interested in the messy stuff, because like I said, I've seen you handle some serious stuff, and you do an excellent professional job with it, Wiley.
Thank you so much.
All I wanted to say, just, hey, keep it coming.
Thank you. Love you. Bye-bye.
Love you too.
Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
Yeah, I love the phone lines, because when you open up the phone lines, that's how you know what I'm saying, you build a relationship with the people. But the Voice of New York would be great, but I don't think she would come on camera, because a lot of people can't handle that. You coming on camera, the public will respond, and you have to be strong, because it's one thing to be on the phone lines, but it's another thing to come on camera. And it's different for women, you know, because you got to make sure your makeup is good, your hair is good, your lips are good. It's just different for women, you know. So she would be great, the Voice of New York, because she's intelligent and she have great opinions. We don't always agree. Would be great. The RKelly publicist, another great person. If she show herself on camera, Sister Conservative, if she show herself on camera, really, really great. Even the icon of New York, if he show himself on camera when it's stuff like that. Zaynai is another great person. If he show himself on camera and everything like that, it would be really, really great. Tommy is another great person. If he show himself on camera, another great person. So as long as you show yourself on camera, and the reason I like Miss Barbara is because Miss Barbara is faithful. Miss Barbara is going to call in, and now one of the criticisms, well, Miss Barbara, you don't show yourself on camera, and that lady come on camera now with good internet connection. So you know what I'm saying. Miss Barbara come on camera. You know, Sister Conservative, she come on. Oh, there'll be some great clicks and views because she's very entertaining. You know what I'm saying? And I go all the way back with the RKelly publicist. If you're a new viewer, you probably don't know who she was. But when RKelly, when the stuff was coming out about the trial, RKelly, the original surviving RKelly stuff, you know, she will call in. She stopped calling in because we called her the RKelly publicist, but that's what she was. Who else? The Wendy Williams caller was another caller that sounded like Wendy Williams. She stopped calling once Armand Wiggins dragged her, and she thought I should have her back. That's another good person to call in and stuff like. And there's other people that's able to call in. Ricardo, Armand Wiggins' former moderator, Ricardo, was very, very messy. He would be a good person because he's very, very messy. And he's a Jamaican. I think he's from the islands, and he could have been on the show. So it's just all over. You know, I can name people all over. Some names I'm not gonna name because y'all gonna go in on the chat. But it's those are those type of people that call in when it comes to stuff like that. And there's so many other people that we can name in the chat. Is definitely in the chat. Shout out to Nurse Nicole, was another good moderator of mine. She can call in. She's very entertaining. If she will show herself on camera, she's another entertainment person. We love her. I think Armor Brawl 9 is another entertaining person because Armor Brawl 9 just entertaining. She does a lot of good work on her channel. I think she's another good person. I think she'll audition for Two Man the Lady because she's entertaining. She's professional and she's very smart. Very good, talented Black woman, business owner. She's an entrepreneur, so she will understand about time and everything like that. And I think if her schedule were to permit, I think she would be a good person on there and very entertaining. Leo the Lioness, another woman that I would love to go back and forth on the show. Very entertaining. Leo the Lioness, very, very good. Very, very, very good. That type of way. I love Leo the Lioness. And the list goes on and 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 on. Auntie Hammy is another person I would love to be on the panel with. Auntie Hammy, because the show is called Two Man and a Lady, so that lady have to represent because that lady is the only one on the platform, and you're coming in when we had 7 stars, we had 7 stars, Storm Monroe and myself. And then we had other people on the show. I can't name all their names because it was a lot. And then we had the whole Conscious TV, Katie Talk, and myself. So you're coming behind some powerhouses. And the show is about being opinionated. And so it's a new season. We're looking forward to it. New season. And if you're willing to come on the show, 1 hour's unpaid gig. But it's a good opportunity, especially if you're a content creator, that we introduce to views, you know what I'm saying? Interviews. And so it's a once a week show. And it's a 1 hour show. And we talk about topics, and this would be definitely great. Okay. Yeah. And so it is what it is and stuff like that. And let's even some of my moderators I would love to be on the show, but you have to be tough skin. I think Mouth Open is another good person I would love to have. She's our conversation very good. If she will come on camera, very entertaining. It's a demographic. She's very pro-Black and very entertaining. I think she would be very interesting to have a show with her as well, and it's good publicity for other channels. For that way. So once we have the panel, once we have the lady, and once we have I have the guy that I want, and it'll be good to go. So it is what it is. I think Nick at Night would be great. But she have her own channel. Me and Nick at Night ain't seeing eye to eye. Well, she ain't see eye to eye to me, but she still watch. These people still be watching us. She's in the bushes watching. She just can't comment no more because people make it it's a comment. Jovi Beauty, she responded about me and Nick at Night. These people be watching, but you never see Jovi Beauty in my chat, but they watch us. These people watch. She's another beautiful chocolate woman. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if she'll work with me because she's in the Tasha K camp, but they watch. These people be watching. These people be in the chat, they watch. And so I see everything. They be watching. They be in, what's going on? What's going on in the chat? What's going on in the chat? Oh, I'm gonna make that some content, And so that's the relationship with Coffee City. Good relationship with Von Ray. Good relationship with Storm Monroe. Good relationship with CTV. He don't invite me on his panels and all that, but he allowed me in the chat. I think it's a good relationship, but he don't invite me on his panels, and y'all can ask him, why you don't invite Wiley on your panel? He just don't invite me on his panel. But I think we have a good relationship. I don't know why he invite me on the panel. I don't know. I think we have a good relationship with Storm, but he don't allow me in the chat, so I don't know. He said it was a glitch, and the glitch been going on forever. Ain't no glitch. I'm just blocked. The glitch is blocked. And stuff like that. It is what it is. Let me see. Tulsa is another good person. Could be on the show. Great show. I've seen Tulsa talking about Wiley. I watch people talk about Wiley. Yeah, so they definitely talk, and there's gonna be more people talking about Wiley. When certain stuff happened, like the Sherelle's World, when we had her on, when she came on the show saying she was gonna sue me, we still waiting on to be served with the paperwork. People talked about it. She took the video down. Yeah, because she got mad because we talked about the whole thing with Jason Lee. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wiley, you annoy me when I say Monica for all about the tea. Monica all about tea, another good person, but she have to show herself. I love her. Great relationship with Monica. Great relationship with her. So when people say I don't have great relationship, I do. I have also relationship with a lot of great gay content creators. Another good content creator, he's white, Mr. Beast. Good relationship with him. Good relationship with just so many people. Your boy Nunu, good relationship with Zimba Adam, good relationship with A Connection TV. I have great relationship with some people. I don't get along with everybody, but I do get along with a lot of good people. Good relationship. Those shot only a matter of time before they fall. Oh, absolutely. Just good relationship. I don't appreciate Jovi calling me a day. I don't forget. Good relate. When I say good relate, they're not my friends. We just have good rapport, good colleagues. You know what I'm saying? Good relationship with House Aaron. Good attractive guy. Attractive. Even though he be sounding a little sleepy, but it's sexy. It's a sexy type of sleepy. He look good. He can sound a little sleepy, but he's still sexy. Good relationship. Yeah, good relationship with Mr. Beast. Good good relationship. So, but we're not like friends. We just have a good relationship. We trying to get the House Aaron on the show because he's good, attractive. Oh man. So, good relationship. Good relationship with what's the girl name? B Love's Life. Good relationship with B Love Life. We actually have B Love Life in our chat. Good relationship with B Love Life. Good relationship with Brother Roland Martin. Good relationship with Sean Bradley. I have good relationship with all these people. I might even pick Sean Bradley to come on the show, or Jay Wilson, or one of those people to come on Two Man and a Lady one of those days. Good relationship with Jay Wilson. Good relationship with Jay Wilson. Good relationship with Tracy. Great relationship with Brianna. Great relationship with all those people. I have great relationship with a lot of people in the B sector. The B sector be having my back. So great relationship with all of those people. They're a family. I don't know the new people in the B sector. A great relationship with Five Babe. Great relationship. So I have a great relationship with a lot of YouTube content creators. I met a lot of those people too. Some I don't know the new people. I just know the OGs of the architects of the beef sector that made the beef sector what it is today. We the reasons why we was in the trenches. We made the beef sector what it is today. We was on the ground. We were the architects of the beef sector. I was one of the founding fathers of the beef sector what it is today. The reason why people are able to eat because of a lot of my roots are in the beef sector. VS, good relationship with VS. I got a picture of VS. Good relationship. Many people didn't like I had a relationship with her, but good. I got along with VS. I understood VS. She was beautiful. I would love to date VS. She got a little chunky. You know what I'm saying? And oh my gosh, the money that VS would have made. Because let me say this and I'm done. VS is needed in the beef sector. I'm going to say it again. Timothy Blair, yes. VS is needed in the beef sector because the VS is missing they're missing a villain in the beef sector. And VS was a powerful villain because when you do a show, you have to have the villain, you have to have it helps with the format in the show, and the views was really great when VS was on in the beef sector. It dropped a lot once VS were removed from it, but once she come back, she gonna rebuild because VS is very strong, and a lot of people don't know who VS is. But when she come back, you gonna know when VS come back, and maybe I'll post some stuff about VS because I don't know if she's supposed to come back. Susie, when do Susie supposed to come back? Do we got any doctors in the house? When do she supposed to come back? Let me call somebody asking when is VS supposed to come back. Is it this year? Because it's been almost over 3 years. Let me call somebody that can do some research. And when do Susie? When is she coming back? Let me call somebody. When is she coming back? Let me call somebody. Let me see. But they keep asking me who was VS. Let me see. Let me see if somebody can find out when she coming back. Yeah, VS was the one for the IHOP. A lot of y'all are new. Very entertaining. Hello? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, I did. I'm live right now. I need to know when is VS coming back. Ain't it time for her to come back?
I think it is time for VS to come back. It's been, because this happened in...
Because this happened way before the pandemic.
Yeah, this happened before the pandemic.
This happened, what, 2018, 2019 or something like that?
Yep. She should be off of probation, and I think she should be off her probation, and I think she can come back. I don't think she really wants to come back, honestly.
Yeah, because it was
because the beef sector is not the same.
No, I think if she do come back, maybe she could talk about other things, but they're gonna watch her if she do come back. She's gonna make a lot of money.
But if she does come back, think about this. And if she did just exclude certain individuals, okay, and let's say she did a panel, you know how she would have people from her camp come up and they would talk, like, wasn't it Blessed and
It was Blessed, Brianna. Yes.
I think if they did, it wouldn't it couldn't affect her, but I think that if she did come back and she did start discussing the beef sector again, that it would revive it.
I think that if VS come back into the beef sector, it will introduce the beef sector to a new audience because there's new people on the scene. Because VS is very entertaining, and she's a lesbian, and so a lot of women cater towards her, and then she do morning shows, and so they will watch it. We had one moderator that was in love with VS, you know what I'm saying? Was in love with VS and everything, and she wanted to be with VS because she loved her. She no longer doing content no more. But VS,
wait a minute,
yeah,
what was that?
I forgot her name, forgot the lady name, but she was so in love with VS. She was sending VS messages. She was in love with that woman because VS was a lesbian, and so this lady was in love with VS.
I thought period panties was
yeah, of course she was in love, but it was another person that was in love that was actually a moderator for my channel. I can't think of her name. If I can remember her name, I'll talk about it. But she was in love with VS, and like I said, if VS were to come back, it will help that sector. The sector will start to go viral again.
Well, you do know that I think that she well I'll tell you that on the back end. Because I don't want to get nobody. Well, she should be off probation.
I need to see. I'm gonna have to look into that because
she does still watch. Like she watches you. She watches certain people.
Oh, of course, she still watch. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot whose live it was. This was about a year or so ago. And somebody that knows her, and they hooked up. Quite a few people have hooked up with her. Like they've all went out to dinner, and it was said that she does still watch you, though.
Yeah, she still watched because me and VS were cool. We took pictures. I love that woman. I still do. She was good. She was entertaining, and her people that you didn't see on camera had money. They weren't broke. They were some people with a bag, and they support and still support VS to this day because when
all ages too.
Yeah, all ages. Do he still go live? Duchess Kelly Love?
Yeah, he still does. I think he still does. He deals with her a lot. He talks to her.
Yeah,
a
he
lot.
talk. He have the communication with her. I know she can't talk to me like I tell the whole world about it, but it don't go nowhere when he talk about it. I tell the whole world. But I love VS because VS out of everybody, she is her, and I'm not gonna put that down community so I can get her unlock her channel because she interviewed the guy in the library. People forget this that VS actually I gave her the information of the guy, and I couldn't interview him because I was on probation. And I gave her and she DM'd him, gave him money. That guy came on the show. I didn't even know he was homeless. And she got the only exclusive from the library situation. VS actually interviewed the guy from the library.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. Which guy?
The guy that record and the guy interviewed. So when you look at the interview clip, that guy that got interviewed, she interviewed him.
He was homeless?
He was homeless. During that time, he was homeless. Yes. A lot of homeless people visit the library because it's he got internet, or he was homeless. And he shared that in that interview. And I will never forget, he said, I have to agree with the things that man was saying was he was telling the truth, but them people were scared because he was in there. And I don't know if he still got the full recording. I may reach out to him as well. But he was in the library. And she interviewed him. She interviewed that guy, the light-skinned guy, actually interviewed him. And I said, you need to interview him. And because me and her, we used to do a lot of dirty work behind the scenes. And she taught me how to be dirty, but how to be behind the scenes. I said, you need to interview. And she interviewed him, and got him on the show. And she and her people, they cashed apped him a lot of money when he came on the show. Yeah. So VS, people don't know who she is. She was a YouTube content creator, and they called her VS. Her government name is Susie, and everybody knew who Susie was. And a little backstory. I'm gonna be a little messy, but Sean Bradley, because she used to call Sean Bradley a name. She used to say she's gonna interview the kids. It was so bad, Sean Bradley stopped adopting kids. You remember that? He stopped bringing kids in his home because VS was dragging him so bad and putting all that stuff on the show, on her show, and they was going tit for tat. And then Sean Bradley said, "I'm gonna sue VS." VS was going hard with Sean Bradley, and people was just on VS side, and they served VS, and then they got VS fired from her job. Y'all remember that? Because she was a security guard and she made good money, and they got her fired from that job. And then VS, one of my moderators.
Come to find out where she lived at, VS lived in a really, really nice house in Virginia.
Absolutely.
She lived in the upscale part of Virginia. She didn't live cheap either.
No, she lived in a nice area.
Yes, she did.
And she had the whole thing that happened at the IHOP. We had a moderator. She was my moderator. I can't think of her name. Sharice. Is it Shireen? Shireen. Yeah. Shireen went to IHOP. But before she went to IHOP, Shireen All right. I'm sorry, y'all. My internet just went out. Can y'all hear me? They unplugged the Wi-Fi. Okay, I'm about to go. I'm giving y'all too much tea. Can y'all hear me? All right, my Wi-Fi just said drooped. Child, this is a hot. Let me restart my computer, you guys. Okay. And this phone not gonna sound right, but that's what happened. So she went to. I'll talk about that another day. I'm gonna talk about the VS stuff another day. I'm gonna talk about the VS stuff number day. Okay. Thank y'all so much. I'm gonna talk about that another. Thank y'all so very much for tuning in. I'm gonna talk about that another day because I'm gonna go on and on about VS. And I'm gonna put their name in the title so y'all can get an understanding about for that type of way. Okay, I'll talk about VS another day. I'll talk about that another day because my internet it blew me. It's time for me to go. Thank y'all so very much. I'll talk about that, and I'm gonna do another video about VS. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, and I'll give y'all more details about VS another day. Let me see if my internet connected. I can give it to y'all now. Hold on, y'all. Because my internet is connected. I don't know what's going on, child. Give me a second. If it comes back on, then let me see. Okay, it's working back now. Okay, hold on. I think it's meant for me to continue to talk about VS because it's working. Hold on. All right. So we back. Okay. Now, let's talk about VS. Let me break this down because we here. Let me talk about it because I may not talk about it tomorrow. Can y'all hear me? Give me a second. Can y'all hear? I want to make sure that the internet is good. Let me bring D1 back on. Because we gonna talk about VS because it's a part that I cut off on is when the moderator. Yes, I gotta tell you, we had some messy moderators back in the day. We had some messy moderators back in the day. Okay. Hold on. Let me call it. We had some messy moderators back in the day. So let me get D1 back on. Give me a second. And I'm gonna break it down. Oh, hold on. Tell D1 she have to hit the link because it's not. Let me drop the link. So what happened with Shireen, she reached out to VS. I remember like it was yesterday because I went to the mental hospital. I had to get my medication. So I get my medication. She said, why? Let me tell you what happened. I reached out to VS and VS told me to end my life because Shireen lived around the corner with VS. And so Shireen was like, I have some fun to give you. And VS said, be in your life. All right. The reason why VS told Shireen that is because Shireen was connected with Club Chat. Club Chat was Sean Bradley's organization. All right. It's a YouTuber. Type in Sean Bradley, you will see this. Or type in Sean Bradley and you will see this. So that's what happened with that. So she was connected with Sean Bradley. So VS said, in your life, Shireen got mad. She called me. In my mind, I'm like, why are you reaching out to VS for some furniture? That's weird. Y'all not cool. That's not your friend. That's messy. So Shireen did a messy move. So over it. VS made a major mistake. She dragging Phi Babe. They was in court. Like she dragged Sean Bradley. Like it was a big thing with VS. Everybody hated VS in the B sector. I didn't hate her, but everybody hated her. So I want to make sure. Can y'all hear me? I want to make sure. Can y'all hear me? I want to make sure. Can y'all hear me? Okay, D1, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Wiley.
Okay. So that's what happened. So VS, all of this situation with Shireen, then the IHOP situation happened. VS made an announcement saying, "I'm going to meet you on YouTube. Like I want to meet you on YouTube. I want to come at you on YouTube. I want to meet you in person. I want to meet you in person." This rarely happened. VS rarely meet people in person. She met me in person, but we had a relationship. But she's meeting somebody she didn't know. This particular person met her at IHOP. Already she got this stalker named Shireen. Shireen shows up to the IHOP. VS is there eating with the person, drinking her coffee. Shireen show up. Now, I got to know what you talking about me like that, and all of her sunglasses. Shireen get up. VS is disrespected on the internet because the internet see this stuff. So what VS did, do the adrenaline and everything, like she gets up, she punched Shireen in her back of her head, and she sat on Shireen. And this is all on YouTube. Sat on Shireen, and then Shireen's like, "Get off of me! Get off of me! Get this beat off of me! Get off of me! Are you crazy?" And then VS got on the camera. "Yeah, my name VS. Yeah, Susie. And then you ain't gonna do me like this. And all Susie is all like that. Oh, you gonna come at me like that? Yeah, she bleeding at me. Let me go before I go to jail." So I'm at the nursing home working, CNA, minding my own business. I get a phone call. So I hop into the shower room so I can get on the phone to see what's going on. She was like, "You can't believe that woman hit me and she punched me and blah, blah, blah." I'm like, "What's going on?" So I go on the internet. I see this debacle happen. Oh, man. I'm like, okay, I'll call you back. So I get off work and I'm walking from the nursing home to my house and I'm on the phone with Shireen. I said, "Shireen, go to the hospital, press charge." "You think I should press charges?" I was like, "Yeah, press charges. If she punched you and sat on you, press charges." You know what I'm saying? So I'm just talking my ish, and I hear her kids in the background saying, "You should get off that internet, blah, blah, blah." And I said, "You should press charges." So the police came, and I'm hearing that she said she want to press charges. She get it behind the ambulance. She talking to me, and I said, "Press charges." Then finally, the charges were pressed. What messed up with VS, that she had all of these enemies against her. So when she got arrested, her mugshot was posted. They found out the jail that she was housed in, and they flooded the jailhouse with phone calls. This wasn't no big, Virginia, one little part where she was arrested. They flooded the phone calls to the point they said, "Are you famous? Because we getting all these phone calls." Fire Babe leaded that. Sean Bradley, they wanted her locked up. They was working with the prosecutor. They was showing up to the courthouse. They was under a lot of pressure. For her first offense, they said, "You can't be on the internet." They got her with, was it kidnapping? Or was it, I forgot the charges.
It was simple assault and, what is it? She wouldn't allow her. Oh God, what's the name of that charge? It was somebody in the chat from there.
Yeah, it was something that she couldn't leave, and it was
right.
And the judge came up with that you can't be on the internet for 3 years. I'd never seen it happen for 3 years, because the reason why I think they did it, because they were sending YouTube clips. They was bombarding with it and said that you can't be on the internet for about 3 years. YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, you can't be on the internet for 3 years. She's an internet personality, so she couldn't even make an Instagram. So all of that went away. She had to take her page down. All of that went away. Shireen, she's gone somewhere. And VS, and now, like, a lot of people, when I'm talking about her, they don't know who she is. They be like, "Oh my gosh, like, who is VS?" Like, because her channel has been privated. She still had, which is smart for YouTube, that you can private your account. So she privated. So once they release it, then you will see it if she keep those same videos up. But she had a war with Sean Bradley. She had a war with Fabe. VS had a war with me. We was going back and forth. But she loved me. She never went as low with me. She tried, but she wasn't as ruthless. She couldn't be as ruthless with me like she was with Sean. You know what I'm saying? Like she was with Sean Bradley, because VS, I used her to call my uncle. I said, "You should call my uncle." I gave her my uncle's number, a pastor of a church, and she called. And it's a recording with my uncle and her on the phone call. And she called him. She said, "Well, I shouldn't have called your uncle. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so hurt. Oh my gosh." He pretty much rebuked her, because it was some allegations people were saying about me and my grandmother, some lies that they created. So I said, "I need to clear this up." And I said, "Who can I use?" I said, "I can use VS." I said, "VS, can you call my uncle?" She called my uncle. And it's on the recording that she called. And we used her for that regard, because I needed somebody with some clout in the sector to clear up my name. And I used the biggest leading voice in the sector was VS. I used her, and and I still have that recording on one of my computers in the kitchen. That recording of her and my uncle having a conversation. Now, mind you, I haven't heard my uncle's voice in years, and she got on the phone with him. Now, when it came to who showed up to my family church, it wasn't VS. It was Phi Babe. Phi Babe was mad at me because I was connected with VS. And Phi Babe decided to get in her underwear. It was on Lipstick Alley. Because the beauty about the B sector, Lipstick Alley got a whole thread of all, it documented everything in real time of what's going on in the beef sector. So it was a picture of her in her panties, and it had a stain. So I had a website at the time. So I posted in the website, and the headline was a Phi Babe in her dirty drawers. And she said, take it down. Are you going to go to my church? I said, you go to my, I don't care. So she went to the church, and I called, she called the church. I posted the church address. I posted the church number. I'm like, go, because this is good content. This is the beef sector. So I'm egging it on. You got 24 hours to delete. You got 24 hours to delete this video. Go to your family church. Go. I didn't delete it. She went to the family church. I introduced Marquita the cross-eyed diva. I'm wearing wigs, and I'm seeing all this stuff. She went there. She got so much backlash that she went to the church that she deleted the video. And she said in an interview with King Payne, it was stupid. I should have did. It made her look dumb because she did that. And then I spun it. I said, this lady is old enough to be my mother. I changed it and I played victim. Oh, how dare you? I'm not old enough to be your mother. I'm such and such. How dare you want to be a woman of God? And then Sean Bradley was like, you went to Wiley ain't dumb. He ain't. I played that like a fiddle, and she got embarrassed because her people turned against her because you went to a family church, so she lost a lot of respect from people like that, and then she had to delete the video. She thought she was gonna get popular, and people turned against her. And then that's how what's the guy name? Oh God, with the guy with the dreads. Oh my God, her friend, the guy with the dreads, the artist. Oh gosh, y'all, the guy with the dreads. Y'all, he's from Chicago. Can't think of his name, but I know him personally.
Is it triple
QB in the Midwest?
QB, yeah.
He was introduced to the sector because he said, Wiley, I'm coming to your church. I'm coming to your church. Now, I know QB of the Midwest personally. Been in his home. I've been knowing him, man, but I know him from naked, all from clothes and not clothes. I know that man personally. We got some history. Him and his husband that is deceased. We got history. That's how he got introduced into the sector. Because he went to the church. They turned him away because he was feminine. They allowed Phi Babe to come, and Phi Babe was allowed to come there. He got embarrassed. He had to walk to the green line. And mind you, this was on they streamed this on live. He got turned away. Sister Allison was the usher, turned him away. They allowed Phi Babe to come in because she's a woman, and they turned him away. He had to walk back to the train. He was unsuccessful to get clout in the church, but Phi Babe was able to get clout. She was nervous because she didn't pan the camera on the members, but I can hear the members, and I'm loving this. This is good entertainment. And so after Phi Babe did that, the church had a meeting that they had to install cameras, security cameras, because they thought that I was making these people go to the church. I didn't make these people go to the church. I don't want to say to the Church of Holiness, to the Bishop Melvin Cartwright, to the board of directors, to the deacons, to the musicians, to all 20 of the members, all 20 of y'all. I didn't make her go to the church. She wasn't my girlfriend. She did that on her own. So they had to get security cameras and all of that. The only thing I did, I said, this greasy lady is heading to the church. And I made it as a headline. I made it as a headline because she was coming and she streamed this. I screen recorded her saying this. She literally dropped her baby off at a babysitter and she went to the church. She did this stuff. She got embarrassed because it made her look dumb.
Wait a minute, Wiley. Wait a minute. Let's say this now. Even with all of that being said, Phi and Wiley are cool now. They are cool. But you're forgetting one thing. You skipped over something.
Go ahead.
In reference to VS when they were at the IHOP. Remember, VS went there for the other young lady that I cannot remember her name.
Yeah, it was another.
What was her name?
I forgot
Light skinned girl.
Yeah, she was light skinned, and she was another YouTuber
She
during that
was
time in the 2000s.
renting. She was renting. She said that she owned this house in Virginia, right? Come to find out, her and her husband, I don't know if Kiki, they were renting a portion of this African lady's house. It's like you know, on this app, they gonna dox you whether you want to be doxed or not.
Absolutely.
So if you lie, they're gonna find out. And that's how we all found out that she didn't own it, which really didn't matter. But she went to see Kiki at IHOP, and Kiki said it on live. Shireen followed behind at Shireen while they were there drinking coffee. Shireen came, and that's when it all happened.
Yeah, Shireen came because Shireen lived in VS neighborhood.
Right.
And she knew exactly
she
which
was a
stalker.
stalker.
She was a stalker, and she played victim. And I said, play victim. So I had Shireen's back. I did one of my comedic videos. To this day, I laugh at that video where we interviewed Shireen and we brought Shireen on the Wiley Show. And it was a conversation. The public, at first, they was rallying behind Shireen in the whole VS in jail. But once VS got locked up and they turned against Shireen, they dragged her. The public turned against her very quickly. And Shireen couldn't even come in the chat. So if she is in the chat, she's under another name. Shireen turned against me. She had her son to call me in the middle of the night. And I said, sir, I'm not going to argue about your mother. I mean, this is YouTube. You want to meet up? Let's just go live. I ain't doing no live. I don't do that live stuff. Because she called her son.
She was crazy.
Because it was something off about that lady. And that lady was old enough to be my mother. And
she was. And she took medication. Let's not forget. I don't know.
She said she was sick. She had all of this problems, and she was old enough to be my mother. And people was like, Wiley sent her. How can I? And during that time, I was in my 20s. That was a rumor. They said Wiley sent her to the IHOP.
Yeah, that was a rumor.
I didn't send her to that. I was in my 20s. This lady old enough to be my mother. So if I did, why would you allow a 20-some-year-old man that you never met make you go get into an altercation? Like, that didn't make any sense. But I didn't do it. So we brought her on the show, and she tried to get VS locked up, and one of VS members tried to come back, and she got pushed back because they was reporting the probation officer. The probation officer pretty much warned VS to say this could be a violation. Tell them to stop, because they're calling me saying you're telling this lady to do this. So she told the lady, because I forgot her name, she was a TSCC member. Remember that she tried to bring back the show. She tried to talk about some things.
Yes.
And Shireen started to go call the probation as well as YouTubers, and that lady just went away. And so that's just how that happened. And
I think she's still here.
She's still here, but she's not going to have people on here to voice it up like that, because she know that people will be calling her probation officer in the courts and trying to get her locked up.
No, I'm talking about Shireen. Shireen is still
here. She's under another name. Of course.
And Kiki admitted on one of her lives that I cannot remember who, because it's so long ago. But she said that she did set VS up. So all of them knew. Shireen and Kiki, I guess they knew of each other. But
I don't think that Kiki, I think she said that now once it happened. I don't think she set VS up. I think that she wanted to meet VS. Shireen saw where they were going because they streamed it all live. And Shireen knew that IHOP. She knew the area.
Yeah.
So and Kiki lived around VS. She knew the area as well. Shireen just went up. She said, I knew the IHOP, because she said it. She said, I knew the IHOP that they were at, and I showed up. She didn't know that she was going to get punched and sat on, but she came there for some. Shireen came there because she wanted to get VS together for some internet clout. And it backfired, and but Shireen had the last laugh because she pressed charges. Shireen had the case that Sean Bradley did not have to remove VS off the internet, nor did Fababe had. And so Shireen was that woman that was able to get VS off the internet by a court order.
But she really, I believe that Shireen really thought that she was going to get some form of clout.
She knows so, yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm telling you, just as quick as it happened, it went away. Like people didn't want to enter. She kept going on panels like wanting to talk about it and say, well, this is affecting me and now I can't do this. And people were like, but you still on here being messy.
Absolutely. And that's what happened. She wanted clout and it backfired. Everywhere she went, they dragged her. TSCC members dragged her, and she couldn't gain any clout. And her kids told her, said, get off the internet. They tried to tell her to get off the internet because they were involved, because their mama was hurt, she crying. And I witnessed all of this stuff on the phone, because I was on the phone with Shireen, because she called me. They wanted her off the internet. She was talking to the detectives. What messed up VS, because the waitress said, this lady sat on her. They all of it, and it was on YouTube. So that's what
I was in the chat. We
was,
kept telling VS don't meet with Kiki. We was like, no, don't go. And I'm not even TSCC. I was just like, don't go. Don't do it. Just didn't seem right,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So when that situation happened, because at that time, me and VS were not cool. We were beefing. Because when that time, she used to call me Cricket Eye, and I forgot the lady name. If you remember, she was a moderator.
Which one?
Tori Mom.
You remember? Tori Mom. Okay, yeah.
So Tori Mom went over to VS, and VS cussed Tori Mom out. You over there with Cricket Eye, don't come over here. Cuss the lady out. And Tori Mom came over here. So, my God, because Tori Mom was still a fan of VS, like a lot of people was. But VS felt like if you was in my chat, if you was in somebody else's chat that I ain't mess with, you gonna get embarrassed. She embarrassed her entire
remember, chat. You did a letter. I think, did you write a letter to VS or something?
I did.
You wrote a letter. And the poem, and they read it. It was like 900 people in that chat. I will never forget. Yeah. And she read the poem out loud, and she was like, you know what? You could tell she wanted you back. Like for you all to get together. But her crew, like Period Panties, was like, don't do it.
Didn't like us. They and her crew didn't like us. I knew that in Virginia. When I met her, me and VS, we were cool.
Yes.
The audience, especially the Period Panties, she hated that.
She hated you.
She hated that relationship. She hated the lab. She hated that. I was there enjoying. I was the popular one. They treated me like a king. They picked me up. She hated my guts. To this day, this lady was like, I'm going to call your probation officer. I'm going to call the library. She wanted me in jail. She hated me so much. Her name wasn't Period Panties, but the reason why we say Period Panties, because BS embarrassed her, said that she had her period panties on. I don't have no period panties. This is on the bestest mess. This was all on YouTube. You did have period panties. I don't have no period panties. So this was all on YouTube.
She really thought that VS liked you, like you all liked each other, had crushes on each other. That's why she didn't like.
She really thought that we would, and it was all for YouTube. It was all, and this is how we have to talk about Rico. Because this was all about YouTube. Yeah. Rico got used. He did by me. I wanted clout for YouTube. I wasn't thinking about no boyfriend. I was like, okay, this is my boyfriend. But Rico really fell in love with me for
you
Rico.
Like Rico. Don't do that.
I like a little bit. I like Rico, but I wasn't in love like WWE couple. It was never that. It was all for like YouTube, clicks and views. And Rico, it wouldn't be a Rico if it wasn't for him being on DC Gate. DC Gate, for me going to DC, birthed Rico being a content creator.
Yes.
So it birthed him, and he wasn't used to the interactions on YouTube, the clout on YouTube. He wasn't used to that type of clout because this was all foreign and new. I was used to it at that time. I've been in YouTube for a couple of years in the beat sector, and that's how he got introduced. And to this day, they still every once in a while talk about DC Gate.
Yeah. Recently, James Spillerboy TV, he and Rico, I think this might have been like a month and a half, 2 months ago, and they had gotten into it. I think that see, I like Rico. I don't want to say nothing bad.
I get it. People like Rico, but Rico did a lot after he met me. Like, Rico just went on the disaster. Rico could have been one of the top leading YouTubers in the beat circuit. He got that. Rico got that skill set.
He does. Remember, he would climb in and out the window to go get a beer and smoke.
In out the window and drink. He was just he had his issues and problems, and Rico would cry. He would get drunk. He would just spill, but it was entertaining. But Rico didn't know how to do the business. He would take his clothes off. He would
get naked on live.
He would get naked on live. This man was the first YouTuber that would pee in a beer can. Like, he would pee in a beer can. And I would go and egg it on because I knew he loved me and I knew how to get under his skin. And that man would pee in a beer can. And he would do this stuff on the internet. And me and we would go back and forth. And I said, Rico, you shouldn't do that. And Rico definitely would do it. And then when he moved, I remember Rico he moved to New York, but he forgot his TV. That man was the first man in history on YouTube that will travel with his TVs and DVDs on the Greyhound bus, like
in trash bags.
Trash bags. You saw all of that.
I love Rico.
You saw all of that on the YouTube streets. It was on YouTube. This was the entertainment on the YouTube. And to this day, they talk about DC more than they talk about Vegas because we never had a Vegas gate.
Oh, DC gate out-tops everything.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything. How is it that you, Chocolate Bay, Rico, Lukerman, who we found we got little bits and pieces of Lukerman, and one female, VS, how is it out of all of you are all this confusion? And you talking about years later? We still talk about it?
Because that happened, must have been 2018. That was before the pandemic. And it was the summertime. I went to DC, and that's when I met V, and it was a lot of drama. And people ate off that.
Wait a minute. Didn't Rico bring some chicken or something?
Chicken. He went to Chocolate Bay's house and the chicken was burnt. And he burned the chicken because God was in his favor because Rico it was in 2018. Rico wanted to come to the casino and beat up VS.
Yes.
If he would have came to the casino acting like that, he would have got arrested. And probably would have still been living, probably still would have been, or behind bars or some probation or something. So God didn't let it happen. Chocolate Bay car got towed. It was a disaster.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought that he was drunk and couldn't remember where he parked at. Car got towed?
His car got towed because he parked in a no parking zone.
How did I miss that part?
He parked in a no parking zone. Rico is burnt. It's cooking the chicken and it burnt because they up there trying to get to the casino, couldn't get there. We at the casino, they arguing. They're arguing it back and forth. Rico do an interview with Tracy, and you can't find that because she lost the channel since then. And he was crying. I can't believe it. And it was thousands of people in that live. Wiley did this to me about, and then Jay Wilson said, "Kick him out, throw him to the street." To VS credit, she said, "We're gonna stay here. So if he kick you out, you can come to the hotel because we had room because one of VS members, one of TSCC members, had a connection in the hotel, got a lot of rooms, and they were empty. They had a whole lot of rooms, like 3 of the rooms were empty that they had. They said you could just stay in one of the rooms. I was like, okay. And then Rico didn't kick me out, and then that's the drama and all that. But all of that happened on the internet.
Now wait a minute. Remember one night, Rico, this is after y'all had everybody left and went back. You went back to Texas. You were in Texas. VS went back and everything. Rico, oh man, got a little drunk. I'm gonna say a little on live, and it was about 1,000 people in the chat, and we were calling in, and two women got on the line, and they was both on the panel, and they was both arguing about Rico. I mean, it was a mess, and he was like, I just want somebody to talk to. And I don't know how. I kept texting you, Wiley, please call Rico, please. And you didn't want to call. Chocolate Bay didn't want to call. And then finally, I think Chocolate Bay called. I think because he was mad. All y'all were mad at each other. This is shortly after DC Gate. And Chocolate Bay called, like, okay, Rico, calm down. I wish Rico was here, man.
Yeah, they called, and then I think I called him because every time that Rico would cry or something, y'all called me to go talk to Rico. And then he wanted just I just get cussed out. Like Rico was just cussing me out. And only regret that I have the whole thing with DC, I should have followed my first man and didn't win or booked my own hotel. But at that time, Rico said, I got this hotel. And he said, we go to the Airbnb. That was a major mistake because it was all that unnecessary drama. So when I did Vegas, the reason why it was so peaceful is because I learned my mistakes because of DC. Everybody had their own rooms. I'm not sleeping with nobody in this trip. And we take our pictures. We go to the club. We have fun. It's good. With DC, I was sleeping with Rico, staying at the Airbnb, which he paid for, and that's what all that drama. And then I went to go see VS.
You got accused of liking Chocolate Bay.
And then me and Chocolate Bay, we were doing something. So it was just mess. And
Rico was heated.
He was heated. He was really heated. He was hurt that he paid for this Airbnb and all of this, and then I'm making out with Chocolate Bay and not him. He was jealous too. He was hurtful. And I saw another.
Wasn't Lukerman in there too?
Lukerman was in there. Lukerman was eating Rico's butt, but we wasn't attracted to Lukerman. Me nor Chocolate Bay was attracted to Lukerman. But Chocolate Bay, I was attracted to Chocolate Bay because he was a vibe. He just had my eye. So we started getting involved with each other in the room. And then Rico bust the door and then all hell broke loose. And so I recorded that. Because to me, this is some good content. Like this gotta go. This gotta go on YouTube. So I recorded it and it came on YouTube. And Rico felt used. And I didn't know it did. I did use him. I did. I can say that now I use him because I use him for content. I use him for everything. I use him for the liquor. I use him for the food. And he got used. And I understand it now. I regret doing it. But it was good entertainment for the sector because my mindset was content. My mindset was entertaining the audience, building a channel, and I didn't care who I used during that time. And he was just a casualty of me trying to build the channel.
Wiley.
That's what happened. And he was so, and to this day, he's not as bitter now. But if they keep talking about it, he can go right back into, all that. It took us a while to get peace and everything.
It did. It took years. There ain't no months. It took a couple years.
It took a couple of years to get peace today.
Because he used to come over here and cuss you out in the chat. I wouldn't mute him though.
He would cuss on the phone, like he would cuss and everything like that. And that's what Rico would do. He felt. He was angry. He felt used. And that's what happened. And a lot of people was like, what is going on? And because at that time, everybody would talk about Vegas Gate, but that kind of died down. And the DC Gate just took off.
It's nothing like it. I told you, how could that what 5 people do so much damn. And the crazy thing is, all of this surrounding, here we go, VS and Wiley, the two names, those two names in the middle of everything.
It was the middle of everything.
Rico wanted to fight VS. All that was on live.
And when I went to the hotel, this is when we done with Rico. We dropped Rico off at his house. I'm at the hotel. QI didn't speak to me. After up the calls, I said, hey QI, like she wanted to take me out. Didn't want to speak to me. She had the bad acne and everything, and VS told me that she got the bad acne. They told me because VS left her because they start arguing because she wanted to go get some coffee. VS wanted QI wanted to get some coffee.
That's so right, QI.
So VS left her, and so they just arguing in the car, and I'm laughing, and then QI was like, don't be laughing about, and then VS like, no, he can laugh and all that. You wanted to get some coffee and you didn't have my back. I could have got jumped, and all you was thinking about is getting some coffee. And then one of the members was mad at VS. She want to go home. It said, are you coming? Is you getting in the car or not? I don't know. And she want to talk. All right, bye. And then she left the member out in the hotel. It was a lot of drama. VS, she controlled her audience like an iron.
She did. Yes, she did. And if they were collecting money for something, and a lot, and see, truth be told, they were getting she was paying them. Like she would give her people, I guess like her main people, they were getting money. Like it was VS show. VS was running it, because when you think about it, it took a lot to run. You're talking about every time you push the live button, you don't have anything less than 500 people in your chat. And we're not talking about bots. We're talking about constant comments coming. Like over here, the comments are constantly coming through. So, and she would run it. They would collect money. They would donate money. They didn't just collect money and it all went to VS. They would collect money, and VS would give her platform people money, because was Chocolate Bay with her? Who was it? A male.
She will give money to whoever she interviewed. She would give money to them.
Yep.
She gave.
She wasn't stingy with it.
She was never stingy. When we needed a car, nobody was giving to the GoFundMe until VS stepped in. And she told the people, y'all give to Wiley. Y'all give the, and them people they gave.
Yep.
Before the day was over, we raised $1,000 for the down payment. We needed something for the apartment. VS members came together and gave. And VS have always been a giver. If she had people on her show, she would give to them. She had a member that was in a nursing home. They raised money and gave to her in a nursing home. So VS was a good giver. Absolutely. She definitely was. VS was a great giver, and we'll see how she's gonna turn up in this new, whenever she come back. I'm gonna do some Googling and see when does she get off probation, because it's all public record.
She has to be off. It's no, I swear I think that she's off probation, because I know it's some TSCC people that are over here. It has to be.
Yeah,
they didn't just go away. They were, because I'm telling you, a lot of her diehard admirers, I'm not even going to call them fans. I'm going to call them admirers and family. They literally was thinking that she was still going to be here. I mean, it was one girl who would play old videos. And she would ask for a donation if you wanted to see the video, if you wanted to see more of it. She would do little clips. You had to like donate $10 or something. But I'm telling you, if she comes back, watch the beef sector come back to life.
It's definitely going to come back, to life, because she was a big part of the beef sector. She's one of the, when you talk about the history, that you are in the beef sector, VS name is going to be mentioned.
Yeah. And remember how Fabe and Sean Bradley at one point, well, in the beginning, how they really didn't get along. Oh God, in the beginning, they didn't like each other. Tracy and I think at one point Tracy and what's the pastor's
Jay
name?
Wilson, they fell
Jay,
out. I remember when they were cool. Then they fell
yeah.
out. Now they cool again. And
Mm-hmm.
then Sean Bradley, they had like a show idea, and they had content creators come together for that. And a lot of them fell out with Sean Bradley again. I think I was like one of the only ones. I think me and Leo the Lioness and what's my other girl?
Leo, that's my girl.
Oh God, what is her name? Everywhere she was one of my favorite girls. I can't think of her name. And I haven't talked to her in a while. She's a club chat member. If y'all think of her name, that's my girl. I can't think of her name. And we haven't texted each other in a while. Wow. Key with the T. Thank you. Really good. I love, and she'll be another good person for 2 Minute Lady. Key with the T. And so, I just, in this year, I hope that show that we did, it get picks up.
I do too.
I want people to see it. You know what I'm saying?
The clip the clip that Sean Bradley put on his channel, he got permission to. First of all, let's get that out there. He got permission from the producers that he could put it out, and it wasn't that long. It was just a clip. But I'm gonna be honest with you, it was good.
Yes. And I was getting so many messages for that. I'm like, man, that definitely needs to come out. And I'm gonna call them and I'm gonna say, you know what? Even if it don't get on network television, put it on the streaming. Like YouTube is a good source.
But also, you do know that. I mean, look at all these little shows that are going on. I'm not saying necessarily going to this particular channel, like the Zeus Network.
This is good.
Think about it. Black China, her show was not good. It was actually terrible. And Black China made so much money just from going on that show, and it really wasn't entertaining. But other than when her mom was on there, but I would think that, because there are also a lot of people that are creating their own, like Zeus is a couple others. It's a female on a trans female on Bigo, and her name, I'm sure a lot of people know of her. Her name is Savannah Maria Garcia. She transformed from male to female, all of this from Facebook to Periscope to Bigo. And I think the name of her show was called Savannah's Toy Box, but it was a channel that picked her up like Zeus. It was a small, and I think she might have been one of the first seasons on that particular channel. Sean Bradley can also do something like that. If you can't find somebody to pick it up, do it yourself. They all the people.
I'm gonna reach out to them. I'm gonna say, put it on. If you don't have anything else, put it on YouTube. YouTube,
yeah.
Since we're all YouTubers, I would say put it on YouTube, and then let networks knock on the door and say, "Hey, let's do it." With all the stuff that was taped, I'm gonna call. I'm gonna say, if y'all don't have any offers with network television, put it on YouTube. And
then, and can't you do a fee? Like for, isn't that a way where people
I wouldn't even
chasing Atlanta?
I would put it on YouTube, and doors will open up, and then that would be like, okay, the network can be like, because then you can license the show, because once they see the audience, then you can license it on WeTV, just like Zeus. They license some of Black China on WeTV.
Yes,
from Zeus. So if you put it on YouTube and it's successful, and it will be successful, then you can license that to another network.
I really do think that it will work. Just that little clip, I didn't expect that. I really did like it, because when people came back, they were giving their, I guess the people that fell out with each other.
Yeah, people fell out, but I still say it to this day, and I can't really get into details because I want y'all to see it, because it's going to be Florida. Just see all of it. That you did not get to see, especially the Florida taping. Because I know out of that Florida taping, they're gonna try to cancel the Wiley Show. That's what I can say. But the Florida taping, that's like you're sitting on a gold mine. You're sitting when you're sitting on what I learned from this Sean Bradley and Ty and all of those people that I worked with. I've learned like, okay, when the camera's on, I know what y'all want. Let me do what I buy. And when the camera's off, I'm just as regular. But when them cameras was on, it became like a drug almost because the cameras are on, then the producer on, and then when you get the kind of nudge, like, "Oh, dude, I got you." And but when them cameras are off, I go right back into reading my book, quiet. When them cameras are on, you get that Wiley. When them cameras are off, you get Marquise. You get the calm Marquise reading a book. But when them cameras are on, that's it. It's showtime. And what I've learned from that experience, for some of us didn't ever travel to Florida, Atlanta. And during that time, I really didn't travel like that. And so that really opened my eyes. I've been in spaces, millionaires, and learning the business. And it was great that I experienced that because I'm like, okay, that kind of showed me I want to be in this business. I want to be in the entertainment business. And I've learned some things you can do that have never come out. I was in another show, my friend during that time, he was doing a court show. And at that time, they were having a jury. It was being taped. They were going to have a jury, a judge, and a plaintiff. And they're going to have two people. And it was a good I thought it was entertaining. And I called them I said, what happened to? They said they didn't get picked up. So you can invest thousands of dollars on a pilot and it don't get picked. People need to understand it's pilots that are being taped every year that never see the light of day.
And but that's why people are creating their own, their own channels. Yeah, they're doing their own thing, their own, like you got to go to the app to see it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Even Ray J started his own app. Did you know that? Ray J is starting his own app. Like he was working with Zeus, and I guess he saw that money that Zeus is making. He's like, I could use my clout to make my own network. And you're going to see
Milan Christopher.
Milan Christopher starting his own streaming services as well. And a lot of these streaming services, they need content. And to this day, you're sitting on a gold mine when you're talking about YouTubers. And that's a gold mine because you could do so many seasons of so many content creators that can open up doors. And I always say if that ever show do get on television, it will benefit so many of these. We will become, some of us, if not all of us, will become household names.
Yes.
We would do other things other than YouTube. But the fame will happen because it will be number one, you're already coming in with an audience that love YouTube, that will review it on YouTube and stuff like that. And it would just do so much for the culture. So I'm going to definitely call the people and be like, hey, put that on YouTube.
I mean, you all took they spent a lot of money. You're talking about flying people in,
a lot of money,
and
they spent a lot of money.
Making sure everybody had, I think that everybody, all of the main characters that were there, everybody there was a main character, from YouTube. And I just think that it's doing us a disservice not putting it out or finding some way to put it out. It doesn't have to be on mainstream yet, but like you said, even putting it on YouTube, starting it like the Chasing Atlanta, Dallas.
Facts, yeah.
All of those.
Like YouTube, I think the reason why I say YouTube is so good with YouTube is because we are YouTubers.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And it just will make perfect sense to be at the home turf if mainstreaming. And sometimes you have to put it on YouTube in order for mainstream to knock at your door and say, okay, can we license this show and put it on WeTV or put it on Bravo? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So That's how that goes. And so that was my experience. But I think once I did that show, I knew I was making my exit strategy from the B sector because it was difficult for us to gain subscribers. And the reason why I agreed to do the show, because I said, oh, this is good eyeballs to the product. This would be good for my brand.
Hold on, Wiley. Somebody just said something really important, and I remember that in the chat that views by Shawnee said, then you have Fa saying she's going to sue. Now that's what I
Oh,
want.
okay. Five not gonna sue. Five was on her Facebook page saying that, oh my gosh, you guys must be on television. She wasn't gonna sue. She's just saying it to her audience because she's mad. And she wanted the show to come out because she had deals. Me and her had a conversation. She said, while they have this wig line, if this show pop, this can increase my sales and everything. She's not gonna sue. She was mad because the show did not come out fast enough. You know what I'm saying? She wanted it. She wanted instant fame, and that's what she's trying to turn against Sean Bradley and stuff like that. But she can't sue. You signed away your right. You signed away a release form. You signed paperwork. So suing for what? It ain't gonna make sense. You already signed, girl. And then you went on your show. It's like, oh God, I'm gonna be on television. This is a show that I was on. She was on her Facebook page telling her family that she was gonna do a show. So she's not gonna. So I don't like when people say, oh, I'm gonna sue. Girl, sue. Like, don't nobody keep announcing and don't do it. Like, she ain't gonna sue because she posted it on her Facebook with the link and everything like that. And she signed, we all signed paperwork to give them rights. So whatever they do with it, we signed it over to the producers of that show. We did. We signed. I know I signed. Everybody signed. And to sign over in that they have the rights of that footage. So if it get picked up a year, they can still use that. So I would rather be cool with producers because they still gonna use it anyway, than not to be cool with. They're still gonna use your footage. You know what I'm saying? And it was a lot of them. I think they fell out with because a lot of them couldn't see the big picture. They wanted overnight success. They wanted it to happen overnight. I knew from my experience of working with someone that taped the show that did not get it off the ground. I know a lot of these reality shows we see now, it took them years to get off the ground. We see it on television now, but we don't know the history of how long it took it to be on television. We can look at the example of movies. It took Emmett Till movie over 10 plus 14, almost 14, 15 years to get picked up. So it takes a while. And so, but I never want to drag the producers because those producers, this may not work, but they may have another project. They say, okay, let's let Wiley do this project. So I'm not going to drag the purse holders, people that want to do that because they may have another project, or they may, how Hollywood work, it's name recognition. They may know another person. Oh, we need somebody with a show. Oh, I know Wiley. Wow, I got this opportunity. They may know somebody and everything like that. And it's not like this producer did not put out another show. She did, and Roland Martin came at her and trashed it. It was a show. Oh my gosh. It was about sororities. Y'all remember that show they had about sororities, about the Greek life? And it was about Black women, about they represent the sororities and the Greek life. And Roland Martin was leading it to get it canceled. They rallied together and all of this. And they got it canceled. But the producer that was behind that show was behind the show that we were doing on behind the show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Her hands were on that show, and he did the show, and she's still pissed at Roland Martin for what he did, for how he rallied together to get that show canceled. But yeah, yeah, and so that's just how that goes.
Well, I hope that, some kind of way that, it can get picked up somewhere. I don't care if it's on YouTube or she decides to create an app and put the show on her own app and charge a fee, just like all of the, because if you remember, that's how Zeus was at first. You had to be a member. And you could look at, I forgot Black China name of her show, but that's how they start out. It's nothing wrong with that.
It's nothing wrong with that at all. I think that, I think that would be great. But the
I
reason
don't
why
care. I just hope y'all do.
I'm going to get on the phone and be like, what's the idea? I'm a present to them is YouTube, because number one, it is free, and then you work with advertisers. Say, hey, we got this product. Can you come advertise with us on YouTube? Because it's free. We could post commercials and all of that.
Well, question. Can you all, if they do that and you all will get people that want to advertise, will they be able to, will you all be able to get paid from that?
I think so. I think so.
Be good.
And I think the where the money will come in, and for us, if they license it to a network.
Mm-hmm.
If it's one of those deals like Black China where they license it on WeTV or something like that, or Bravo or something like that, that could be a moneymaker for us. And we may not make none in the first season, because it's like the first season, but I think that second season, if it get, in which it will, because I think the first is just that mother freaking entertainment. I think the second season would be definitely great. And from that exposure, we could do club bookings. If you have a book, if people will buy you a book, they're going to subscribe to your show. So you're as us as YouTubers, our channels are going to grow because of the exposure.
Did he try? Did Sean Bradley try to get VS to come to the show?
I think they tried to get a lot of people to come on the show. I don't know if they picked for VS. I know it was a lot of people, because originally I was not chosen to be on there, and then they picked me because they had another cast of people on there. Then I was mentioned, to be honest, because they thought that I was going to just drag the show and talk about it on the internet. And out of all the people, I didn't say a word about the show. It was people, they were banking on me to just go live and talk about it. But once I did what I did and experienced, I didn't say a word. I didn't even tell the moderators about the show and tell nobody about it.
No, you didn't tell us.
Didn't tell my Barbara. I just said, hey, I need a haircut. And then y'all saw me on there. Didn't say a word. And reason why we're talking about it now is because, Sean Bradley, he released a clip. So I was like, okay, it's public. Some of it is public. I could talk about what's public, but I didn't even talk about what you didn't see, because I think it's a disservice to the viewers, because I want y'all to be at that table or that computer or that phone and to be able to witness that, because it was some damn good entertainment. It was some damn good entertainment, and I still got their back. So Sean can call me to do something, or the producers can call me to do something. I'm good with them. I'm great with them. I think it was a great partnership. I just want that project, and it's not them. It's the networks gotta, you know what I'm saying? It's the, let's be real, the white folks.
They would give.
Prove it,
They think about this. Now, this is what I'm about to say. Now, this is old. They would give somebody like Honey Boo Boo and her mother a show, but something like this with all grown folks and funny, because the clip that I saw, I was entertained. But this can't get picked up.
Yeah, I think that these networks are still the gatekeepers of these networks, particularly white older men. You know what I'm saying? They're not controlled. This is still a white dominated industry. Even though we got the Tyler Perry, he's in a minority. How many Tyler Perrys do we have? How many? You can just count on one hand. So it's very limited. So when you go to these networks, you're talking to white people. It's not too many of us that own and operate powerful net. We don't own those type of networks. So the decision makers are particularly white. So when Zeus came in, it kind of disrupt the industry. And he said, okay, we're going to create our own network. And so what he did, he disrupted network. And so now a lot of the network, they in competition with Zeus, because Zeus is paying them more. That's insulting that you making more on Zeus on an app than you did on network television. Like, they're making more money working with Zeus than they did working with network television. And that is a disservice, because for decades, Black content creators, Black personalities was used to build network, and they got pennies on the dollar. They got pennies on the dollar. Like we got Byron Allen, but Byron Allen is, I don't really see him trying to do a show like that. Like he owns network. He got the Weather Channel. He got other networks, but he's not a big power player. He got money. He ain't broke. But you talking about Bravo. You talking about ABC. You talking about BT, MT. He's not one of those type of people. So I'm definitely gonna call and say, hey man, either put that on YouTube. Because you already spent your money. You know what I'm saying? If networks won't take it, put it on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they go. And then
I agree.
It's gonna open the door for more YouTubers to do the show.
Yes, and it will drive. I do believe that it's just like, you know, you gain subscribers, you know, every one or two every single day, but it does add up. They share it to other people, and then they share it. I think that it would be a good thing.
Absolutely. And then if that show were to leak, not leak, but if that show were to come on the internet, it will send so many people to the, I can speak from my show, so many people over here. Like, who is this guy? Like, oh my gosh. It will send so many people over here. Everybody is going to eat off of it. And not only that, it's going to help other content creators, because what do you think they're going to do? They're going to review the show.
Yes, do review. You know what? I knew, like, I'm gonna use Leo for example. I knew of Leo, but I really, when you started working with the show and Leo would come over and I started going to Leo's channel, I learned that Leo has a like a side hustle. Leo makes different chocolate covered strawberries, different flavors, cover, you know, y'all know what I'm talking about. But she also gives these little tutorials on her IG page. So when I say that just about everybody on there has another talent, it's just like 5'8" with her wigs, you know. It's you.
Everybody, I think you're so right about that, because you know, if we all have entities, right?
Yes.
We're all waiting to go to that next level. And when you get on television, that's the next, you're introduced to a different audience. This is your red carpets, the club promoters. Like, if I'm on television, I can go to club promoters and say, hey, can I come to your club and get bookings and stuff like. Even you got what's the guy's name? Oh my gosh, what's the guy's name?
Where?
Island Boy. He's still getting club bookings off of Bobby Lights.
There's a guy in Atlanta now, and I learned about him from Bigo. He owns a club. His name is, I think it's Vinny Watson, and he has a club where a lot of
so that's
rappers. And it's a really nice club. Let me tell you, the food looks good. It's a nice club.
It's based out of Atlanta.
It's in Atlanta somewhere. I'm gonna get the information when I go back over there. But to do a red carpet somewhere like that, because he always has special guests. He always has a special guest coming out somewhere, whether it's an actor, it's a rapper, it could be anybody. But the club is really nice. He put a lot of money into it. And I see y'all doing something like that.
I think it would be great. Like I said, I think that, you know, in the beef sector, that would have been a big boom for the beef sector, because it would have introduced that sector to a larger audience. It would have. I would have got the blunt of the attention, because I would have knew how to take advantage of the attention. All I need is that that just give me that crack of that door.
Yep, give me 5 minutes.
You know what I'm saying? That's all I did, and it would just change the game. That will introduce it, because, like I said, the beef sector, you can make your money over there, but it's so difficult to get more subscribers because it's a very limited audience.
But if it does come to YouTube, it won't be limited.
It won't be limited because
think about it now. The
expand.
black sector is mixed
Absolutely.
with the beef sector.
It's
You
so
have some
broad. Yes.
sectors that then X Hutchinson created her own sector, the green sector. I mean, you have so many people over here that have built rapport with other people from other sectors. It's no way it can only go up.
Because me being on there, I'm bringing in an audience of YouTubers that really won't talk about the YouTube channel, but I'm on it. They're going to talk about it. And so, you know, and if it pops, then you're going to have Armand Wiggins. He's going to talk about it. You're going to have all of these people that probably would never pay me any mind, but the thing is popping. So I'm going to jump on that train.
You know who it also reminds me a little bit of. I don't know if I'm sure a lot of people did look at the show. Remember The Office used to come on? It was called The Office. And it wasn't really about anything per se, but different things would go on in the office. Sean Bradley, his entire show reminds me a little bit of that because it's not about anything particular. It's just about the people in the sector. I hope something comes out of it though.
Yeah, and we would definitely see how that's going to play out in the future. And so and then what would help it if the people constantly talk about it and stuff like that, constantly bring it on their channel and talk about it and to say, hey, we want this to come out. It was a disservice because the YouTubers had a lot of power and they trashed it on the internet. I mean,
but why?
Jay Wilson, from Timothy Bland, these people, they started trashing the product.
But the show was good. That little clip was good.
They were trashing it, saying it's not going to happen. They spoke death to the situation. I'm thinking in that instance, I'm like, man, why would y'all do that? And they did do it. And all of them, like most of, even 5A, she started to trash it. Then the video came out. Then she came in the audience talking about she was going to sue the people. And
it looked good on there, though. I think
I don't know what made her fall out with those people because I didn't fall out with none of them. I'm still cool. Like I'm still cool with every one of them. I still cool with everybody from Sean Bradley to Jay Wilson to Nicole Tyler to all of those people because, like I said, all of those people have a piece of my success. The reason why I'm successful now because I learned from a lot of those people.
I saw Nicole Tyler went live the other day. What was she talking? I don't know.
Even Jay Dunn and all that. Like, you know.
Oh yeah. Oh, Jay Dunn.
I wish I could say a lot. Whenever that come out, then I can say what I want to say, but I gotta be, I can't say this. Even Jay Dunn. All right. She said what she said, and you know, it was sad to see them black folks turned against that product, and it was really, really sad. And some of them never traveled across the country before, and for them to trash, you know, Ty the way that they did was sad. Because Ty, you know, she spent her money. She want, and it could still happen. I just think they were impatient because none of them had the experience of the entertainment industry. I had a piece of it once I went with my friend when he went for a show, but I knew that nothing in Hollywood turns overnight unless you are the person in power.
Yep.
You know, you can call, all right, I want a show with 3 women, and you can make that happen. You in charge. It's your network. You can make stuff happen. But most of us, we're not in that position of power. Most of us don't have that decision. That's the type of power that I want. People talk about, forget me being a celebrity. You can knock that out the window. I don't want celebrity. I want to be the type of guy. I'm calling you and say, hey, D1, I got a show. I want you on there. And I make it happen. I own the network. I own stuff. I'm green lighting stuff. I'm a green light. You know, I want to be that type of person. Oh, a show. I make it, you know, I want that type of power. Forget me showing up to a red carpet taking pictures. Forget that. I want to have that type of power. If I want a movie, I got it out and it's in the theaters or it's on the stream. It's like that's the type of power that I want. You understand what I'm saying? I want to see somebody with a cockeye on the news at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. So I want you all here, and it's your slot. That's the type of power. Forget me talking about going to red elbows with these celebrities, taking pictures and stuff like that, and just on the red carpet when I ain't got no power. That's the type of power that I want.
If you all bring this back, everybody knows somebody, right? And so, like in DC, Fox 5, my nephew works there. You know how when they get out of college, they instantly everybody's a producer. So what they do is they'll bring like people that are producers like of shows and like local artists on there. And if you do it now, he works at it's somewhere in New York. Is it? Oh God, the Today Show. He works for the Today Show now.
Okay.
If you do it, I'll see what he can do. I mean, and you have my word on that. I'll do it. I promise you I will.
Okay, I got somebody.
His name is Justin. I promise you I'll do it.
Okay, let me see somebody in here calling in. Hello, you live on the Wiley Show. Hello? Yes, you live on the Wiley Show. What's up?
Hey, Wiley.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing great.
All right. So I was just calling because I was wanting to talk about the senator, the House of Representatives, and all that.
Yes.
Okay. I don't even know what it's called. Like, listen.
Oh, you talking about the House of
Wiley,
Representatives?
I'm a CNA. Wiley, I'm a CNA, and I was watching it with one of my residents. Okay, and you know they old school. Like, man said he was watching. He been a politician for like 60 years. He said he been watching politics. The man said this is a spectacle. He said it's the worst of the worst. But I was overhearing about is it McCarthy? Is that the guy?
Kevin McCarthy. Yes. Kevin McCarthy. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So we was watching it, right? We was watching this. McCarthy kept losing. And I'm just like, well, dang, why they won't give it to a black man? You know, they was like, you know, he was like, yeah, the guy, I don't know I don't know the black guy.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah. He was like, yeah, he just needs 5, but it's not enough. It's not enough Democrats or Republicans. I can't remember.
And it's not enough Republicans. They need like I think about 6 or 7 Republicans to join him to get it because you need 218.
Right, but his numbers going up though because he said he just needed 5 and then went to 8, or 9. I was just like, well, obviously the McCarthy guy is no good. So they was talking about how he was just like, I guess not talking togetherness and everything like that. So I just I hope that I don't want to make it about race, but I hope the good person wins and we have something that just is for everybody, and everybody come together because obviously people are opening their eyes and looking at things for what it is and what's good for the children, at least I hope, and they make the right decision. But 11 times, 12 times you get outvoted. I mean, dang. And then I heard he moved in, like he just moved in, like he moved in. I'm just like that.
Absolutely. He already moved into the office.
It's like, really? They don't even like you. That's really dope. So I'm like, okay, yeah, he gotta go. And that's really crazy. But that just goes to show you that people really don't. People really don't. They're standing up, I should say. They're standing up and they're speaking the truth, and they're just like, listen, this ain't right. I don't like you like that. You was cool, but nah, you ain't for me. So kudos to that.
Thank you.
But all right, Wiley.
I love you. Bye-bye. Yeah, they was talking about Kevin McCarthy. But...
So why is it that I've been getting little bits and pieces of it? Why is it that the Republican Party is not backing him?
I think that number one, they didn't like the fact that he had trashed Trump.
Oh.
They feel as though that Kevin McCarthy is a part of the swamp. They feel as though that he's not a real true conservative. And also, I think the Freedom Caucus, they want to just show their power. They want to show, hey, even though we are in a minority, we're going to create a lot of noise. And they are representing the most strongest, election deniers, the strongest conspiracy theories. People, that's that sector of America, that they represent. And they are creating a lot of noise. And Kevin McCarthy had gave them so many deals to the point it only take one of them to challenge him, and all of that's rarely happened. That he's giving away all of his power to put them on committees. Can you imagine some of them being on committees? They're going to derail it. It's going to be a disaster. And he really wants the power, but they don't want him in office. They don't want him at all. They just do not want him at all. And it's not the first time that we have people. I mean, look what happened with Mr. What was the guy name? Ooh, the other guy that was the Speaker of the House. They got him out of there.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was working with Obama, President Obama, and they hated that when they found out that he was making deals. He had to secretly go meet with President Obama, and he paid a price for that. They out him as the speaker, and so it's that way. And so they it's just sad that, listen, guys, 20 people, I think it's up to 20 folks that are just calling a disruption. Now, in order for him to become speaker, I think he need like 5 or 6 people from that Freedom Caucus to support him, and he don't have it. Now you got 20 people that say they are never Trump. They are never Kevin. They never voted for him.
Speaking of Trump, okay.
And they voted, and they actually, because in order to be a speaker, you don't have to be a senator, a congressperson. You could be anybody. They can nominate anybody.
Oh, wow.
Right? That's what our constitution say. But that never happened. It always been somebody in the House of Representatives that's been elected to become a speaker. The last time I think this happened back in the 80s, you have to go back 100 years, and they went through 33, I believe it was like 38 votes before they was able to pick a speaker. And now we're up to 11, I think it's like 11 or 12 votes that he have not have enough votes to win.
This doesn't look good.
Yeah, it does, because again, you gotta understand, Congress is so important. That's a part of, that's a branch of our government that is a big part of our government. We can't operate without Congress. They are the purse strings. They make the bills. They're in conjunction with the Senate. So without them, it's even getting bad that some people that work in Congress won't get paid. And I'm not talking about the elected officials. I don't know about their paychecks. I'm talking about the people that work for Congress, and those people live check to check. And it's because of they don't have a speaker that their payroll may be affected. And these are average working people. They're not millionaires. They're regular civil servants, and their paychecks may be in jeopardy.
Oh, Lord.
So, and you gotta understand, the Republicans are in charge for the next 2 years, and you mean to tell me that y'all can't even pick y'all leader to be speaker, and y'all supposed to be governing for the next 2 years? So you think this is a disaster? Wait till they talk about the whole thing with the budget, and you think this is a disaster? Wait till they talk about that, because those people that, if Kevin do become speaker, those people from the Freedom Caucus, they are so emboldened. They really gonna make some noise. Because look at the noise they're making now. And the more time passes by, the more national news it becomes. You see, this story is grabbing legs and is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And they're getting more television time. Anytime that you see Sean Hannity try to say, hey, get in line, Sean Hannity. and they ain't budget. Anytime the president call and say, "Hey, get behind Kevin McCarthy," they ain't even listening to President Trump, because you got the mega supporters and then you got the ultra mega support. They're the real crazy. You got the megas, then you got the ultra mega, make America great again. They believe the election was stolen. They believe they want to investigate Hunter Biden. They want to do all this. They want to hell impeach Joe Biden. I think.
Hunter Biden. He's an embarrassment to his father, but he's always been like that.
Absolutely,
he's always been like that.
And he did, and he had his issues as many other people, and he didn't ask to be in public life. I mean, his father is in public life, and I think that Hunter Biden, did he sleep with his sister? He slept with his sister-in-law.
Yes. Isn't he married to his? I could be wrong.
No, he's not married. I know he slept with his brother's wife.
Right, his brother's wife. Yeah.
They had slept together. So and I'm here for the ride, because it's entertaining, but in reality, it's bad, because this affects our pocketbooks, about the taxes, about the money. They create the budgets. As many people that depend on money from the government, and so it affect people's daily lives. So it's entertaining, but in reality, I do get through the entertainment part. It's kind of sad.
Do you think that on a scale of 1 to 10, Joe Biden, how would you rate him?
I think for the scale of 1 to 10, I think for the infrastructure bill was great for America, because we needed that. I think that I would rate him a solid 6. And the reason I rate him low, because there's so much more he can do.
Yes.
Like he need if the courts approve to say, hey, you can cancel student loan debt, he need to come back and say, we're going to cancel it 100%. I think Joe Biden needs to propose a bill to decriminalize marijuana, not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana on a federal level. I give him, and so if he start doing stuff like that, those are generational changes. You know what I'm saying? They say, okay, federal government, we get hundreds of billions of dollars that we give to media. We're going to commit and give Black-owned media $15 billion. That changes the game of generational wealth. Okay, home loans. Let's make a bill that say, for the first time, banks, that you have to give loans to low-income people.
Yes.
You have to give loans to low-income people to become homeowners. You have to give them. That's a game changer. And then that number, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm going to make it minimum wage. Okay, it is time that we increase the minimum wage from $7 into 20. Make it up to get it close to that $20 mark.
But all of these things that you just stated, he could do something about.
He can propose these things and use because it's the bully pulpit, and he can use it. And I think those type of bills will affect my people, not just my people, but all working class. And working class, we haven't gotten a break since the pandemic, when they gave us that extra dollars for unemployment. You remember that? And that helped a lot of people, right? And so I think the working class need a break. They need support, massive support, because the wealthy has been getting away with stuff for decades. And so it's time for us as the working class to get advantage of all of this. And reparations, that's another game changer. And you think Black folks vote for Democrat now? You talk about reparations, or Black folks gonna be voting Democrat 99.9% of the time.
Okay.
That's gonna make, if he actually do it, and if it passed under President Biden, he would be one of the best presidents for Black America. Then Obama, he would be more popular than President Obama, because we will never forget he passed the whole thing and got us our reparations. You think President Johnson was popular with Black folks, or President Kennedy, or Biden would be up there. So I think that he needs to do that. And in order for that to happen, we as America, we have to demand that. Things move when you demand things. We didn't get, especially Black America, it's nothing that we got from the table without demanding it. You know what I'm saying? So whatever they decide to get us, and mostly in black and women, white women understand that it was because of the Civil Rights Act that white women was allowed to go to college and become professional people. They took advantage of that law because white women at the time were a minority. They didn't have rights like compared to, you know what I'm saying? So they had a little bit more than black people, but they really were able to take advantage of the Civil Rights Act.
Wiley,
so, yeah.
Wiley, was the anti-lynching law, was that passed?
Oh yeah, that was passed. Yeah.
Oh.
They finally, it took almost 60, 70 years to get that passed. But
I read something where there were at least 3, it might have been more, 3 Republicans that voted against it.
Oh yeah, it was a couple of Republicans that voted against it, which is sad. Which is so sad. That's a slap in the face, but I'm not shocked. I'm not surprised about it because these Republicans, they represent people that don't want any rights for black folks, and they represent those people, and they don't want. They think that we as black folks gotten enough, and not just these quote unquote "Make America Great Again" people. Just white people in general think that Black America got enough.
But got enough of what though? What
they in their mind, they've been taught that we stole their jobs. They've been taught that we stole their opportunities because they see us playing basketball, because they see people on football, because they think that we got enough and we didn't get enough. But they have been a lot of what white people do in power, the power of white supremacy. They tell poor white folks that because you're poor, is because the Latinos and the blacks. It's because the minorities, the black folks. That's why you're poor. But they're getting screwed because they have been indoctrinated with that lie. And most poor whites, they vote against their own interests. Their hospitals are shutting down, but you keep voting for the same people in office that's shutting down your hospitals. Like you're voting for people that want to take away Social Security. Can you imagine the type of world we live in without Social Security, without Medicaid? You think it's bad now. Just imagine they take away Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare. I can't. You think the death rate is high now.
Oh, Lord.
You think crime is high now. Crime going to be through the roof. You're not going to be able to contain it because what do you think those people going to do? You can't survive. You're going to rob. It's the normal human instance of survival. Your survival mode gonna come in. You wouldn't even commit no crime and rob that bank, but they cut off your Social Security. You got to survive.
You're gonna have people that depend on that live in nursing homes.
A lot of nursing homes were shut down.
Yeah.
You know, nursing homes only survive because of Medicaid and Medicare.
Yeah, I mean, it's deeper than what people think it is. I mean, it literally will affect everybody.
It would affect everybody. It would affect our economy bad.
Yes.
Unemployment will go up. It would affect a lot of people. A lot of people unfortunately die. And it's going to hit, if you think it's going to hit white America, but it's going to hit Black America the hardest. And you're going to see people die because, a lot of nurse homes will refuse people because they ain't going to be able to, ain't going to be no nurse home because majority of these nurse homes get the bulk of their money from the government. And if that goes away, we go out of business. And we ain't here to make money. We're going to close these nurse homes down, and that's going to apply pressure, and it's going to put us more in debt as a society. But that's what a lot of Republicans, they want. They want Social Security to go away. They want Medicaid to go away. They want Social Security to go. They want all of these bills go away because in their mind is you're giving people a free check, but they never say, well, let's take away that money y'all giving to the military. They never talk about the defense bill, which they get billions of dollars in our budget. They get a big chunk of the budget. And so, even with the student loans, who went to the courts to challenge it? Republican attorney generals, Republicans. They challenged that law. And most of them not going to say, we challenged it because we know it's really going to benefit Black people. But we can't say that. So we just going to challenge and say, oh, it's unfair to the people that paid their loans off, but what about the tax credits that the people that pay, but y'all still get business tax credit? Is that unfair for the people that pay their taxes and still have to pay their taxes, and you give the rich tax breaks? But they able to do that. But that's the Republican Party for you. You know, I'm just saying. I just want people to hear all that stuff, what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the private assisted living is like $5-6K a month. It's expensive now. It's really going to be expensive now if they cancel out those insurance policies. I mean, if they cancel those government programs, and they've been trying for years to cancel. And at one point, Social Security was unpopular when it first started, but it got popular due to time because people started to depend on it. Oh, this is good, even though our Social Security system is broken because how it's designed, it go by people that work to put into that system, but it's more people, the baby boomers and all this degeneration, they're aging, and it is not enough of us that are working put into that system. Mm-hmm. So, and if the government don't work it out, it could potentially go bankrupt unless the government don't work around how they fund Social Security. And I've always said to fund a lot of these things, why not make marijuana just, legal?
Yeah, well, now I saw in the news here that they're trying to make marijuana legal in the state in Maryland.
Yeah, they should.
Yeah,
Maryland needs
it. They should have been did it.
Maryland need the money, and not only they have the money, I hope that they do right with the money, put it into the roads and the bridges, because Maryland, unfortunately, like a lot of these inner cities, is that they're like, okay, marijuana is legal in Chicago and Illinois, in the state of Illinois, but still the South Side is still run down. Are you all using them tax dollars to that? And Lori Lightfoot, because they got some of the migrants that come to Chicago, she's asking the state for millions, but shouldn't you ask the state for millions for the poor Black folks that's already here in America, that's already here in Chicago, that's citizens? Like, they need money and resources as well. So, we go on and on and on and on and on and on about it, but you legalize it. But I hope that they make laws that it actually goes towards that community, because again, a lot of those communities are a disaster. Like they're broken and they're broke. They can't afford to make ends meet, and they need.
Wait a minute, is Virginia's legal in Virginia?
Virginia, I think they say it's going to legalizing here in Virginia in 2024.
Okay.
The one that said, they said Virginia being ahead of Maryland with the weed laws is tragic. It's tragic, but this is why you have to vote. A lot of Black people, period, that's voting. That's your state rep that make those decisions. That's your governor that's signing into law. You must have those people in office to make things happen. You got to have people in office to make things happen. I think Georgia could have had it legal if Stacey Abrams would have put that as one of her marks. She didn't do it. I think that would have made her campaign different, because when Pastor Brian from New Birth Church, when he said we're going to grow marijuana, it went viral. And people was like, I'm loving that idea. They might not agree with some of his preaching, but when he said making marijuana legal, and he
made a lot of sense.
He had a lot of sense. Yeah. Why not use the land to develop that? It's a plant, and people say, oh, it's against God, but y'all take a lot of medicine that's have the same traits of cocaine or heroin. You know what I'm saying? They're in the same type of family.
I do understand. I understand what you're saying. That's shameful of the church. I do understand. I think that if it came from someone else, not necessarily the church, it would be understood. But I mean, it's like a 50-50. I understand what he's saying. At first I was like, huh? Coming from him, I'm like, I was like, what?
I think that it was a great conversation, need to happen.
Yes.
And it just need to happen on a national level. I think the reason why Pastor Brian said it is because he know he's going to run for governor of Georgia one day. He know, I don't just want to be a pastor. I want to be in politics. And once I said he's going to run. He's going to run for governor,
I hope that.
He's going to run for Congress or governor, but you're going to see Pastor Brian. He's going to run for something.
I mean,
And running on marijuana is very popular. A lot of Republicans, whether they MAGA, they love to smoke some weed. so they're going to go for it. And he's a man. So at the end of the day, a lot of black men are going to sweat as well as black women, because who don't like to smoke weed? If you don't like, at least if you don't like to smoke it, you want to have that choice. If you want to buy you some, you should be able to buy it.
Renee said fentanyl is a whole problem right now, but they worried about Mary Jane. Oh,
absolutely. It's so outdated. You know what I'm saying? Legalize it, man.
Wait a minute. The pastor was at Mardi Gras last February.
Lord. You know, he's a different type of pastor. He's not one of those traditional where he don't do all that. You would probably catch him drinking some wine. He probably got liquor in it. So he's one of those type of pastors. He gonna eat a little coochie. You know, he's one of those he's one of those type of pastors. You can't, he gonna hump you and eat a little coochie, and then preach about Jesus. He's just one of those type of pastors. And if you don't want to be under that type of leadership, go to a pastor that don't do that. But he's one of those type of pastors.
He
of course.
is something, man. He got his hand. I've heard of some pastors that they dealt with a bunch of women in the church, but I mean, he dealing with them on TV, off TV, women of status. I will say this: he not going in the gutter.
Yeah, and it's so difficult because women throw themselves. It's hard to be faithful. Like it's not impossible, but you know, he's a good-looking guy, and women throw themselves a position of power. Look what happened with the whole Bill Clinton. What was that? Monica Lewinsky. If Bill was just a regular plumber, she probably wouldn't have paid him no mind. But because it was Bill Clinton, a position of power, and you know, look what she did. She allowed him to came on over her. You know what I'm saying?
And then you tell a old messy Karen that now she was a true Karen, the one who told everybody.
Oh yeah, she recorded.
Now Monica is suddenly turned into the victim, and I was like, wait a minute. There were no victims in this case. Monica willingly did that.
She the lady that recorded, like, because back in the day, you really had to record on them tapes. So now you can just have apps. It's so much easier to record. But she recorded the whole thing. But that lady, I forgot her. Y'all know her name. I think it's Linda.
Oh, okay. Quiet Storm. I see.
She got mad at her. She got mad at the system because she was kicked out of the White House. And she was kicked out and she had to work at the defense. So her having that that was like her insurance policy. And she died with that whole thought. Like, I didn't do nothing wrong. She got the T. I needed a book. I needed my insurance policy. And she was already mad at the Clintons that they took her away from the White House. And she talked about that. And that was her gateway. I think the reason why Monica came as a victim, because media turned against Monica Lewinsky and they dragged her so much, and Bill Clinton was able to go away and build $1 billion enterprise in the way they just trash. Because if this was today, the argument would be you using your position of power to persuade this girl. I think that's quite you're treading on thin ice when you do stuff like if you're in a position of power and you're a boss, and that's what got. I'm just saying you treading on thin ice when you are a position of power. Her name was Linda Tripp. Thank you,
Linda Tripp. Yes.
And somebody sleep and you sleep with the person, y'all have a relationship. Yeah, it's you treading on thin ice and all.
But from what I understand, she was like very flirty with him.
Absolutely, but she was see what made it a kind of juicy. It was about sex. If this was today, it would have been argued. But she was an intern. She was involved in that system like that. I think what got what got Bishop Eddie Long in trouble. I don't know. They never said they had sex, but something happened. And they said he manipulated us as the pastor, and he had to pay a lot of money. And Bill,
But they
Clinton
were
only
kids.
have
They were kids.
right. They
He started grooming them. He started grooming them when they were kids.
They were
Monica
kids.
was a grown woman.
A grown woman. I think that it was something else I wanted to say. Bill also had his other womanizer issues back in Arkansas, and it developed. And what he should have did, he should have stopped when he first got caught. He kept going, and that kind of, even though he didn't get out of office, the reason why Bill Clinton didn't get out of office is because he was a popular president. His economic policy was popular. Black folks loved him. He got reelected twice.
Oh, black folks loved him.
They love Bill Clinton, and this, and then also Bill Clinton had Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton did not throw her husband away. She stood by her husband, and to this day, she stood by her. Even though she was pissed, she was angry because she felt like, why are you trying to derail this from my career as well? But because she looked at the bigger picture. This is a marriage, but this is also a business. This is the business part of Hillary said, I'm gonna stick by my man, and she stuck by him. She stuck by him. It was about business. We're gonna build this empire, and she did it. I think that if Hillary would have left Bill, it would have affected Hillary's career. And Hillary, unfortunately, because of Bill, she didn't become the president. She had that started to creep up, and in those emails, but then a lot of it was Bill as well. That was like, unfortunately, she just didn't make it. I think if that Monica stuff would have never happened, I think Hillary would have been our president. I think she would have been our first woman president. But that definitely happened. And yeah, Bill was impeached in the House. He was impeached in the House, and then when he went to the Senate they didn't have the votes to convict him, because once you get impeached in the House, you go to the Senate in a trial. They didn't have enough votes to do that, so he was impeached in the House, but he wasn't convicted. So. Yeah, she had her own political reasons why she stood by Bill Clinton. Absolutely. Just like she wasn't the only woman that stood by her man. Coretta Scott King stood by Dr. King.
Oh, yeah.
She had a movement, a whole movement. Look at, and she knew her husband was cheating on her. The FBI knew her husband was cheating on her. But she knew, I can't divorce him because it will mess up a movement for Black people in America. So she stood by her husband, and she never remarried, and she never trashed. You can't find that one interview that Coretta Scott King trashed Dr. King. She never trashed him. She never dogged him out. She stood by him, even though he wasn't faithful to Coretta. And it's documented he cheated on her. The FBI even had some tape. They even wanted to put them tapes out of Dr. King like that. And she fought them to not put them tapes out. They still got them, and even one day they will put them. And one day it will leak.
He cheated on her with a white woman.
He cheated on he cheated on her, with women, and he won perfect. He was a good orator. He was a good, civil rights leader. But as a husband, he cheated on Coretta. He did. And it was documented, and they do have tapes about. I remember it was a documentary they were talking about, and it's just a rumor, but I don't know how true it is. But they said Dr. King and another preacher, they did like a threesome with a woman. It was something like that. I have to rewatch the documentary. Ooh. And FBI taped the they taped it. But we never could know. It was just historians would say, well, this what they think was on the tape. But yeah, he was like, that's why. And they tried what the FBI tried to do. They tried to pressure Coretta to do their dirty work, to divorce him, to trash him, to leave him, because that would have discredited Dr. King. That would have discredited him. And it was difficult. He traveling, women throwing themselves. Like, women gonna throw themselves that powerful, man. And Dr. King was very powerful. He had a lot of power. He had swag, and he was good looking. He wasn't ugly and educated.
No, he wasn't. He was a very handsome man.
And he was very intelligent. And so women throw themselves, it's hard. Women, they throw themselves, it's hard to say, unfortunately, hard to say, no, you in the hotels and hey, it is what it is. And so that's how that was. So yeah, he had a lot of support. And to Coretta Scott King credit, she did not diss her husband. And Hillary was reminding me of that, even though her husband was going through what he was going through, she took her husband's side and said that her husband had a private life and she stood by her husband. And she was able to become senator. Hillary wanted to become president. She was close, but it just didn't happen. I think
he was very close.
I think that we're going to have a president, a female president. I think it's going to happen where, and this was already predicted by another person, the president is going to be, they're going to pass on in office, and then that's how a woman is going to be sworn in. So I'm not going to be shy. You're going to definitely see that, because Joe Biden is old. Like he's almost in his
and
80s.
he's stuck talking about running again.
Yeah, he's going to run again, and Kamala Harris is young, And
but Kamala Harris is terrible.
Yeah, she's young.
She's no, we're not doing that. Don't do that.
No, she's young compared to Bill Clinton. I'm talking about compared to Bill Clinton. She's young compared to him. Like she's still got a lot of time on him.
She's ignorant. I mean, I'm like, there's just certain things that you just don't say, you just don't do. It's like, I understand you want to be the one, like you wear pants. I understand all of that. You're a strong woman, but there was an interview that she did recent. I think this is recently, somebody in the chat can correct me, where she says something. They asked her a question. It was something in reference to Black people. And she said, damn, what were her exact words? I don't want to just.
But I think what
she said, wait a minute. She said something, in other words, I can't just do things for Black people only.
Mm-hmm.
I know somebody remembers because it was.
Oh yeah, she said that. She said we just gotta have something to talk. I think they were trying to ask her about reparations.
She don't consider herself. Listen,
I think that was a mistake that she made. But I'm looking at judging her now as the vice president. And let's be clear, the vice president do not have power. It's the president. They can break a tie,
but you want that power.
I get it, but let's be clear. She can't make any decisions other than break a tie in the Senate, and she can't. You cannot upstage President Biden. But I will say, for what Kamala Harris have been doing, she advocated for canceling student loan debt. She told President Biden, "You have to do this." President Biden is still a traditional, like she wanted student loan debt to be canceled completely. President Biden said, I'm not going to cancel it.
You ain't lie about that.
I'm not going to cancel it completely. I'm going to cancel it. Like, it's like at least all I could do is 20,000. And that's one thing I like about Kamala Harris. We really couldn't see in the first 2 years for Kamala Harris to really travel the country because she had to stay in Washington. She couldn't leave because the Senate was 50-50. So she had to break so many ties, and she had to be in Washington to break those ties. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think that to Kamala, only Black folks, we use the word biracial, but white people, they're gonna call her Black.
Yeah,
we get into that conversation. Oh, biracial. You rarely hear white people say biracial. They're going to say Black because they go. We get into the whole thing, the biracial, but in reality, if you didn't know that she was from India or Pac or whatever you would look at her as a Black woman. Let's be real with that. And Kamala Harris advocated for the lynching bill. She actually fought different senators that didn't want it. She fought and advocated for that as well. So Kamala Harris is not perfect, but she damn sure is a better vice president than what's the dude name? Mike Pence. Damn better president. He was, you think Trump was terrible. Mike Pence was way terrible because Governor of Indiana, the laws that he passed, that if you didn't want to bake a cake for a gay couple, you didn't have to bake a cake for a gay couple. He passed them religious freedom laws. Like he was real.
Where was he from?
He's from, I think, from Indiana. I think he was the governor of Indiana. So he was
Mm.
real, like way worse than Trump. So but Kamala is, she's more liberal. You gotta understand, Kamala Harris called out President Biden with the busing issue. She was like one of the first ones to call him out because he was with the bus, because he didn't want busing and all that, because during that time they didn't want black folks to bus with white folks. He was against it. And she called them out on it. And that's how Kamala Harris got on that list, because not only did she call them out on it, but a lot of black women wanted Kamala Harris, even though she didn't win in the primaries and all of that. But when Biden said he's picking his pick, black women said, okay, they used their power and they called and they emailed and they said, we want a black woman. And they started getting into the newspaper. They stayed on Biden's neck for a black woman. We would not have a black woman as VP if it wasn't for the black women that network, not just the black women that post on YouTube and say, I didn't want to. I'm talking about black women that you know what I'm talking about, that network and get on phones, have meetings. I'm not talking about the black woman, all they do post on Twitter. I ain't talking about you ain't the type I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one that emailed, called, talked to this inner circle, reached out to the newspaper, reached out to the radio. They campaign hard for a black woman to be picked on to be his running mate is because of black women. And then also black women was like, we want a Supreme Court nominee. They campaign hard for it because it never happened before that we had a black woman as a nominee of the Supreme Court. Obama could have did it, but he didn't do it. And so they campaigned hard. When the opening came up, Biden had no choice but to nominate a black woman in the Supreme Court. And he nominated one of the best black women ever. Her demeanor, they came at her hard. They did not want her in the Supreme Court. I mean, she was intelligent. She under pressure, she just handled it with so much grace. And you should hear her now when she talk in the Supreme Court, how she talk, how she letting me know like she's really good. And so and then what you see in Michigan, you see that black one. I forgot her name. If y'all know her name, she's been nominated. She's in a Michigan Supreme Court as well. Wow. Yeah. So that's just how that happened. So yeah, man, that's when they told Biden to do these things, he had no choice. Biden will be as progressive as we demand him to be, and that's any president. That's Trump. That's whomever is in office. The public have to demand it. You know what I'm saying? They have to demand it. I have to take CNN shades off. Somebody said, "Did you see the owner of the Shade Room?" I did. She invited the Shade Room. She invited Jason Lee. She invited a lot of black media folks at a holiday party. She did, absolutely. Yes, she did. I have to give her credit. Like Kamala Harris is not perfect, but she's doing the best because she can't. It would backfire on Kamala Harris if she tried to upstage the president. So a vice president, you have to play it in the back. She do just enough. You know what I'm saying? You do interviews. Now she can travel. She was just in Chicago. She can travel the country because now you ain't got to stay and watch. She can really talk to the voters. She's doing just enough. But if she upstage the president, they're gonna be like, oh, you need to fire her. She's trying to upstage Biden. And she's a black woman. So anytime you a woman, especially if she ain't black, woman of color, whatever y'all want to use, you're being watched. And they came at Kamala Harris hard. They said she's difficult. They start posting rumors. They didn't want a black woman in the White House. They did not want, unless she cleaning the toilet, but not to be in a position of power. They did not, and they still doesn't want that. And she's intelligent. She's a lawyer. She was a prosecutor, one of the top leading states. Like she was one of those type. She advocates for people to President Biden, and she at private, and they said, and now it's starting to get better and better. Like she advocate for us to President Biden, even with the George Floyd police, she advocated with President Biden to support that. But of course, you know, them senators, unfortunately, them Republicans, you know, didn't want that to happen because they so in love with the police. But we got to continue to advocate for these things. So yeah, they said people don't like Trump rhetoric, but if you look at his record, he made some things happen for minority. And Trump, I'm not going to say he was a terrible president. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say it at all. You know, even Trump had to be credited for the good things that he's done for America. I just think what messed up Trump is his own doing. He did some good stuff, but Trump just messed up his. You know how some people can just do good, but they can just destroy whatever good they did. They can just F it up. You know, Trump just did so much. He did good, but he just be trashing everybody.
Do you think that he's going to win? Because he's going to run again.
Oh, he's already running again. I don't think he's going to win again. I think that the Republicans, some of the Republican Party is tired of Trump.
Yeah, they are. But you're talking about, Wiley, to live in D.C. and anybody that lives in D.C., what we witnessed, what we saw on the news, and how, I mean, it affected the whole city, what those people did.
Absolutely.
You know, it was so many conspiracy theorists down there. I mean, this was their time. They destroyed. I mean, it was a mess downtown. You couldn't get for days. You couldn't get down there.
And these were, when you look at
thousands of people.
They were thousands, but these wasn't the poor, white, just broken poor.
No, they weren't.
People were middle class white.
You're talking about the head of
lawyers. You know,
what is it? It's fee something. It's somebody in the chat. You're talking about they're not called they're called the good old boys.
Oh, you're talking about the Proud Boys.
The Proud Boys. You had other organizations there. It's one that's based out of I think it's Utah, or it's up there somewhere. But
yeah,
be something. But when I tell you they were all there, you're talking about thousands and thousands.
It was a lot of people.
Clarence Thomas' wife is a Trump supporter.
Absolutely. But I'm glad that you saw that.
Yep, the leader is black, Miss Bella. He sure is.
To people that say racism is over, that showed you white rage. Like that showed you the power of white rage. And you saw that at Capitol Hill. You saw it live. You saw these white people were mad because Trump lied to them and continued to lie to them. Say it was stolen. And he said it with a straight face over and over and over and over and over. It was on the media over and over and over and over and over and over. And the media gave it attention. And he was on Twitter. They didn't ban him. And then once they went there and people were getting hurt and some died, then they wanted to ban Trump. But now they want Trump to come back because Trump was good for business. He was good for ratings. Them ratings were high when they did that on January 6th. Look at the ratings. It was high. Trump was good for business. And then they wanted to cancel Trump. Oh, we're gonna end the broadcast. You know, they tried to cancel him. That lasted a little while, and they back talking about him. Because he's good for ratings.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Renee, the founder of he's not black.
No, I don't think
of the Proud Boys, he looks black. He's not black.
No, I don't think so.
I know one thing that the FBI, they put all his business out there. He was a
it was terrible. It It was a black guy that went there and got arrested, and he got a couple of years for that. It's crazy. It's like, what was the point? But I blame Trump for these people that love you so much, that believe in you so much.
Thank you, Renee.
And you lied to those people. And you lied to them.
Mm-hmm.
And you made those people do that, then abandoned them, then bailed them out. You know, and then this stuff. He got impeached twice. I knew he wasn't going to get convicted. Mike Pence had a moment. He didn't use that moment. And I think that kind of bite him in the butt because people don't like weak leaders. Trump, that's why black men kind of cater because he got that strength. That black men love that. What Mike Pence should have did, he should have did a press conference and said that what Trump did, I condemn it. And what Mike Pence should have did, they should have, was that the 25th Amendment? What's that amendment where you can remove a president for being incompetent? Mike Pence should have did that. That would have gave him a lot of
he was a weak.
With Mike Pence, he was very weak. He got scared. Trump, punked that man.
Mm-hmm.
He punked him, called him weak. He trashed him, and Mike Pence had a lot of power, and he had that opening, and that's why he ain't getting no clout now, because when you had the eyeballs and ears that you ain't do nothing with it. You should have. I would have did a press conference and said he need to be removed from office, and he should have worked with the administration. Is it the 25th Amendment? And he should have said that at a press conference. He should have pressed the gas on that, and he didn't do it. He didn't do it. He should have said the president should. He did never say, and then people say he did. So no, I'm saying he should have said President Trump should be removed from office. He didn't say
he wasn't going to say that though,
and he was so weak. And now he's trying to become president. They're not going to vote for you. You're weak.
Mike Pence, sit down.
He even talk weak.
Mm-mm.
So what do you think about January? And you know what, Pamela? I was at Capitol Hill. I was doing my duty. Like, you still ain't talking about nothing. And you got a couple of weeks left. I would have went all the way in and shook it up. And Mike Pence didn't do it. I would have had a press. I would have had a press conference. The world listening. He would have been removed out of office, and they would have fell in line because Trump was very weak, and Mike Pence did do it. When Speaker Pelosi, when she kept calling Mike Pence, he never answered the phone because she was telling him implement the 25th. I think it's the 25th Amendment. I could be wrong. To remove him for being incompetent. She also called the Department of Defense. She called one of the generals and said he should have the passcode to, what do they call that, to the football, to our nukes. He lost his mind. See, Nancy, one thing I like about that chick,
I like her too.
And Trump.
She just lets it go.
She let it be known she could not stand Trump. She was calling the governor of Virginia like Nancy Pelosi was doing more than Mike Pence. I don't know what the hell he was doing. This was your moment. But Nancy Pelosi will go down in history as being one of them chicks that went toe-to-toe with President Trump. Went toe-to-toe with that president. President Trump tried his best to demean her in Oval Office. I will never forget when they was in Oval Office. I play that clip to this day. It was Nancy, Chuck Schumer, President Trump, and Mike Pence. And he was like, we need the border. We need the border. We got to shut it down. And Nancy Pelosi was getting him together. That was, she went toe-to-toe. She put her head down. She went toe-to-toe with him because he tried to prove that I'm a man, you should be quiet. And she let it be known, you're going to do me like this. And that's why, Nancy dealt with the blunt of, that's what you got, a lot of people don't like her because she went toe-to-toe with the president and she didn't back down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was entertained by what Trump did. I was entertained. President Trump, I don't care what no one say about him, he was entertaining. That made me entertained. He was entertained, and Trump was CNN. Oh, I'm CNN. I want extra. Oh, you're fake news. Fake news. Next. Fake. You're fake news. I don't want to talk to you. You're very fake. Fake news.
Yeah.
And I remember he was getting interviewed with 2020, and he said, "You don't ask Trump tough questions. You don't ask Biden tough question. Biden went to the ice cream shop, and you asked Biden, what kind of ice cream? You asked him what kind of ice cream." And so he was entertaining. I don't care. Trump made politics into damn Vegas. I used to go to Twitter like, who is he going to drag? Who is he going to talk about? So he was entertaining. I don't care what nobody said. Entertaining. So he was dangerous. Don't get me wrong, but the man was entertaining. He could be all of those things. He's entertaining. And when he told the people, can you insert yourself with some bleaching? Like the man was just entertaining, man. I don't care what nobody say. Trump was one of the most entertaining presidents. The reason I think Trump won because he knew how to roast, he knew how to give you nicknames that stuck, and yeah, Trump is very entertaining, and that's why a lot of politicians don't want to go toe to toe with him because it can end daily for their career. Is he going in?
Well, I'm gonna say this. I think that Trump there's a strong possibility that he could win again because he still has so many supporters. His support system is crazy. These conspiracy theorists, right? They finally have someone that thinks like they do.
Mm-hmm. And Trump, he woke up that base. He
did. He woke them up.
He woke them up, and they're very vocal to the point that I think the movement is bigger than Trump now.
Yep. Oh yeah, it's bigger.
It's bigger than him now. He can't control it because it's just out there. He let the genie out the bottle, and they're out there. I think that Democrats are smarter now because they know how to get people out to vote. They know about vote early. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? They're very strategic of knocking on doors. Republicans, unfortunately, still what Trump kind of damage him is with the voting. Because if you telling people the election is stolen, it's stolen, why your folks on the vote? And that kind of tarnished a lot of people in the Republican Party when Trump said that, because that gave the Democrats, speaking about Georgia, 2 Senate seats. They won both of those seats. Because when he kept saying the election is stolen, it discouraged a lot of Republicans to vote.
Yes.
Because he kept saying it was stolen, and they were like, I ain't no use to be voting because my vote don't count. And Democrats, to their credit, they took advantage of that. Vote early. They have Michelle Obama. Yes, vote early, and make sure y'all go out there and vote early. Google your polling places. The Democrats, they're very strategic. Vote early. Republicans, you got Trump. Oh, it was stolen. They stole it. They stole it. Fake news.
Wiley, let me make something clear. I'm not saying to the chat, I'm not saying that he's going to win. I'm not saying that at all.
You have a strong chance.
I'm not even a Trump supporter, but he does have a strong chance because he does have a lot of these that are behind him. A lot of people think like him. They still support him. Until they get another nut like him, they are going to continue to. Because where else is it that somebody could start a riot like that? Okay, because it started with him. There was a few people, I'm gonna call them, let's say the board. Let's say it was like 6 people, and they already said that these different texts went out. The FBI already said that. Okay, these texts went out to certain phones, even to officers that were working that day, that were involved. Come to find out they were involved and they've been fired. And this man, this one idiot was able to cause all this chaos. And you still have people that still think like him, man.
It will always like what was her name? Maxine Waters.
Yes.
She called the Capitol Police, the chief of police. Now he's got a book. And she said they're gonna overthrow the Capitol. What are you doing to protect the Capitol? She warned him about
in advance. She actually asked them. She told them in advance that they needed more officers down there before it even started. And they were supposed to get some, and then they said no. And that's enough. That's there. And look at what happened.
And look what happened.
Tell me that wasn't a setup.
And it was a setup, because you can go back, and this is why I'm so glad for Roland Martin's show, because he interviewed one of the black, what are they called, Capitol police officers. He said, "Sir, when Minister Farrakhan came to Washington, he said we had extra upon extra security. They were planning it days in advance." And he said it was such a security failure that when their people came, but when Minister Farrakhan came to DC and he brought some of his followers, nowhere near the numbers like the white when they came. And he said the security that they had, and he said they had the National Guard on standby. So if you could prepare for a black man, the security failure, because they didn't want to, because it was their people, and they allowed this to happen. They was warned about it. They allowed it to happen. But when Minister Farrakhan came to there, he said, man, it was security everywhere. So for that security failure, he said they did not pull back the security into Minister Farrakhan.
Wiley, I was working. I remember that day like yesterday. Let's go a step further. The Million Man March. The Million Man March. They had officers from PG, Virginia, New York. They had the National Guard. All of this for a peaceful march. And you mean to tell me that you assume that it wasn't going to be it wasn't going to be a cluster FUCK on Capitol Hill? It just didn't make sense. This woman asked for more officers and she was told no.
Yeah, and you're right about that, because you said something about the Million Man March, and even Ms. Farrakhan.
I was there for both. Every time Farrakhan came to DC, it didn't matter how small it was, because I had to work it. Guess what? It was like all hands on deck. Everybody had to work, because they just assumed that black people were going to show out.
And they were the most peaceful. It was the most peaceful. And they try to discredit the Million Man March and try to act like it didn't exist, because it was peaceful, because Minister Farrakhan was in charge, was the leader of that. But they try to act like it didn't happen, but it was very peaceful. Black folks did not come there and act a fool.
No, they didn't. They didn't come peaceful.
They didn't come trash them. No, they did not. So and they prepared for that. But when their own people, they get amnesia. Oh, I don't know. It's not gonna happen. They got amnesia. And it was quite interesting. That wouldn't have happened if black folks was used Mr. Farrakhan. That's a good example. If he were to say, I'm gonna have 1 million people to come to Capitol Hill, watch the security present that's gonna be at the Capitol Hill.
Baby, for that Million Man March, it was over 1 million people. Okay. It was well over 1 million. But when I say you had to be there. The entire monument grounds was filled with nothing but black people. Nothing but black people. All the way from the top to the bottom. It was beautiful.
Hello.
I've never seen anything like that.
Hello? You got me. You got to mute me.
Oh, hey, Wiley. Hey, I'm calling back. Can you hear me?
Hold on. Let me put your speaker. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, hey, Wiley. I appreciate your show tonight. I just wanted to call and give my take on Trump.
Okay.
Can I do that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to say I just feel like it's cool to hate Trump. I feel like when you really sit and think about what he's done for the country and the state of the economy when he was president, we were thriving. I think that groupthink is going to be the downfall in our leadership in this country. I feel like I said, when you really think about Trump and what he stood for going up against corruption in the government, blue collar crimes, blue collar corruption. And I feel like he didn't fear having a voice and rising up against that. And I think that's all we used to talk about before Trump. It's conspiracies and the government this, the government is against us. So when someone actually took a stand and tried to speak out and, try to alight those issues, he got bashed. And I think that's where the fake news quote comes from, that people try to laugh over, but it really has a lot of meaning to it. When you think about fake news, you think about fake propaganda, you think about,
I think what messed up Trump, everything, he would have been reelected if the pandemic happened. And so anytime a crisis happened in America, we look for a leader from September 11, from any crisis, you know what I'm saying? So the world is watching you, especially in America. Trump, unfortunately, did not know how to handle this crisis. He lied. He started saying stuff that was not true. And Trump, instead of him allowing his doctors, the medical folks, the scientists to take over, he wanted to do the talking. It got so bad that President Biden now was able to capitalize off of it, and it made people go out in droves to vote for Biden, because black folks, they wanted a leader that can lead. When Biden at first, when he's running the primaries, he wasn't winning like that. He was losing. But when it was time for them black states, South Carolina, black states, black folks, they voted for Biden.
Mm-hmm. Vote for me. I think Biden played black people's intelligence.
I think that a lot of older black people knew, like they said, we want black. They was intelligent. We want Trump out. So the older black folks said, we may not always agree with what Biden is talking about, but he's better than Trump. We want him out. They made that decision, and he got in. Because if it wasn't for black folks, Trump would have won. Black people said, we want Biden, and they got Biden in there.
Mm-hmm. I see people in the comments talking about the drink bleach comment. I want to speak on that because that goes back to what I was saying about his fake news comment. I think people take what he says when he's being sarcastic and they try to blow it up to make him look like this bad person.
Right, but it was people that was taking what he said sarcastic when they were taking that literally. That wasn't a time. We were in a crisis. That's not a time for you to be sarcastic. It's a time to be sarcastic, and it's a time not to be sarcastic. You're dealing with a crisis where people were dying, hospitals was overrun. We were running out of masks, we were running out of gowns. People in nursing homes were just getting wiped out. We were dealing with so this ain't no time. Oh, let me be sarcastic. Just drink a little pine salt.
Yeah. I think it's trying to, he was basically saying it was a hoax. I think it's ironic that this disease is magically gone now that a certain party is running.
I don't think it's not gone. Like, people is still people. My stepfather just got, my sister just got it, my stepfather just got it, and it was so terrible. He said, I never want this again. And it still exists. I worked on the front lines. I was in a nursing home, couple of nursing homes. I saw people just going like flies. I witnessed it. I saw it with my own eyes. And I knew that it was a crisis, to the point we had to share the same mask, because at the time when somebody was on isolation, we had plenty of gowns. We didn't think twice. We had it. But it was coming to a point that they had to lock the gowns up because it was a shortage. It was a shortage. It was a crisis. The crisis existed. Many families lost their loved ones because of that, and it's still out there. And I would say, it gotten better because of other things. It gotten better. I think we as Americans got a little bit more conscious. We're washing our hands. We got a little bit more. Some of us, we did what we did. We got a little bit listening to our doctors, but it's not like it was when it first started. But when it first started, it was a crisis. I've talked to many people that was working in the hospital. It was a crisis. To the time, I remember I can go to the doctor and get out of there in 15 minutes. Once that happened, you in there for hours because the hospitals were overrun.
There are doctors and nurses who also have proved and gotten silence for revealing how much of an exaggeration it was. I think that's all it was at the end of the day when he said drink bleach. I think it was sensationalized because there was an agenda. I think that's why there are a lot of people backing him that believe in like the anti-government ideologies. I think that he's just the face of it, but the people that support him also support not being lied to. I think that's what he stood for. Is just not being led.
And the thing with Trump, when he said that hurt a lot of people. Some people were taking him literally. Not only that, a lot of white folks were losing their hospitals. In rural areas, hospitals shutting down. This is real. And it opened that door because of Trump did not handle this crisis correctly. He didn't handle it correctly. He was too busy. He wanted to joke. He didn't understand. I don't think Trump, and when I read in the book, Trump knew it was serious, but he said, if I shut the country down, I won't win another term. Opening it back up. He was thinking about winning. But instead of him changing with the time, getting doctors, getting the National Guard, doing that, he started playing these games. He didn't know what to do. He was leaving people over the CDC. Like the doctor that was over the CDC was a quote unquote type of a businessman, didn't really understand, like, okay, this is a crisis. He didn't handle it correctly. And if he would have handled it correctly and say, okay, let's work with the doctors, let's do this. And then let's not even talk about the George Floyd situation. This one, I knew that Trump wasn't going to win. When he had the National Guard gas those people, for he can go out in front of that church and put the Bible in his hand, I said, he ain't getting reelected, because that was an ultimate slap in the face to Black America.
Yep.
Because when he had the National Guard to gas all them innocent protesters, he went outside and he held the Bible in his hand. A photo op. That is like, you can't make this stuff up. He was making it so easy for that other side. And you'd have thought this was a movie. It actually, I was watching it live. I'm like, why are they macing it? They were gassing everybody up. He went outside with his crew, and I said, I
think he mocks the government and they don't like that. I think he puts a mirror up to them and they don't like that. I think that's why he's the villain in the story. But when you really think about it, he's no worse than any other president we've had. I feel like the state is split in half. Half these people believe that it was a hoax and there is proof. And then another group of people believe that it's real, but magically it's gone when half of us haven't been jabbed.
No, it's not
gone.
It's not gone. I think a lot of people, you understand where they got their news information from. And I was so glad. I was fortunate enough to be outside, to work in the business, in the healthcare business, and I saw it happen firsthand. And I saw how they needed help. They needed nurses. They needed CNA. They needed help. People had to come out of retirement to help. And it also showed the brokenness in our healthcare system. Our healthcare system been broken for decades. And so anytime you talk about dealing with a crisis, it can completely broke the system. And then you had a president, wasn't that empathetic. He was saying a lot of weird stuff. He started to get it himself. He got it, and he got it himself. Governor Christie, he got it himself from the White House. He was hurt, And then when I saw Trump, and I could tell that he had it. Look, he was very sad. He had it. So it was
His
real.
daughter had it.
Yeah, and it was like he
Yes.
tried to downplay it, and what he tried to do, I'm gonna act like it don't exist. You couldn't act like when you're dealing with a world crisis, and then he turned against China. Then he started this, but then when you look at his taxes, he got a bank account in China. So you can talk all that game all day long. Then you pay taxes $750. It's people that work minimum wage jobs in middle class pay more taxes than that. And in some years, he paid nothing in taxes. So it's just like he talked, I hear what he's saying, but a lot of stuff he was just spewing out a lot of conspiracies, and people will believe in that because people have been believing conspiracy theories for decades, but they have never been like that mainstream. They just imagine somebody conspiracy become the president, and he broadcast a lot of those tactics because he knew this is how I got elected. I denied, I lied. I'm gonna do this with this pandemic, and it bit him in the face. And when it was time for their re-election, he lost. Now you lose the election, but you can't stop lying. You can't say and go out like, okay, I lost. Let me do a peaceful transition of power. I'm gonna say, oh, it was stolen. They stole this. The machines were rigged. And he preached this. Oh, had innocent, not only Democrat, he had innocent Republican people getting harassed. He went to the governor, and you hear this recording. He went to the governor and said, is there any way you can find some votes for me? Can you find it? 33. He named the number. He named, especially mostly naming in black areas. He tried to talk to them, to Governor Kemp and to the Republican Secretary of State. They said, no, bruh, you lost this. And he turned against them. It got so bad for them that he kept saying it was stolen, and 2 Democrats win in Georgia. That never happened. That would have never happened if Trump was on his A game. Trump knew, I lost. I don't care nothing about y'all. I lost. It is what it is.
This is my thing. Would you rather, because I feel like Trump, this is my thing. They want Trump to be this horrible racist with devil horns coming out, right? Would you rather want a president who is outright and upfront is going to tell you what it is and what it ain't? Or do you want someone who's lying to you and is still just crooked behind your back and still going to deceive you?
I think that I think with Trump, let's say, he's not the only president that lied. I think with him, you need the media, and the media turned against him because he started to go at war with the media. And they turned against him. And once he kept saying, and then the January 6th.
So why does the media hate him though?
I don't think that. I think that he turned against the media, calling them liars, fake news, going against
what he says about CNN, even still to this day.
He wanted to revoke somebody press credentials. He told April Ryan, a black woman, because she was black, can you give me the make the deal with the Congressional Black Officer? Can you call them? Make it happen. To a black woman. Meaning, you the president. I'm gonna ask a black woman, can you call them because just you black? It's like it's some things that he was doing.
I think Trump calls everybody out.
I think so, and I think that in the long run, it'd be them. Even Fox News have to turn against him, and they have to call and say the election was stolen. And then what did Trump do? He went to another network. He went to, was it Newsmax? He went over to Newsmax.
Oh my God!
Because even Fox News want to replace him because they talk about Ron DeSantis more than they talk about Donald Trump.
Because your followers, you can't think for yourselves, and that's why this country is where it is. Grow up.
Yeah, I think what people have to understand, media have always been powerful. Anytime you want to overthrow a government, you take the military. The second thing you're going to take is their media. Media have always been popular, will always be popular. Social media, mainstream media is very, very powerful. Hell, you even got it on YouTube where if a content creator feel like Tory Lanez is innocent and Tory Lanez didn't do no wrong, you keep preaching that, you will have people that believe he's innocent, he ain't doing nothing wrong. At one point, people were saying that she ain't been shot. Fake news. There wasn't none in her foot but glass. There wasn't no bullet back. And then when the evidence started pulling out, they still will say the same thing. So this ain't just a Trump thing. If you have an idea and you want to go against the system, you can definitely do that. And people have been doing that. Now, Trump is able to run again. He's going to run again. Is he going to win? We shall see if he's going to win again. But I think that black people gotten smart. They're not going to vote for him. The black people are, especially if Trump, if we able to get student loan debt council, a lot of the millennials definitely not going to, the Gen Z, whatever they call them, they're not going to vote for him. They're going to vote for Biden. We're gonna see how Trump going to be able to compete, because Trump is different. At one point, Trump was he was a businessman. He wasn't a politician, but now he have history. You were a politician. You ran for 4 years, so it's going to be different now. And I'm interested to see who's going to run against him in the Republican Party. That's what I'm interested in.
I personally believe we just need a complete overhaul of the entire government structure. I think that's why people are reluctant to vote. I think we're at a point now where we've seen enough powdered wigs. We've seen enough crumbled saltines with suits on. I think that's old. I think that's tired. I think that's why. I mean, there is the thing for vote shaming where, you don't get out and vote. But a lot of us, including myself, I'm not gonna lie, like we just feel like it's old, it's obsolete, it's outdated, it's archaic. And I think,
but if you don't vote,
a generation or a new group of people who feel like we just need complete change, and the government just needs to start from scratch.
But
no blue versus red. We don't need no Democrat, no Republican. I know it's called independent, but I just feel like we honestly need to start over. We need a completely new face. We need fresh faces. Everybody needs to retire or die out that's in office. They're all old. I think that's also a problem. I think ageism plays a big part in our government and how it is structured. I think we need young faces, fresh faces that live and are living the experience of what we're going through. Somebody that's in office that's 99 and croaking really can't be running the country, because we're in a completely different era in time.
I think that you, like yourself and others, and a lot of people are running for office and they're getting younger. But in order for that to happen, you have to run. What was the lady name? She's out of not Michigan. Yeah, out of Michigan, because she ran. It was a black woman, and it was a black man in office over 4 decades. She was homeless. She was an activist, and she didn't only complain. What did she do? She ran for office, and she won. So in order for this system to change, people with a mindset with new ideas need to get in that system. Because if you don't get in that system, whether you vote for a person or not, they're still going to make laws about you. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of what you think about this system is here, and your paycheck is a part of this system. Your children's a part of this system. A birth certificate, a government document. Death certificate, government document. Taxes, government. Where you can park, government. It's just all government. And so, if you want this system to be better, you must be a part of the system and get involved. You have to, because if you don't get involved,
this country is falling apart.
I don't necessarily think
people that want to keep us stuck in a sheep.
I don't think. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna let you speak, D1. Okay. All right. Thank you. Hold on. I'm gonna let you listen to the show, because D1 want to say something. I'm gonna let you listen to the show.
Is she Republican?
Okay.
That's all I want to know.
No, I think you're more so independent, right? Are you independent, ma'am? That's on the phone, sister? You independent? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's more so independent. All right, so thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that this country is quote unquote falling apart. I don't think we're there for falling apart. What I think that how I look at it is we have to be a part of the change. And if you don't like the people that's in office, if you say, oh, these old people, well, you young, register, get your signatures, you run for office.
If you don't vote, I mean, my thing is this: how can you complain if you're not voting? I mean,
because whether you vote or not, it's you're getting the blunt of this. Like people right now are dealing with rent, the expensive rent. Now you got to talk about get people in office that talk about rent control.
yeah.
You gotta talk about people and say, because it's out of control, and it's not just affecting us as Black folks, it's affecting middle class people that could afford, can't afford this stuff now, and so you have to be a part. Like me, I'm going to be a part of that system. I'm already a part of the system, meaning to educate our folks, be like, okay, we do got to get in office. You know what I'm saying? Talk about Kevin McCarthy and what's going on in the House of Representatives, because whether you like it or not, it affects us. Just now, the government they want to ban TikTok. If it banned TikTok, it would affect a lot of content creators that make money off of TikTok.
That make money off of it, and you know what? A lot of Black millionaires on TikTok that just do a little dancing videos. When I say Black and millions from TikTok, please.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say it again. So you have to be a part of it. And whenever I get into public office, I think it will encourage others to do it, because they finally see somebody on YouTube that's actually doing it. And I'm very interested. And it's very challenging. Anytime you run for public, of course, you think I'm being dragged. Now they're really gonna drag me. Yeah, Cori Bush. You know who I'm talking about, Representative Cori Bush. That's her name. That's the one that was homeless and voted somebody in, ran for office, voted out an incumbent that was in office for over 40 years. She ran, Cori Bush.
Yes, Renee, they will go back up.
And she won. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying? So let's not talk about it. And if your vote didn't matter, they won't be trying to stop your vote. So it definitely matters. Progressives are the only ones pushing for rent control and student loan forgiveness. Yes, you have to get more people in order for the progressive Democrat to have a bigger voice. What do you need? Numbers. You need more progressive Democrats. What do you need? You need more progressive media. What do you need? You need more progressive activists. That's how it works. Because when you study any movement, it always media, activists, people on the inside. You need that inside agitation, outside agitate. That's how it works.
You know what, Wiley? The comments have some good points in here. I don't know if you're reading them. Somebody said, and I am going to look into this. Y'all should check out, Denise said, y'all should check out Karen Hunter and get the idea of the Party of Lincoln. And progression Democrats are the only ones pushing for rent control and student loan forgiveness.
And we have to talk about those things, because it's not just affecting Democrats. It's affecting people that got a job and paying rent.
Wait a minute, hold up, Wiley. Wait, give me a second. Miss K. Nicole, if you would like to come up here, that's fine. I can stay up here. If you want to come up, I can drop down.
They always say that. You don't pay that. They always say that. And so about rent control, it's not just about Republican or Democrat. It's you working class, and a lot of people can't afford their rent. And I watch the media. I'm seeing what's going on. It ain't just us. I see. Okay, let me see what white they complain. I can't afford this rent. It's too high. I gotta live in a motel. These are white folks with master's degrees. This is greed. This is corporate greed. Are they pushing it for it, or just talking? They have been pushing for it, and bills have been proposed, and I'm definitely going to talk about it. But you need the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like you need the numbers. You need the majority of the Democrats, not just Democrats, the majority of the House representative, and you also need a massive support in the Senate as well. I think you need 60 votes to get a bill passed in the Senate. I believe it's a 60 vote threshold. Could be wrong, 60 or more. I believe it's 60. It should just be the majority, but I believe they have a rule that it must be 60. I could be wrong. If you got any historians, they can definitely check that as well. I feel this caller. She's for BC. You good? I look up the bill tomorrow. I remember as long as the property taxes are going up, of course the rent. Well, yes, you definitely need that. And I think that our system of taxes, you need a new stream of income. Like a lot of people ain't buying homes like that. You overtaxing the commercial property. So for states that don't have marijuana legalize it. You get that stream. You sitting on billions of dollars, billions. And I didn't even know that Texas, we in a surplus, meaning that we're not in debt in the state of Texas. I just realized that maybe like a couple of months ago, we're not in debt in Texas. So that means Texas could do a lot with we shouldn't have no grid problem and we shouldn't have no homeless problem. We had a surplus, like put $1 billion to tackle this affordable housing crisis. You know what I'm saying? Like, but again, let's make it simple for the average person here. You need somebody in there that's progressive to make those decisions. You know what I'm saying? Because when the federal government get the money to the states, who's in charge? Who's the CEO of the state? The governor. So yeah, we definitely got to get involved with that. But thank y'all so very much. We've been over here for 5 hours. Thank you, D1, for coming over here. We can talk forever.
I'm gonna go, but I just want to say this, Wiley, real quick. This was a good conversation. Thank you for this. I didn't even expect for it to go this way. Very informative, and as always, the chat is undefeated and always informative. And thank you all, even the ones that don't like me. Thank you all anyway. Love you, Wiley.
I think they like. I just think that the chat just.
I don't care.
The chat.
I don't care. I don't care. Love you, Wiley, and I love you, producers. I'll see y'all. Well, I'll see y'all the next video. I'm gone to bed too, Wiley.
Okay.
All right. Bye.
Okay. Bye. Yes. Thank y'all so very much for tuning in. We've been on here for hours. We'll be back because y'all been posting stuff in the comments. I've been not addressing it because I'm addressing it in another video. I think the other video gonna be good. Tomorrow we'll be back. I took a break yesterday. Day before yesterday, because I'm trying not to get burned out. So I was talking with somebody, said, Wiley, just try to take a day off. They gonna be here. They ain't going nowhere. So I took a day off and stuff like that, and then I'm back, because I knew I was gonna be back with 5 hours. Wiley, you said we didn't like politics. We do. Yeah, y'all like politics. Yeah. I was saying, y'all like it. Whatever I talk about, y'all like it. Yes, thank you, Styles to the South. Thank you. Good to you out there and stuff like that. Yeah, so y'all like it, and we talk about it because I think y'all are getting more and more comfortable because we're talking about those things. So thank you. I don't have to come on the show. I come to hear what. Okay, thank you, Miss K. Thank you. We love you. Thank you. Thank y'all so very much. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the cash apps. Thank you. Y'all make it possible for me to do the show because we're not backed by big dollars. So whatever we do, we are back independently. So I thank y'all so very much. Thank y'all so very much for the for all of the money that y'all been giving to the chat. Thank y'all so very much for the support. I saw one of your old videos when you say you didn't do YouTube 4 times to protect your mental health. So definitely take your breaks to protect your mental health. Absolutely. I take breaks. And what I do, either I'm reading a book, or I'm watching a movie, or I'm outside, in the gym. I got to show my members that. And sometimes I don't even show my members the gym thing because I think that's like a private thing because I don't want to show everything so public. And so I'm so private. I was going to show y'all when I was at the gym yesterday, but I was like, I want to make this private. I don't want y'all to know everything about me. Now once I get my body together, then I'm going to show y'all. But some stuff I don't even want to show y'all, because I just want to keep some stuff private. Like when I'm talking with somebody or dates, I don't want to broadcast a date or so. Like keep some stuff because I'm so public. Some stuff I gotta have a little privacy. But I've been watching. What show I've been watching? I have been watching Rookie. I love Rookie. I rewatched season 1. I think I'm on season 2 or 3. I just love watching shows. I gotta have some me time. Thank you, Renee. Thank you. The lady was spending $600, all this stuff like that. Yeah, be careful. Yeah, 600 a year on some land and went up to 2,500. It's just a lot. No house on it. Yeah, it's a lot with property taxes. Miss TV, you're right. Property taxes going up. My mother property taxes are going up. It's difficult. It's really, really difficult. I watched the House of Cards. I got to rewatch that because I kind of forgot. So I love the House of Cards. Watch that. I finally watched Far From Home. It was so good. Yes, I got other shows that I'm watching. I'm gonna present to y'all as well. It does because you're something. So it's definitely going up. Property taxes are going up. It's up. A lot of things are going up because how the government work. And if we got any economists in the chat, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. When they tax corporate America and they're taxing businesses, commercial businesses, if the commercial businesses leave, that leave a budget hole. So in order to fill that hole, they go to the property taxes. Somebody got to fill that hole. So they go to the property taxes, and to the point, it's affecting the property taxes because the property owners, because they can't afford the increases of it. And these are hardworking people. Hardworking people. These are hardworking people, you guys. Hardworking people. They work hard to become homeowners. You know what I'm saying? And to get your rent and to get your taxes up, so of course the rent gotta go up as well. And it's sad. I wouldn't mind the rent going up if I can afford it, but you know, you say you got to make 3 times the amount for this apartment. Most people make fake check stuff. They have no choice. We technically we've been or it's just hard. Just like I went, they said you got to make 3. People make fake check stubs because one apartment you have to almost make $10,000 a month to make 3 times that amount. So people make fake check stubs because people ain't making no 3 times a month of the housing. They not 3 times that amount. They not. I have a buddy right now. He just lost his job. He needs somewhere. He can't stay with me because his mind ain't right. Because when you had the money, you didn't buy a little car. You know what I'm saying? Put your money away and get Ubers and Lyft. You got to know how to manage. You got to know how to manage your money. And don't just reach out to me because you ain't got nowhere to go. We ain't talking in a while. Hey, what up, Wiley? What's up? Oh man, I'm going through. I'm gonna pray for you. You can't come stay with me, not for free. I'm not in a predicament to get somebody to live in me for free, pouring up the gas. Then you got to bring your company over. I'm not dealing with that drama. Absolutely not. I'm going to pray for you that you get into some good places, stuff like that. But when you had the money, you didn't do you didn't do right. If you know you got a job, then walk to your job. Get on a bike and get to your job. I've done it. From my house, I walked. It took me about a good 40 minutes to get to my job. I mean, do what you got to do. You still got legs. You still can screw. So walk to work. Don't just lose your job and you got felonies. It's hard to get another job when you got a felony. Because he was a CNA, but you can't do CNA without no felony. So if you got a felony, your prospects with jobs is limited. So you better keep that job you got, because it ain't like you could just go and get regular job and stuff like that. Biden is all over everyone. Yeah. And that's a question. Biden is in office, but it was a bill that was passed. It was an inflation bill that Congress passed. And y'all can Google it. But the Republicans didn't want to pass it, which is sad. Houses, though, in Baltimore, houses in Detroit, where you can get for a ride less than ticket. Absolutely. Like whenever I come into some big money, I'm going to Baltimore and Michigan and in Chicago. This will help you when you were homeless. That's good. Yes, but I had to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't. Let me tell you something. Listen to me. You have to know who you are helping. Have I helped people? Yes. You cannot help everybody. You can't do it. You gotta follow it. And I gotta say, you messed up with that. You got that. You can't help everybody because you can help somebody and then you get into, I don't know, absolutely not. Because I know this type ain't no good. ain't no good. You got a company all in my house. You're not gonna want to work. Yeah, when I was home, I had to get food stamps. I had to get a job, pay $600 on the couch. You can't live with people for free and they get mad when they kick you out. Because when I was homeless, I walked to work. I was out of work for maybe about a week, transferred my CNA license. And to sleep on that couch, I was paying almost $600 a month to sleep on the couch. No restroom. To get to a restroom, I had to bang on the door. Sometimes I had to use the restroom outside. And I paid $600 a month living on somebody's couch and everything like that. So I didn't live for free. So it's difficult because when I'm saying, okay, why can't you walk to work? Because I did. It humbled me. I paid. I didn't live up on my cousin for free. About a week, I had a job. $600 on the couch, hard couch. Well, it wasn't that hard. No, it wasn't that hard. It was a sectional couch. It was nice, but $600 on the couch. When I have company over, we in the living room, and I paid my rent. Paid my way. And then I got on the dark bus. I Googled it. I had to work at the Madison on Marsh. And I worked there in Carrollton, Texas. And I had to walk because I didn't know the bus and stuff like that. I didn't have no money for no bus fare. I didn't have no money on no bus fare. I couldn't afford to get on the bus. Couldn't afford to get an Uber. Couldn't afford to get a Lyft. I had to walk. In my condition, walk. And it was a difficult walk. But I did it. So I did do that. I agree. While I made this that mistake, people have to get how they live. Yes, and you have to study people. I'm like, you lost your job. Why did you lose your job? Oh, because he wasn't taking me to work. And why you didn't walk? You can go to the club. You can go screw. Why you didn't walk? Why can you took the bus? Why can you put a little money away, do Ubers and Lyft? You a felon, so your prospect of getting another job is very limited. I did more than more and paid rent faithfully. Never missed a payment of paying rent. On the couch. When we had one person staying with us, wasn't really paying the light bill like that, I had to pay more. Paid it, no complaints. Got on YouTube, got that check coming in, didn't waste it. Before all of that, I got on food stamps, had stamps. Food stamps. I was on stamps. I appreciate it because I needed some stamps. Got the stamps and got a job, got off the stamps, and I worked. Got an apartment, messed up with that, and I paid the debt to the apartment. Because I had two apartments. I was in bad shape. And I got myself together, paid the debt to the apartment. It was about $4,000, paid that off. Got an apartment and I got approved, and I've been in ever since. But at most of the time I've been living in Dallas, I had roommates. This is not my first time, but this is the longest time I've been living alone. I've been living alone. And then if the YouTube thing don't work out, guess what I'm gonna be? Oh, y'all Howard. Hi, I'm here to change you. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. I'm gonna be there working. Oh, I'm here to change you. Or I'm gonna be in that type. Hello, yes, welcome to Capital Chase and blah blah blah. I'm gonna give me a job. I'm gonna be mopping, vacuuming, whatever it takes to survive legally. I'm gonna be in there working. So, you know what I'm saying? So if this doesn't work, if I ain't gonna be too proud to work a regular job, I'll work a regular job. I've done it. I'm a worker. And I work a regular job. I'll go back and work a regular job. Yes. Paper and plastic. Welcome. Hi. I work. I won't mind that. I'm not ashamed of working. Never was. Uber and Lyft and Uber Eats. It's plenty ways to make money now. What do they call that when you order groceries? You can order the groceries and they deliver your groceries. What do they call that app? You don't even have to leave the house no more. You can go to Instacart. What's your excuse? And if I need to go to OnlyFans, I'll be right on OnlyFans. Scrap to my OnlyFans. Screwing. Getting screwed. I'll be right on OnlyFans. Subscribe now. Play with myself. Y'all be right there subscribing. Storm, let's do a video. Collaborate with Storm. Let's do a video. Vaughn, let's do a video. Do a video with the employee. I have a friend to stay with me for 6 months, helped her make budget plans. She helped with groceries at the 6-month mark. We have fixed her credit, and she saved on this 5,600 and found a place. Yes! And showing thirst traps with Storm? Yeah. Be right there. Bring Von Reagan. You know he need a place to stay. I'm a cook for him. So, come on and stay with me. Cook him good food. Oh, man. Thank you. So, yeah, I don't mind it. I've worked in healthcare. I don't mind it. You know, I've done it. And that's always keep that license current, just in case. I know how to get the job. I know the system. I know how to change. I know how to do CPR. I know how to do all that. I was ready. I could do travel CNA. They make good money. DoorDash. I had to go to the and let me tell you why I had to go to the restroom outside. Thank you, Rachel. The reason why I had to go to the restroom outside, because I'm living with 2 gay men. I'm a third gay man. One was, you know, they have company over. So I couldn't interrupt their company. Meaning they had company, they getting it in. So I just can't interrupt their company. So and then one of the guy's boyfriend got mad because I would walk in there and go to the restroom. He thought that we were screwing. So I had to stop walking in his room, using his restroom, because he thought that we were screwing. So I had to use my cousin's restroom, and he's very popular. He had a lot of company. So when I really had to go, I would go outside and use the restroom, or go to the gym and use the restroom. And if I had to do a number 2, I would literally have to go get an Uber or Lyft to the gym and use their restroom. So it was our place was very busy, a lot of activity. I had a lot of activity in the living room. They had activities in their room. So the restroom was just all in a room. It was a two bath, but it's in each room. I'm in the living room. That's what it was. I went through that. Like if somebody was staying with me, they would have to go in my room to use the restroom. The restroom is in my room, like it's connected to my room. And I did that for about a while. Ever since it's been a while. For a couple of years, I did it. I had no choice. I had no choice. That was my only place at the time. So yeah, I had to get creative and do Airbnb and stay at my daughter's house. Can do tenants had a bad experience. Wow. Uber I love to do them. So yeah, I had to do it. Yeah. Facts. They said you said had the door crack when she showered or something. Yeah. So you have to be very, and that's how that was. And it was a teachable moment for me. It was a teachable moment. It had a lot of traffic. I'm with young gay men. Of course, it's gonna be traffic. We weren't nuns. I had traffic in the living room. Oh, the lady with the DV issue. Yes. And I didn't want to get involved with her because she had her issues and her problems. I don't want no. I ain't got to give you no sympathy. Like I'm about to get sympathy. Boom, boom. Like you ain't paying me no man. Now you, absolutely not. We still talk, but we wasn't that cool. I wasn't even tempted to get involved with her because I'm like, I'm not about to get involved with that. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. She's doing good. What she doing? Whatever. She doing good. I'm not. But I knew you didn't pay me no mind before you had your DV incident. So. All right. Oh, you're a good man, Wiley. I've been living alone with my baby for 5 years since I have been with her dad. It's peaceful. I love it. It's peaceful. I can watch my movies. I don't have to worry about cleaning up if I don't want to clean up. If I had people around, I have to clean up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's whenever. I don't have to worry about putting on clothes if I don't want to. Only reason I put on clothes, I do YouTube. Man, when I ain't on YouTube, man, I'm butt naked. Now, sure, when they deliver my food, I have to make sure ain't nobody at the front. Most of the time, I should have done with no clothes on. Yeah, absolutely not. No clothes on. Get my Uber Eats, nothing on, not even a towel. So when I ain't on the internet, nothing. Absolutely not. You come to my house and come for a little visit. Oh, put on some clothes. Oh, my bad. So absolutely nothing. I'm in my ways, man. Hey, you by yourself. Then if I have company, I have to clean up, put little candles. you know what I'm saying? So I just keep to myself. I don't be in people's business. I go answer my little messages. Go to my. I'm a loner. Like and the reason why I'm not really dating because I don't go out to date. I don't go to bars and be like, oh, let me buy you a drink. Now if I'm out and about, like in Atlanta, I'll go out. But I only went out in Texas one time to a bar. And I went to the bathhouse a couple of times when I first got here. I was in the bathhouse a lot. But now that I gained a little weight, I don't go to the bathhouse. You know, I don't go to the bathhouse. Now, once I lose weight, I'll be in the bathhouse a lot. Mm-hmm. I'll be in a bathhouse a lot. If once I get this body together, I'm gonna be in a bathhouse a lot. Because I love that. I love it. I love the bathhouse. I love going to seeing men getting in with each other. But I really want to go to seeing women and men. I want to go to those type of clubs. And you have to go to the bathhouse during a certain time, like Pride months, when you get the good looking guys to come. Yeah. So once I find like different clubs and stuff like that, yeah. I'm getting the body together. I've lost some weight too. Yeah, I have lost some weight. Yeah, I have lost some weight. It's gonna take a while to really get it together because I'm trying to get into that zone when I'm like every day. Like I went yesterday, so I'm just getting in the zone. Yeah, I'm a loner. I go to the movies by myself. I would like to go with some of my subscribers, but most of them is in relationships. And boyfriends get mad. You going with Wiley? If I start teaming up with some of y'all, going Renee, I'm about to go to Wiley. We going out to the movie. Her man gonna get mad. Yeah, I'm going to Wiley. I'm going to the movie. He gonna get mad. One of the subscribers said they want my girlfriend want to come to Vegas, but she like you too much. She ain't going. That's for real. He said it, but I've been doing it. I'm going with Wiley. We got the movie. I'm going to Wiley. We got the movie. They gonna get mad. Absolutely not. I'm not about to do that if you're in a relationship going. Now, if you single, that makes sense. You ain't got to worry about going to no man getting mad, or you ain't got no stalker. Because you got to be careful. Because some of y'all got to ask, do you got a stalker? Some of y'all got stalkers. You know. Can't go with you in the movie. He popped up in the movie theater and said, what you doing with my woman? I ain't got time for that. Absolutely not. We eating popcorn, sharing popcorn. You get mad and you slap the popcorn out of my hand. I ain't got time for that because some of y'all got stalkers. Right now, that's the time your baby daddy want to come in. He got to say something because I'm involved. Like some of y'all, if I get involved with y'all life, your baby daddy going to be coming. I don't want him around. I don't want him around my daughter. I don't want him around my... Didn't see the daughter in 10 years. I don't want him around my daughter. I don't want him. I thought he was on YouTube. What kind of YouTube rap? I don't want him around my daughter. I don't want him around my daughter. Didn't see your daughter in 10 years. But men get jealous. You start seeing them come around. You go talk about me. They would get insecure. Coming in, making you laugh. Wiley, you so funny. You cooking for we eat, talking. They gonna get insecure. Come there, you cooking me some food and got you laughing. Your man gonna knock you off your table. So no, I don't get too close because I know how jealous men get. So especially, I'm making you laugh. Wow, you so funny. You know. So I know how it's gonna get. They're gonna get mad and jealous and all that type of stuff. And I get it. Make you laugh, especially if they look good. I ain't looking good like them, but I can make you laugh. You don't never laugh when he come in the room where I come in the room. Wiley, you so funny. Wiley, you so funny. You ain't hardly ever laugh. When you see him coming, you cry. Get that. When you see me coming, oh, Wiley. I ain't gonna like that. And then he gonna be saying, why you always laugh when he come around? See, I don't like that. Every time he come around, you laughing. When I come around, you can't even cook me no food. Here you cook that ninja a whole plate of chicken. I can't even get no chicken. I'm not gonna get involved with something like that. So I get it. So that's how I go to the movies by myself. My teenage son say, they know if I'm watching you. Here you go. It is. We're going out to eat. We're going to the mall, going out to Dallas, downtown, going to nice areas. He ain't gonna like that. You might get punched when you get home. And I don't want that. I don't want to get involved and all that type of. I want him showing up to my house because men get jealous. That man ain't doing it. Don't treat you right. Don't make you laugh. Don't do nothing. I'm uplifting you, saying how beautiful you look. He ain't gonna like that. No. You get punched in your jaw. Yeah, I fell out with Tasha, Store, and Millie, and Neek. You setting yourself up for a disaster. You got consecrated friend, but not the ones you really want. That's why you talk about this. Oh, you talk about the beginning of it. While you don't know how to fight or what, these men be mad. You got all the women watching. They be mad. A jealous man need a job. It's always the broke one with 50 pounds. Question. Robot Tina's driller too. And so that just how that goes. We going to Vegas, having fun. You sing it. You don't sing when you at home. You be cussing. They see you on YouTube and somebody send them the link and you watch yourself. You sing it. Singing me happy birthday. They ain't gonna like that. Some of y'all used to give to the Wiley Show, but once your man saw y'all giving to the Wiley Show, you stopped giving. Because your man told you to stop. You can't do that. Well, you always send him cash out. What if I send a woman? You'll get mad. You send a little donation to some good morning for breakfast. You send me a little donation for me to eat for breakfast. Stop doing that. Man saw that, snatched your phone. You can't do it no more. Some of y'all used to call, see how I'm doing. Hey, Wiley, hey, I got you, Wiley, for some guy with a man. Can't even get on that phone. You bet not get on the phone. Now when you get on the phone, you got to whisper, I'm sorry, Wiley, I can't talk like that. I'm going to go watch you later on. Okay. That's what I know that man is in the house. Phone when you had no man. Hey, Wiley, I got a little donation. I got a donation for you. Eat some breakfast. It's on me. Now that man came in, you can't do it no more. Can't send me a little breakfast for some pancakes and scrambled eggs and bacon. Can't say no. He gonna snatch it out your hand. Can't do it. He calling you. Can't do it. So that's how I go to the movies by myself. I go to the movies by myself. I can't go with some of y'all. We going out, we eat, you wear my t-shirts, and he ain't gonna like that. You put on my t-shirt to go see me for a movie. You might snatch that t-shirt. Oh man. Who cares if he made or not? What y'all here watching? I didn't see Avatar 2. I'm gonna go see it. I didn't see it yet. I wasn't there really interested in Avatar 2. I'm gonna go see it. So everybody say I should go see it. I see my black stuff first, and then I'm gonna go see Avatar. I went to go see Black Panther 2. Yeah, I went to go see Black Panther 2 because I got my free card to go a free movie. I got a refund and a free movie to go see. So I'm gonna go see Black Panther 2. I mean, I saw Black Panther 2. I'm gonna go see Avatar. But some other movie I'm gonna go see. It's another movie that I want to go see, Missing, with Nina Long is in there. I'm gonna go see that. Yeah, I'm gonna go see it. I have to go see it, you guys. I'm gonna go see it. Yes. I'm gonna go see Black Adam. I think I can watch that on HBO Max. Yeah. Thank y'all so very much. This is a good live. Shout out to all the subscribers. I didn't see that Will Smith movie. I'm gonna go see it. I'm gonna probably watch it tonight. Thank y'all. Thank you for the support. We've been on here for 5 hours. Make sure y'all go and subscribe to the channel if you want to contribute to the Wiley Show Cash App, $ Marquise Wiley 28. Also, we have a text list. If whenever I go live, you want to be notified when I go live, text Wiley to 888-534-4939. This has been a great episode, a great show. I was not thinking about being on here that long, but I'm here. Thank you all. Take me to the king. I don't have much to bring. All right. Oh, Apple TV is free for 30 days? Okay. Thank y'all so very much. Y'all like it when I sing sometimes, so thank y'all. So I've been, yeah. So thank y'all so very much. Okay. Oh, he said he detoxed for liquor. Okay, that's good. Yep. The lie was long. I ain't never been on a 5-hour lie. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's been for 6 hours. Oh, I didn't think it was going to be this long. 6 hours. I used to talk about people with long lives. Now I'm doing it. Oh, so hard to do it a 6-hour live. I didn't think I was doing a 6-hour live. Wow. But y'all watching it, we kept 500 million people for 6 hours. That is true talent. So I thank y'all so very much for watching me for this long. I didn't think we was going to be on here this long. But thank y'all so very much. Yeah, the chat, the replay of the chat doesn't show up until maybe an hour or two because it's such a long live. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because that the chat won't show up until it took it a while for it to process. It doesn't process immediately. Yeah, it takes a long time for the chat to process. Mm-hmm. I had a dream. I was dreaming that I was driving to go see my grandmother was driving me to go see my father. And in the dream, my grandmother was driving. And then I said, Grandma, I drive. And we was driving to go see my father. I don't know why I was dreaming about my father going to see him. And my grandma and I just woke up. I was like, why is my grandmother in my dream? Do I need to go visit my grandmother? I want to know, what does that dream mean? They say dreams have meaning. They said, yes, doing workouts. I play Wiley in the background. Yes. So she was driving and she can't drive anymore. And I took over the drive and I just woke up. I was going to say, I don't know what that dream mean. I don't know. But both of them was in a dream. I'm gonna go see her because she was yesterday in my dream. Yeah, trying to connect with your father too. So I'm gonna connect with that because they was just on in the dream. I'm like, whoa. What does that dream mean? I would love to go see my grandmother and my father too. I love my grandmother. I love my family. I just love my family. I appreciate as an adult because I'm so mature, despite all our flaws, I love my family. I love my brothers and sisters. I reach out to them and say, Happy New Year. My grandmother, she was born in 1935. So she's like 86, 85, 80. I don't know how old she is. Let me see how old my grandmother is. Cause she get up there with my granny. Oh, my granny. Let me see. She'll be 88. Wow. I'm gonna be 88. Wow. I didn't know that. Because my auntie just turned 90. Yeah, my auntie just turned 90 years old. And yeah, love y'all. All right. Thank y'all so very much. I'm gonna go. I want to say shout out to Renee. Shout out to all the moderators. I think I saw mouth open. I think I saw Renee mouth open today. Shout out to my members. He was hurt. You said, what was your dad reaction finding out he is not your biological father? Well, Mr. Calvin Wiley, he was hurt. He was he was really hurt by that. But I didn't know he was hurt until like years later. He was hurt. He was hurt. He really was. Because he wanted full custody of me. And so during a custody battle, he did a DNA test and he withdrew his custody when like the custody when he found out I wasn't his father, when I wasn't his child. So I'm still trying to track down those court documents. So I got to go to the courthouse and get those documents. But yeah. Thank y'all so very much. This was a good show. We've been on here for 6 hours. Yeah, it was a custody battle. He wanted full custody. He wanted full custody because he felt that my mother was unfit. He felt that she wasn't a good mother. And I was just a kid, maybe 1, 2 years old, 3 years old. I was a kid. So they said, how is your auntie older than your grandmother? Because that's her oldest sister. Yeah. No, I found out again when I did DNA ancestry. He always told me he wasn't a father because of DNA tests. I had doubts because my mother made me have that. Oh, he switched the test. Oh, this. So that's what made me do DNA ancestry. Yes, that's what made me do DNA ancestry. Oh, great aunt. Okay, I'm sorry. Great aunt. I'm sorry. We just say auntie. Okay, that's my great auntie. I'm so sorry. Y'all black folks, we use all the great auntie. My grandmother and her sister, or my great auntie. I never call her great auntie. I just call her auntie. But I hear that's my great auntie. Okay. All right. I forgot. Oh, my great auntie. Okay. Yeah. My grandmother's sister is 90. That's my great auntie. But I don't call her auntie. Great auntie. I just call her auntie. We just say auntie. I never heard nobody say, oh, hey, great auntie. We say grandma. You know. I don't think black people really call our great auntie great. No, I never heard nobody say, hey, come here, great grandma. Just say grandma. I tried to do 2-hour max. It didn't work that way. Okay. I don't call my auntie great auntie. I know. I call her auntie. I never called her great auntie. Never. Okay. Well, I hear you. My great auntie is what y'all want to say. Thank you so very much. Love y'all. Thank you. I think it's the other. No, he wanted full custody, and I don't know how the DNA thing came up. I'm still curious about that, but it came up, and a DNA test was taken. It was proven that he wasn't the father. And so for years, I was like, okay, he wasn't it. What confused me is when I found out about Calvin, I pulled, and I didn't know at that time, I didn't know anything about a DNA test. And I found his information. I think I found his mother, which would have been my grandmother. I found her information, her address in this notebook. So I reached out and I called the number and she answered. And she said, well, let me let you get in contact with him. I called him and he wanted to meet me. And so I guess he wanted to tell me then, but it wasn't a moment. I was a teenager. I was very popular with my siblings. During that time, I thought they were my siblings. I still call them my brothers and sisters, right? We still got the same last name. And we were good. You know, my sister Vonnie, I remember her because when I was removed from the home back to my mother's home, I remember her because they weren't living then. None of them was living, but Vonnie was living. She's like close to me in age. And once that happened, and then he told me something about something about the DNA test. I'm like, he never he told my mom to tell me, and I'm like, oh, it didn't make any sense. And so I did DNA ancestry, and that was like confirmation, okay, that he's not it. It's just Tommy Williams person is it. And so that's what we're at right now. And Mr. Tommy we only talk one time. So I'm trying to have another conversation with him, and I will keep y'all updated on that. We have had Ms. Barbara on. Okay, a lot of y'all watching the video live first. Thank y'all. All right, see y'all in the next episode. Make sure y'all subscribe to the show. I can talk to y'all all day. I gotta go. And we live. Okay. Thank y'all so very much. Shout out to y'all. I will see y'all in the next episode. Peace and blessings to you all. Hey, hey, hey.